Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2499, Playing with Water. The interior of the church was just as dilapidated as its exterior. The roof was not leaking, at least. That was a relief, considering that they were going to have to spend some time here. There was surprisingly little dust, too. A wide open space led to an ornate altar, with rows of benches covered in white fabric. Above it all, tall, stained glass windows were shimmering dimly with the pale light of electric street lamps. The dark expanse of the abandoned church was illuminated with colorful radiance because of it. Sonny did not mind the forlorn ambiance and the poignant feeling of lost sanctity. He quite liked decrepit temples, actually. Visiting one made him feel nostalgic. Morgan, however, seemed a little surprised. She looked around with curiosity, then shook her head. "This is not right." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What is?" She gestured to the altar and the stained glass windows above it. "This church. The iconography does not match any of the religions that would have been widespread before the dark times, at least none that I recognize." Sonny scratched the back of his head. He did not really know a lot about religion. Few people did in the world of the nightmare spell. It was hard to believe in anything after learning that the gods did exist, but were dead. The government had spent decades discouraging worship of any kind as well. Perhaps it was because various cults had caused a lot of trouble for the first generation. Both the government and the legacy clans wanted people to seek spiritual fulfillment in things other than mystical beliefs. It was only now that Nephis had ascended to supremacy that worship was once again spreading among the population, in more senses than one. Nephis and the Firekeepers were dealing with people who were starting to worship the immortal flame and its last daughter, while Sonny and the Shadow Clan were busy dealing with the doomsday cults that kept sprouting from the ground like mushrooms after the rain. In any case, he had only a very vague impression of what religions were being exercised during the dark times, let alone before them. "What? Are you an expert on ancient religions, too?" Morgan gave him a wry smile. "You told me not to swing my legacy education around." Sonny coughed. "Oh yes, I did." He looked around. "So, what's wrong with this church? Come to think of it." He frowned. It was only now that he noticed that there were tall mirrors artfully installed here and there around the church. Their masterful placement made it so that endless kaleidoscopes of reflections stretched into infinity, catching the light falling from the stained glass windows and making the interior of the church seem many times larger than it would have looked wondrous and beautiful, if not for his memories of the mirror maze that made Sonny's skin crawl. "I hate mirrors." Morgan shrugged. "It's just anachronistic." "I'm not sure if that word really fits. The point I'm trying to make is that there would not have been a church like this one on Earth in this period of time. The outward symbology of temples and churches of Mirage City is quite consistent with historic records, though, so I find it strange." At that moment, Saint, who had kept silent for the longest time, finally let her voice be heard. Looking at them in exasperation, she asked, "What are you talking about? This is a church dedicated to Mirage. There are thousands of them around the city." Sonny, Morgan, and Effie all looked at her in confusion. He tilted his head a little. "Mirage? The demon of imagination?" Saint seemed similarly confused. "Who else?" Sonny scratched the tip of his nose. "Oh, so the name of the city is not just a coincidence." From what he could tell, Mirage City was a faithful reproduction of a human settlement from before the dark times. This church was the first obvious discrepancy they found, a foreign concept in an otherwise meticulous imitation of a mundane city on Earth. He was suddenly very curious. Why would people worship a daemon, though? Saint remained silent for a while, then sighed. "Who knows? I'm not a religious person myself. It is an important part of our cultural heritage, though, so one should naturally be familiar with it." She gave Sonny a reproachful look. Obviously, there is no reliable evidence to prove that Mirage actually existed, let alone that she wielded miraculous powers. Let us not even mention the deeper meaning people put into the stories of her supposed deeds. However, it is easy to gather that she is at least based on a real historical figure from circumstantial data. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What data?" Saint looked at him with reproach. "It is the existence of Mirage City itself, of course. A thriving settlement could not have been founded here without the system of dams that make its existence possible. These dams have existed in some form or fashion for thousands of years. Obviously, they have been modernized and renovated countless times. The latest iteration of the Northern Dam was just renovated by the Valor Group, for example. But if myths are to be believed, it was Mirage who designed and built the dams first. She looked around the church with a hint of reverence in her eyes. If so, then even if she did not possess any miraculous powers, she must have been a true genius. It is a stunning feat to have constructed something so grand and advanced all those years ago. The dams of Mirage City are not considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world for nothing, even if Mirage is a collective persona of several generations of architects and engineers. It is still impressive. Sunny smiled faintly. It was interesting how the fictional mythology of Mirage City somewhat reflected the reality of the dream realm. Bastion itself had been surrounded by great dams once after all. Rivergate had withstood the apocalypse and the passage of time, only to end up being destroyed by Morgan and Mordred, albeit it was already being rebuilt by the forces of humanity, including Beth and Rain. The Northern Dam had been obliterated eons ago, though in fact Sunny had only learned of its existence by chance when Effie mentioned finding its remains in True Bastion. Its ruins in the False Bastion were gone. Maybe humans had not discovered them yet, or perhaps they had simply been obliterated when the mortal realms were devoured by the Dream Realm. In any case, there was no twin citadel to Rivergate to be found anywhere. Neither Sunny nor Effie had known for sure that it was Mirage who had built the dams surrounding the Mirror Lake, though, just like she had built Bastion. Maybe built wasn't the right word, considering that he was thinking of the demon of imagination. She might have simply imagined them, and then made her fantasy real. It was fascinating, though, but why would the demon of imagination be so interested in building dams? Saint seemed to be a little confused by the question. She hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. You will receive different answers from different people. If you follow the religious dogma, though, she built them to create mirrors. Chapter 2500. Her reflection. Sunny blinked a few times. The demon of imagination created a system of huge dams to produce mirrors. Saint shook her head. Not produce mirrors, to create mirrors. He raised an eyebrow. What is the difference? While Saint considered the answer, Sunny looked around the dark church once again, noting the infinity mirrors stretching into the endlessness all around him. The colorful radiance of the stained glass windows was trapped in them, creating beautiful kaleidoscopes. It was indeed a whimsical and beautiful sight, worthy of the demon of imagination, and yet Sunny could not see how mirage and mirrors were connected. He knew that there was a connection, though. There had to be. After all, True Bastion was hidden in the reflection of the illusory bastion, and 2 great mirrors, the real one and its reflection, were at the heart of 2 great castles. True Bastion was contained within the false great mirror, while the palace of imagination was contained within the true one, and that was where the others came from. As far as Sunny knew, there was no other place in the dream realm where one could encounter the others. At least he had not encountered such a nightmarish region yet. So it was hard to argue with the fact that there was an odd bond between Mirage, mirrors, and the others. But what was it? Finally, Saint found the right words. According to myth, Mirage created mirrors, as in she did not simply craft one, or even the first one, she crafted the very concept of reflections, and allowed the world to see itself for what it was. That is why other deities disliked and shunned her, because she showed them the most cruel sight of all. She showed them the truth of what they looked like and of what they were. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Effie was busy carrying boxes out of the trunk of her car, while Morgan was staring at her reflection with a peculiar expression on her pale face. So, he was the only one left to ask questions. What do you mean crafted, the concept of reflections? That does not make any sense. What did the world look like before she invented mirrors, then? Were there no reflective surfaces anywhere at all? That sounded quite preposterous. But then again, that was a daemon he was talking about. Hope had invented the concept of writing, while Nether had created a whole race of living beings. Weaver had created the nightmare spell. So who was to say that Mirage could not have invented the concept of reflections? Saint shrugged. This is a myth, after all. Myths do not need to follow logic or reason, at least not the kind of logic or reason we would recognize as such. It all seemed perfectly reasonable to people who invented these myths, though she looked into one of the mirrors decorating the church. According to myth, Mirage was sad and lonely one day. She could imagine anything in the world, but she could not imagine herself. So she decided to make something out of nothing to do what she could not, and entertain herself. Saint pointed to her reflection. So, Mirage found a place where water flowed across the mountains and created a series of dams and complicated lock systems. That was how the Mirror Lake was born, even if it was not called that back then yet. The Mirror Lake was vast and perfectly flat. Its surface was meant to become the first mirror. Sunny could not help but blink a few times. Huh. So that was the secret of the great dams and vast artificial lakes Mirage had created. Those lakes were simply massive mirrors of her making. The first mirrors to ever exist. That definitely gave the name of the Mirror Lake a new meaning. Leave it to demons to do everything on a completely ridiculous scale. So what happened next? Saint looked at him evenly. According to one myth, she took mist from a distant mountain chain and trapped it in the water. Strange creatures dwelled in that mist, and they became trapped in the lake too. Those creatures were shapeless and only existed when one looked at them. But she bent them into taking the shape of whoever looked into the water, and whatever faced the water. The first thing the creatures beheld was the moon, and so the first mirror was born when moonlight touched the surface of the lake. She sighed. According to a different myth, she trapped nothing in the water and imprisoned nobody in the lake. But when the moon rose above the world at night, Mirage imagined touching it, and so nothing became something, giving birth to the first reflection. In any case, after that, the creatures created by the demon of imagination out of nothing spread, eventually populating all of existence. Is just that they dwell in a place between somewhere and nowhere, the mirror realm, and rarely come in contact with the real world. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Wait, why does that make sense? If he were indeed to believe that Mirage created the very concept of reflections, then she would have needed building blocks to realize her grand design. The mist from a distant mountain chain that had to have been pure nothingness from the hollow mountains. Sunny had noted once that the nothing creatures and the others were alike, in some regard. After all, the nobodies only came into existence when they were perceived by someone. Similarly, reflections only took shape when one stood in front of a mirror. If there was nothing to reflect, the mirror remained empty. The others thrived on being witnessed, too. So wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the nothing creatures and the others were kin? Was just that. The former were wild and untamed, while the latter were domesticated and reshaped by the demon of imagination, becoming a closely related but entirely new kind of beings. Like wolves and dogs, Mirage had first created the others in the Mirror Lake, and from there they spread everywhere, until mirrors and reflections were commonplace throughout existence, as if an addition was made to the universal laws forming it, building an entire new concept on top of the universal laws of existence. That would indeed have been an accomplishment worthy of a daemon. Saint smiled faintly. Mirage beheld herself and surrounded herself with reflections, so she wasn't sad or lonely anymore. Sunny shivered. The great taboo placed upon the daemons by the gods. Demons had been prohibited from siring offspring, and many, maybe most of them, had tried to rebel against that prohibition in one way or another. Weaver had created the lineage. Nether had created the Stone Saints. Hope had settled among humans and nurtured them. Ariel had raised the Jade Queen. So what had Mirage done? Had she created the others, populated her palace of imagination with them, and enjoyed their companionship to lessen her solitude? If so, then the palace of imagination might not have been merely a daemon's playground. It might have been a place where her own fantasy had come true. Chapter 2501, Hidden in Reflections. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about Mirage and her whimsical kingdom. A land of towering dams, sprawling forests, lakes that glistened under the sun, and illusory castles that drifted upon the bed of reflected clouds, a place where fantasies came true. Playground populated by beings she had imagined to cure her solitude and entertain her. Sunny thought about how it had ended up as well. A broken sky, a shattered moon, a great castle that lay in ruins, and a drowned city hidden at the bottom of an abominable lake, with countless bones buried in the silt. The only untainted things that remained of the demon of imagination were the illusory simulacrum on her beautiful citadel, and the imaginary palace hidden in the reflections. The former had been usurped by the nightmare spell, and fashioned into a great stronghold for the awakened, while the latter was slowly falling apart, having been left without a master for too long. Sonny sighed. He had always loved unraveling the ancient mysteries of the dream realm, but at some point, delving deeper into its dark past became intertwined with a sense of wistful melancholy. Perhaps it was because he had become so much more powerful now. The protagonists of those ancient stories were not as distant and unreachable as they had seemed, once the gods, the daemons. Now that Sonny was halfway to becoming a deity himself, he could not perceive them as vast, faceless forces of nature anymore. He could relate to their woes and sorrows somewhat, and therefore was unable to deny their personhood. Should I really be feeling sorry for them, though? Those bastards were the ones who had ruined the world, after all. They were to blame for turning all of existence into a graveyard, but no matter how Sonny tried, he could not bring himself to hate the deities of bygone eras. Their fate was already tragic, and their ends were already bitter enough. It was all one big mess of cosmic proportions, and that mess was too distant and too vast for him to care about it personally. A wonderful lecture. Morgan had approached him and Saint at some point and chose that moment to speak. I did not know. Is strange, really, how little we knew about Bastion. My grandfather had conquered it, after all, and my father ruled it for decades. I guess it was only to be expected, though, considering how wary both of them were of the Great Mirror. They spent decades guarding against it, instead of trying to unravel its mysteries. I can't help but wonder if things would have been different if they were more curious. Effie, who had brought the last box from the trunk of her PTV, or rather her family PTV, placed it on the floor and shook off drops of water from her shoulders. Of course things would have been different. She looked at Morgan and smiled. Your grandfather, your daddy, and you would have been replaced by the others decades ago. I hate to admit it, but let's give credit where credit is due. If there was one thing Anvil did right, it was keeping the Great Mirror covered at all times. As the current ruler of Bastion, that is precisely what I'm doing too. Morgan gave her a dark look, then shrugged. Fair enough. Sonny interrupted them in a neutral tone. That is great and all, but shall we get down to business, Effie? He gestured to Saint, who seemed to have tensed as a result. Will you do the honors? It was sort of fun to see this side of his taciturn shadow, but Sonny needed his trusted general more than he wanted to have fun. So they needed to make Saint remember who she was sooner rather than later. Having her going around while believing that she was a human, and a psychiatrist from before the dark times at that, was not only of little use, but also a hindrance. Of course, there was a risk in making Saint remember as well. Sonny did not know how she would behave after regaining her memories, but while still trapped in the body of a mundane human. Becoming mundane had been quite a shock for him after all, and Saint was not even of the same species. Living as a human would be an entirely alien experience to her. Would she still be able to play the role of Dr. Saint? If not, they would have an entirely different problem on their hands. Nevertheless, there was a lot of irony in the fact that Saint would have to experience what being a human felt like not long after Sonny had experienced being a stone saint. In any case, the benefits outweighed the risks. Effie stared at him for a bit, then sighed. Excuse me with that. He placed a hand on Saint's shoulder and looked into her eyes. Hey, Saint, was it? Snap out of it. The beautiful therapist looked up at her silently. Nothing happened for a few moments, and then her expression changed subtly. Her eyes widened slightly, and she seemed to hold her breath for a heartbeat or two. A slight crease appeared on her brow. She lingered for a while, then coughed. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to snap out of? Effie blinked a few times and glanced at Sonny before turning back to Saint. Come to your senses? Pull yourself together? Get a grip. Saint stared at her for a while, then raised a hand and deliberately pushed Effie's away, teeth grinding against each other. Saint exhaled slowly, then inhaled deeply, and closed her eyes for a few moments. Opening them again, she said in an even tone, Isn't that what I should be telling you three? She paused for a moment, and then added in a low voice, Damnation. Chapter 2502. Foundation of Health. Effie looked at Sunny with a confused expression. It does not seem to be working? Sunny was just as stumped. He gave Saint a thoughtful glance, then scratched the back of his head. Well, yeah. Maybe it is because she is not a complete person. As one of my shadows, Saint is technically a part of me. She usually resides within my soul, and before you say anything about a beautiful woman being trapped in me, know that I will break at least one of your arms if you do. Effie, who had already opened her mouth with a mischievous glint in her eyes, closed it again. Sunny glared at her for a moment, then continued, Alternatively, it might be because of her stalwart attribute, which makes her immune to mind attacks. Her Mirage City persona was forced upon her by the Palace of Imagination, so it is not a mental hex. Rather, it is a manifestation of divine sorcery, so your attempt to strip her of that persona might be seen as a mental assault instead, consciously or subconsciously. He grimaced. Or it could be something else entirely. Maybe the Castellan had stolen more of your authority in the last few days. Maybe it only worked on me that easily because I am a supreme. It's hard to say. Effie looked at him, then at Morgan. Morgan did not seem to know more about the Palace of Imagination than they did, though so she looked back to Sunny. So what do we do? He had no idea. Sunny remained silent for a while, then opened his mouth to say something. That moment, though, Saint shook her head and turned away with a determined expression. He panicked a little. Sorry? What are you doing, Saint? She looked around the church, then said evenly, I'm going to sleep. Saint headed to the nearest bench and pulled the white sheet off it, grimacing because of the dust. Sunny blinked a couple of times. You're going to sleep now? She turned around and pierced him with a chilling gaze. It is far past my bedtime, and as I mentioned, my sleep schedule is very important. Good sleep is the foundation of mental health. And since delusional disorders seem to have become infectious, as of late, somehow I must be vigilant. Her tone was letting them know that she would tolerate no compromises. Whipping around, Saint took off her coat, rolled it into a makeshift pillow, and settled on the bench. Soon enough, her figure was hidden under the white sheet. It was as if she was telling them that she refused to deal with their nonsense anymore. At least not tonight. Sunny, Morgan, and Effie stared in her direction with stunned expressions. Is she really going to sleep now? There was a hint of amusement in Morgan's voice. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then cleared his throat. Well, you heard her. Proper sleep is the foundation of mental health. Honestly, he could understand Saint's reaction. First, she had met him and was exposed to a bunch of nonsense that sounded completely delusional. Then someone tried to kill her. Then Morgan broke out of the mental hospital after someone tried to kill her too. Not only that, but she seemed to share in the delusions of the crazy detective. And after all that, Saint met Effie, who also went along with the insane antics of the delusional detective and the escaped mental patient. She could write off what Sunny said, and she could even try to explain why Morgan was playing along. After all, both of them were her patients, which meant that their mental health was compromised by definition. But with the third person added into the mix when three people confidently insisted on something completely insane, making you the strange one out for trying to cling to normalcy, even the most stable person would have no choice but to start doubting their own sanity. Considering that Saint had just survived a brutal attack, it was no surprise that she needed a break. Of course, Sunny had assumed that there would be no such problem because Saint would regain her memories, but she had not, which posed a problem. He frowned. It was already bad enough not to have the full support of his fearsome shadow, but in her current state, Saint was also vulnerable, and being hunted by Mirage City on top of that, which meant that she needed to be protected. The problem was that there was someone else who needed to be protected, the other Mordred. And Sunny could not be in two places at the same time. How inconvenient. Who could live like that? Only having one body was seriously so frustrating. Letting out a sigh, he shook his head and looked at the boxes Effie had carried into the church from her PTV. Let's get to work. We'll need to change our plans a little. Morgan glanced at the boxes and raised an eyebrow. What work are we talking about exactly? Opening one of the boxes and pulling out a stack of documents, Sonny smiled faintly. What else? Detective work, of course. He pointed to the documents. These are case materials Effie fetched, while I was busy driving you and Saint around, everything having to do with the nihilist case, as well as everything we have gathered regarding the recent attempt on the other Mordred's life. We might not be able to find the culprit just yet, but we can at least narrow down the list of suspects, perhaps find a clue or two about who the Castellan is. Morgan tilted her head a little, then nodded. Makes sense. Let's get to work then. She leaned down to open another box and froze with a strange expression on her face. Huh. Sonny looked into the box and let out a heavy sigh. There were no documents inside the box. Instead, it was filled to the brim with cartons of chocolate milk and packs of donuts. Effie, what the hell? She looked at him with an expression of hurt innocence. What? You told me to get food, in case we'll have to spend a lot of time in the hideaway. Sonny took a deep breath. Food! I said food, not dessert! Effie blinked a couple of times, then smiled. Oh, I brought food too, she pointed. That box, and that one as well. Sonny rubbed his temples and suppressed a groan. Maybe I should go take a nap, too. Chapter 2503. Anomaly. It seemed impossible, but Saint did actually fall asleep. In fact, it only took her a few minutes. 5 minutes. Exactly, actually, to fall into the embrace of sleep, almost as if there was a stopwatch built into her head. Sonny was secretly impressed. He had heard that seasoned soldiers developed the ability to fall asleep on a dime, but never experienced it himself. By the time Sonny joined the Southern Campaign, he had already become a master. People he had spent most time with were awakened as well, and awakened had a complicated relationship with sleep, especially so in Antarctica, where the nightmare gates opening everywhere had made it so that every time they fell asleep, they risked never waking up again. He stared at the sleeping form of Saint, then shook his head and picked up a carton of chocolate milk. Anyway, let's arrange the wow. Why is this so good? What was I? Oh, right. Let's arrange the documents first. Using the materials Effie had gathered, they unfolded a map of Mirage City on the altar and quickly assembled a version of the investigation board hidden in the devil detective's wardrobe on its surface. After studying it for a few moments, Morgan raised an eyebrow. There is a lot of information, but it should all be useless, no? Even I know that the nihilist leaves no clues behind. Sonny shook his head. No, it won't be useless. In fact, it will be quite useful. Because the situation has changed. Even if there were no clues before, there will be now. We just need to find them, Morgan shrugged. All right, Effie, meanwhile, studied the photos of the victims and asked in a dubious tone, There is something I don't understand, though. These people, they were all Mordred's vessels, right? But what were they here in Mirage City? Every one of them had a role to play, just like we play the roles of two police detectives. Did the nihilist kill them because of their roles? Or were they killed because they were Mordred? How is that even possible? He should not have access to his aspect here. Sonny contemplated for a while, then responded in a hesitant tone. Maybe it's both. He looked at the photos. First of all, I think I know why these people received roles in Mirage City. It is not very obvious. But when you think about it, something does not make sense. Where do all these people come from? The entire population of Mirage City, I mean not the others themselves, but precisely the shapes they take. He looked at Effie. Your counterpart knew that the devil detective went insane when his former partner, the previous homicide division captain, was killed. That was the local version of Jet, by the way. But why Jet has never entered the Great Mirror? Actually, Detective Sunless and Officer Athena had existed in Mirage City long before we arrived. How come? At that moment, Morgan spoke. I can explain that. I noticed more than a few familiar faces here, so I considered this issue thoroughly as well, and the conclusion I came to is that the Great Mirror uses the reflections of anyone who has ever set foot in Bastion as reference material or maybe inspiration. She pointed to the photos of the victims. Jet visited Bastion before, so her reflection ended up in Mirage City. So did you and Athena. So did I, for that matter. So there were others wearing our likeness in Mirage City. Sonny nodded. That is what I suspected as well. Then here comes the interesting part. What if a person appears who has not one reflection, but many, like Mordred. Sonny remained silent for a moment, then pointed to himself. And a second question. What happens if a being whose consciousness inhabits several bodies enters the Great Mirror? I only sent one incarnation to Bastion. But what if all 7 entered the Palace of Imagination? He sighed. And lastly, what happens when a person who already has an established role in Mirage City, who is its axis no less, has an evil twin, and that evil twin suddenly enters the Great Mirror too? Sonny chuckled darkly. I'm willing to bet that the Castellan had no idea what to do with the real Mordred. Mordred is an error, as far as the Castellan is concerned, so it gave him a multitude of roles and then arranged for all these people to be removed. The only one who did not receive a role, ironically enough, was our Mordred himself. Gods. I just felt a little nauseated by having to call him our Mordred. He paused for a moment. Calling him the real Mordred also does not work either, since we don't know which one of them is real. So what do we call them? Effie raised a hand with a smile. I know. How about? Sonny hurriedly interrupted her. Anyway, let's call them Mordred and the other Mordred. The point is, Mordred was not given a role, and that was how he was able to survive without being slain by the nihilist. He is like a ghost, someone who does not exist in Mirage City, or at least is not supposed to exist. An anomaly. Morgan raised an eyebrow. But how does it help us catch the nihilist? Sonny pointed to the investigation map. The Castellan killed every vessel of Mordred. It could catch, but now that we are here, the story has been rewritten to give the killings a proper explanation. So now they were killed both because they were Mordred and because something about their roles made them prime victim candidates for the nihilist. Effie blinked a few times. The serial killer was retconned? Is that what you mean? Sonny shrugged. I guess so. Now we can actually discover who the nihilist is. In fact, we have quite a powerful advantage on our side as far as detective work goes. Morgan tilted her head a little. What advantage? He could not help but chuckle. Well, ironically enough, it is that we are not detectives. He studied the investigation map and said in a measured tone, everything in Mirage City has been changed to fit the new story, you see. The truth of what happened, the details of the identities of the victims, the evidence, the autopsy reports. Looking up from the map, he raised a hand and tapped his temple with a finger. The only thing that did not change is us real people. And that is why we are actually in a great position to solve this case. Sonny pointed to the documents, because we had studied the case before its story was changed, so we don't really need to search for a needle in a haystack. We don't need to parse through all this information to find the smallest hint of a clue. He smiled. We just need to find what has changed compared to how these documents were before. That is how we will learn what story the Castellan is telling. Chapter 2504, When Life Gives You High Fructose Corn Syrup. Just like every day, Saint woke up before dawn broke. However, she did not feel refreshed and well-rested like she usually would. Instead, she felt tired, dazed, and hurting all over. That was because she did not wake up in her comfortable, state-of-the-art orthopedic bed. Instead, she woke up on the hard surface of a church bench. Her luxurious cotton percale bedding was nowhere to be seen, either replaced by a single dusty sheet of cheap and coarse fabric. Naturally, her carefully selected pillow was also gone, supplanted by a rolled-up trench coat. She had even slept in her clothes, and only for a few hours. Unacceptable. Trying her best not to feel indignant, Saint sighed and sat up, rubbing her eyes. Ouch! Her bruised body hurt. The cuts on her fingers stung as well. The handkerchief wrapped around them had turned brown from blood and was sticking unpleasantly to her skin. She was dirty, disheveled, and grumpy. She felt disgusting. That did not happen often. Saint looked around groggily, of course. Her clean and quiet apartment was nowhere to be seen. Sadly, she was still in an abandoned church, in the company of 2 unhinged detectives and an escaped patient. They did not seem to have slept at all. Instead, they were sitting around a makeshift table, discussing something in hushed voices. The hum of their whispering felt jarring in the echoing silence of the empty church. Irritating. Saint sighed. The morning was a time for exercise, personal hygiene, self-care, and nutrition. Oh no! Saint could not exercise properly because her body was bruised and battered after the altercation with the 3 brutes. Putting strain on it, would only exacerbate the damage. Personal hygiene was also a victim of her circumstance. She did not have her cleanser lotion, exfoliating scrub lotion, hydrating shampoo, and balancing conditioner, let alone her skincare and hair care products. All she had access to was bottled water to wash her hands and face. Letting out another grumpy sigh, Saint rose from the bench and did just that. Anything was better than nothing. While Saint was carefully unwrapping the handkerchief from her hand and rinsing the deep cuts, Detective Athena looked at her and smiled. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. There's toothpaste and a spare toothbrush in that box over there. Enjoy." Saint gave her a long, somber look. Sometime later she was done with trying and failing to make herself look presentable. Then Saint was faced with another blow. Naturally, she treated all matters having to do with nutrition seriously. But her balanced breakfast was a pipe dream. At the moment, instead, she was presented with the food supplies in one of the boxes. A galore of ultra-processed carbs, artificial additives, and chemical preservatives, all under a thick layer of high-fructose corn syrup. It was basically poison. "I can't eat that." Saint stared at the box with a lost expression, not knowing what to do. Noticing her hesitation, Detective Athena smiled again. "Oh, there are also some donuts left. Treat yourself." Looking at her smiling face, Saint felt something that she had never felt before. The desire to smack another human being right across their face. Her eyes widened a little. "I am not okay? And whose fault was that?" "Theirs." Taking a deep breath, Saint counted to 10 and then said politely, "Thank you, but I am not hungry." Picking up a bottle of water, she quenched her thirst and stayed motionless for a while. Now that her morning ritual, or at least a version of it, was complete, she could finally think about her situation. Her mood only grew worse. Someone had tried to kill her. She did not know who or why. There were detectives protecting her, but their mental state was questionable. Morgan, the heiress of the Valor Group, had escaped from a secure mental hospital and was now here with her, acting as if nothing odd was happening. So what was Saint supposed to do? Going home. Seemed like an unwise decision, considering that someone was out to get her. Going to work was similarly problematic. Relying on her rescuers, she listened to what they were saying. At that moment, Detective Sunless was shaking his head. "It is still not enough. Sure, we determined that the past of the victims was changed to give them a connection to the Valor Group. The company of the guy who was supposed to renovate this neighborhood was a minor contractor for them. The young security guard was previously assigned to a different post. The older woman worked in an agency that provided outsourcing archival services for one of the Valor Group branches, but that is still not enough to pinpoint the exact culprit." Detective Athena answered in a carefree tone, "Yes? But if we add the attempted victims to the list, the CEO, 2 detectives who had been in contact with him, Morgan and her psychiatrist, then the entire picture changes, doesn't it?" Morgan shrugged. "There is nothing in my counterpart's memory to easily explain why she would be targeted. At least not on the surface, even if she knew something. I'd need to know what to look for first to find pertinent information." Detective Sunless spoke again. "There are very few issues that would require both the CEO and his sister to be taken out of the picture. An attempted coup? That doesn't make sense, though. Even if both Mordred and Morgan disappear, the power will simply return to Anvil. We don't think that he's behind the nihilist, do we? He's supposed to be out of the country anyway?" Saint closed her eyes for a moment. "Great. Now they think that I became collateral damage in some sort of power struggle within the Valor Group?" She drank her water in silence, feeling miserable. By then, the conversation had changed course. "Whoever the culprit is, they won't stop trying. We need to be ready to defend ourselves, which can be more problematic than we think. Do any of you know how to use this thing? I pilfered it from the highly skilled, deadly, armed assassin who had tried to kill me." Morgan spoke next. "No. I never trained with firearms, let alone antique ones." Detective Effie chuckled. "What's so difficult about it? You just point it at the adversary and press the trigger, right?" Detective Sunless did not sound too sure. "Well, I don't know. Their cars need to be fueled with flammable liquid and their communicators only work half a day without being charged. Who knows what their guns use as ammunition?" Frowning, Saint turned her head and then spoke evenly. This is a double-action 6-shot revolver, Smith & Wesson Model 10. It uses 38 caliber bullets. Also, don't point it at each other, please. You are detectives, so you should know how to follow basic gun safety. Detective Sunless blinked a few times. Actually, I have no idea. I was near a lot of guns in the evacuation army, but I never even fired one, let alone trained to handle one. Then he smiled brightly. But you seem to know your way around a gun, Saint. Well, of course you do. After all, you are a weapon master. Saint frowned. What about her gave this bizarre man the impression that she knew how to handle a firearm? Not that she didn't. Pursing her lips, Saint remained silent for a moment, then said reluctantly, I do have a marksmanship certificate. I used to practice shooting to maintain a good level of hand-eye coordination. He nodded a couple of times. Of course you did. Then you keep it. With that, he pushed the revolver into her hand. Saint froze, startled. Excuse me? Detective Sunless smiled. You know, for self-defense, next time someone tries to strangle you, blow their brains out. All right? Then, after thinking for a few moments, he added, actually bash their brains out before they try to strangle you. Yeah, that would be way better. Chapter 20505. Bold Solution. Saint seemed to hesitate before accepting the revolver, but then gave Sunny a reluctant nod. She checked the gun with precise and confident movements, making sure that it was loaded, then hid it in the pocket of her trench coat. It was hard to tell if she felt safer with a weapon since her expression was almost always calm and placid, but Sunny hoped that she did because he himself felt troubled. Being mundane was already bad enough, but he was at least confident in his ability to overpower most enemies in a brawl. Now that firearms entered the picture, though, Sunny had to face his own mortality. One bullet was enough to end his life. How nostalgic. He was reminded of his youth in the outskirts of NQSC, where armed thugs had been like deities who wielded power over life and death at their fingertips. It was such a long time since Sunny had felt threatened by guns that he was having trouble adjusting to this new old reality. By the way, aren't we supposed to have those as well? Effie's question made him scratch the back of his head. Right. As detectives, we have the right to carry firearms. Sunny rummaged in the devil detective's memories for a few moments, but they are under lock and key back at the police department. We can only take them out after providing a proper justification and filling out a bunch of forms. Guns were a rarity in Mirage City, and even cops hesitated to use them. Still, maybe it would be prudent to retrieve their own revolvers from the armory sooner rather than later, considering that random assassins were running around with them. He sighed. Anyway, where were we? They had pored over all the available information last night, finding ways in which it was different from how it had been before. Luckily, Sunny had studied the investigation board in the devil detective's apartment at the start of their stay in Mirage City, so he knew what to look for. What they had discovered was that the victims of the Nihilist were now connected to the Valor Group in subtle but undeniable ways. The owner of a construction company, the archivist, the suspiciously affluent civil inspector, all of them were tied to the Valor Group, either obviously or covertly in and of itself. That was a meaningless clue. After all, the Valor Group was too vast and influential here in Mirage City. Everyone was connected to it in one way or another. However, that clue ceased to be meaningless when one factored in one vital detail, that these connections had been formed only recently in the process of Mirage City rewriting itself to fit the story of how the Nihilist chose his victims. It was because of how the stories of these people had changed that Sunny could deduce that their connection to Valor was the reason for their deaths, as opposed to a mere coincidence. The root of the matter still dodged him, though. At best, he knew where to look for it. Sunny grimaced. There are only a few hours left before we are supposed to start interviewing persons of interest in the other Mordred's attempted assassination case. That can potentially shed more light on the identity of the culprit. That was the plan yesterday, at least. However, today, I think that our plans were too conservative. Effie arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sunny shrugged. The city was not trying to kill us yesterday so we could take our sweet time. But there is a deadline now, quite literally, so we need to hurry things along. Morgan, who had changed out of the borrowed nurse uniform into a spare set of clothes, Effie had kept in the car, looked at herself in displeasure. The sleeves of the hoodie she was wearing were obviously too long for her, and the hoodie itself looked way too baggy on her svelte body. Pursing her lips, She rolled up the sleeves and let out a heavy sigh. How are we going to hurry them, exactly? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. Well, no matter how you look at it, there is one person at the center of all of this. The source of Mirage City. Mordred, the other Mordred, I mean. Hearing that, Saint frowned slightly, but did not say anything. She removed the cap from the water bottle in her hands and brought it to her lips, taking a measured sip. Sunny shrugged. So, let's kidnap him. Saint spat out the water, coughed, and looked at him with wide eyes. Huh. She can make that expression as well. Effie and Morgan remained more composed, but they seemed surprised as well. Kidnap him? Sunny nodded simply. That is the easiest solution. Listen, we don't have a lot of time, and we have too many things to do. We need to catch the nihilist. We need to protect Saint. We need to make sure that the other Mordred survives, all the while staying alive ourselves. So, let's turn all these things into one thing. He pointed to the altar of the abandoned church, where Mordred's photo lay at the center of the investigation map. We need to put him and Saint together to remove the need to split our forces for protecting them both in separate locations. We also don't know enough to find the nihilist. So, let's make the nihilist come to us instead. As long as we have the other Mordred, whoever is trying to get rid of him will come for us, and that will be our chance to follow the traces back to the source. Saint wiped her lips with the back of her hand and pierced him with a glare. Now, wait a moment. Morgan spoke then, interrupting her. He is already protected enough. He is the most protected person in the city. Believe me, I know otherwise I would have already killed him. So what good will kidnapping him do? Sunny shook his head. If the person pulling the strings is hidden within valor, like the other Mordred thinks, then his own security might represent the most threat to him. The same people who are meant to protect him might become his executioners. She frowned, but did not object to that line of reasoning immediately. In that ensuing silence, Effie said with a dubious expression, That might be true, but they will still protect him from us. So, how are we even supposed to kidnap him? Sunny suppressed a smile, as if he had been expecting that exact question. Elementary, my dear Effie. He walked over to Morgan, placed a hand on her shoulder, and grinned. We have his baby sister. I'm sure he's worried out of her mind right now. So we just need to use Morgan as a lure. Morgan looked at him in displeasure, while Effie smiled brightly. Oh, I see. Sure, that makes sense. As the three of them gave each other calm looks, already thinking about the practical steps of what they needed to accomplish, Saint finally spoke again. Wait, hold on, wait a second. We are not seriously planning to kidnap the CEO of the Valor Group, are we? That would be insane. She fell silent then, hearing her own words, and sighed. Sunny grinned. Don't worry, we'll only kidnap him a little. Chapter 21506, Behind Mirror Eyes. Standing on the balcony of the Valor Manor, Mordred looked at the vast expanse of the Mirror Lake stretching in front of him. The sun was rising, and the tranquil waters were starting to glisten with a beautiful golden light. Far in the distance, the magnificent silhouette of the great castle rose from the golden glow, looking like something out of a fairy tale. It was a stunning sight, despite the hazy curtain of the falling rain obscuring it. Mordred smiled, enjoying the view. He drank his morning coffee in silence, not thinking about anything in particular. These quiet minutes at dawn were the only time he got to spend at peace. Later in the day, he was always busy with work, solving urgent problems, and interacting with countless people. Those problems were engaging and enjoyable in and of themselves, but it was a different kind of pleasure. By the time the exquisite ceramic cup in his hand ran dry, there was movement on the gravel road leading to the manor. Noticing a luxurious black car arriving at the manor, Mordred sighed quietly. His expression changed, betraying a sense of melancholy for a moment. Then it was replaced by his usual simple smile, and he left the balcony. Still wearing his silk pajamas, soft slippers, and an exquisitely embroidered Viridian robe, he left his room and descended to the first floor. The maids, valets, and Sebastian were nowhere to be seen. Opening the door, he finally found them, assembled in two neat rows outside the entrance with umbrellas in their hands. Good morning! Picking up an umbrella himself, Mordred walked out to meet the arriving car. The door swung open before the chauffeur had the time to touch it, and an imposing man climbed out of it, wearing a stern expression. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, with a lean but mighty physique. He had dark hair and a thick, dignified beard. The expression on his noble face was harsh and austere, and his gray eyes were as cold as tempered steel. He looked around coldly, and his heavy gaze landed on Mordred. The man remained silent for a few moments, studying him somberly. Then a wide smile split his chiseled face, instantly warming it up. "Son." Mordred smiled too, hiding his melancholy behind that smile. "Dad." Before he could say anything else, he was encased in a bear hug. "Come here, brat. How long has it been since we last saw each other? You are still too skinny, Sebastian. What have you been feeding this guy?" Indeed, it was none other than Anvil, Mordred's father. "Where's Mom?" Anvil gave Mordred a conspiratorial smile and brought a finger to his lips. "Shh, she fell asleep on the way from the airfield. Don't wake her just yet." Leaving the protection of Mordred's umbrella, he took a few steps toward the lake and inhaled deeply. Ah, the stench. I missed it. Looking back, he grinned. "Your mom and I have done some wonderful work in less fortunate places, and I wouldn't change it for the world, but nothing beats home, does it?" Anvil turned back to the lake and chuckled, taking in the side of the castle. "Look at it, rising from the water. Just as magnificent as it has always been. Well, maybe a little more magnificent now after the renovations are done." Smiling wryly, he finally returned to stand under the umbrella. "I hear the castle is opening to the public soon. Mirage Museum, huh? Was that your idea?" Mordred nodded. Seemed sad to just look at it from a distance. Always outside reach and empty, like a mirage. So, I thought I'd let people visit it and look around. Getting the city hall to cooperate took a lot of work. But you know how these things are. Anvil nodded. "I do, and hearing you say that, I'm happier than ever that I retired." Throwing his head back, he laughed. "Now, let's wake your mother up and go inside." His expression darkened a little. "I am sorry we couldn't come back earlier, son. That stuff with your sister, you two had us very worried. If not for Maddock promising to look after you and Morgan, we would have abandoned everything and returned immediately." Mordred smiled faintly. "Yes, Uncle was of great help. How about?" At that moment his phone rang. Letting out a sigh, Mordred took it out of his pocket, looked at the screen, and accepted the call. "Yes. What is the matter?" He listened to whoever it was on the other side for a few moments, and then scowled. "What? What do you mean they lost her? What about?" There was a muffled sound of a man's voice from the phone, and his expression became even more troubled. "How is this possible? I was told that the hospital in question." After listening for a few more moments, he ended the call and remained motionless for a while, looking into the distance with a worried expression. Sensing his son's unease, Anvil asked in a calm tone, "What was that?" Mordred flinched, then looked at his father silently. Eventually, he took a deep breath and said, "It was Uncle's assistant?" Apparently, Morgan, she vanished. "I don't know how this is possible, considering that the facility we chose for her was supposed to provide the best care around the clock, but I will find out." Anvil studied him for a few moments, then sighed. "That girl, I think I spoiled her too much. She really knows how to throw a tantrum. But before you blame your old man, remember that you spoiled her the most." A pale smile appeared on Mordred's face. "Of course I did. She is my little sister." Anvil shook his head. "Look at you still covering for her. I heard that she really crossed the line this time trying to hurt you. That is too much even for her. Aren't you mad?" Mordred tilted his head a little. "Mad?" He considered the question for a few moments. "I'm never mad. I can't be mad." Offering his father a smile, he handed him the umbrella and sighed. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'll have to go deal with that hug Mom for me. I'll be back for dinner." Anvil nodded. "Of course. Go do what you need to do. Drag Morgan home as well. I'll give her a stern talking to." Mordred looked at him for a few moments, then turned away out of Anvil's sight. His smile dimmed a little. He lingered for a bit, then headed inside to change clothes. Behind him, the waters of the lake were stirring, restless, as its surface was being pelted by the rain. Chapter 2507, Return to the Scene of the Crime. Soon enough, Mordred was leaving the manor in one of his luxurious cars. Used to be that 2 escort vehicles were assigned to his security detail, but because of the recent incident, there were 4 of them now, 1 driving ahead, 1 guarding the rear, and 2 flanking his car from both sides. The new chauffeur had not been vetted yet, so Mordred's assistant was behind the wheel for now. Where to, sir? Fastening his seatbelt, Mordred contemplated for a few moments, then said in a somewhat tense tone, The hospital where Morgan was being kept. Let's get there as soon as possible." The assistant nodded, accelerating slightly. They drove along the lake shore for a while. The sun rose higher and higher, but the gray twilight enveloping Mirage City seemed to only grow dimmer. The stormy clouds fused into an impenetrable veil, discharging heavy torrents of rain ceaselessly. Still, Mordred could see the vague silhouette of the great castle towering above the water in the distance. "I should check how the preparations for the grand opening of Mirage Museum are going." The opening was not going to happen for quite some time, though. For now, he had more pressing matters to worry about. As if reading Mordred's thoughts, the assistant spoke from the driver's seat. "Sir, I forwarded the Flood Prevention Initiative report to your personal inbox as requested. Things seem to be going well." Mordred looked away from the window and stared ahead in confusion for a couple of moments. Then he smiled faintly. "Oh, thank you." Picking up a tablet from the mahogany desk built into the interior of the car, he accessed the report and immersed himself in reading. It was fortunate that he had a little work to do on the way that way. At least, there was something to distract him from his worries. "I wonder how long it will take to reach the hospital." Some of the roads were flooded while others were congested. It was hard to say for sure. After a while, Mordred sighed. "This can't be right. Who checked these numbers?" The assistant looked at him through the rear-view mirror. "Oh, I was surprised too, however. Valor Construction had already been mobilizing its forces in preparation for the reconstruction contracts that would follow after the floods. And they seem to still have some surplus materials left after finishing up the dam restoration project. That was a big commission, as you know. They've been waiting for a new flagship project since then." Mordred nodded. "I see." Then he shook his head. "Still, there must be a mistake in the report. Get me the original copy, on paper. Oh, and let's order a minor audit of Valor Construction while we're at it. We are going to be working closely with the City Hall in the next few months, so it's better to prepare in advance and have all the numbers at hand." The assistant nodded. "I will arrange it, sir." Mordred sighed and looked out the window once again. So many things were happening. Nothing had been happening for a long while, and now everything seemed to be happening at once. The other was here. He actually came back. Morgan was behaving strangely. And then there were the detectives. Actually, their presence. "No, don't think about it. Don't." The assistant looked at him strangely. "Did you say something, sir?" Mordred offered him a pleasant smile. "No, let's hurry." Soon enough, they arrived at the hospital. The water was rising in this part of town, close to the northern dam, but the barricade of sandbags surrounding the building seemed to be holding for now. Workers in yellow raincoats were still scurrying to reinforce it, some wading through the water to drag the new sandbags from a truck that had broken down on the flooded parking lot. It was a lively scene. There was even a street musician playing a simple melody under a makeshift awning that the workers had raised. "Please wait a few moments, sir. I'll find a dry place to park the car." The escort vehicles stopped first, letting out a small crowd of bodyguards. The assistant opened the door and held up an umbrella. Climbing out of the car, Mordred looked around and headed toward the hospital with confident steps. "Oh, go give that musician some change, and order hot meals and coffee to be delivered to the workers." The assistant disappeared with a bow. Entering the lobby, Mordred stumbled a little and looked ahead with a stunned expression. There were 2 people waiting for him. The director of the hospital, he knew. Next to him, however, Mordred was more or less the most powerful and wealthy man in Mirage City. Due to the nature of his position, he had met and interacted with most of the local prominent figures, politicians, titans of industry, spiritual leaders, and the brightest stars of the art world, as well actors and actresses, runway models, incandescent idols of the musical stage. but he had never once seen anyone as stunning as the woman standing silently next to the hospital director. Mordred had really considered himself immune to being stunned by someone's beauty, but at the moment, he found it hard to hide his shock. Wow! Still, his bafflement only lasted a second. A heartbeat later, he regained his composed expression. That composure was only outward, though inwardly, his emotions were still in turmoil. Who can she be? The director bowed slightly, looking at him with a familiar, sycophantic smile. Mr. Mordred, welcome. I wish that there was a more auspicious reason for your visit, but sadly, well, it is what it is. Oh, and this is Dr. Saint. She was in charge of Miss Morgan's treatment, so she would know best about your sister's mental state. Mordred blinked a few times. Your name is Saint? How fitting. He smiled. The stunning psychiatrist simply looked at him without saying anything. The absolute indifference of her gaze made him feel a little actually. Mordred did not even know how to describe how it made him feel. All he knew was that he vastly preferred her aloof disregard to the director's obvious desire to please. No one has ever treated me that way before. Chapter 2508. Stone Cold. After studying the beautiful psychiatrist closer, Mordred noticed how tired and worse for wear Dr. Saint looked. There were bruises on her eerily beautiful face. Her clothes were wrinkled under the white lab coat, and one of her hands was bandaged tightly. A concerned frown found its way onto his face against his will. I'm sorry, Morgan. Were you hurt? Dr. Saint remained silent for a few moments, then cast a cold glance at the members of his retinue. After hesitating a little, she frowned and said in a sonorous, enthralling voice, Can we speak in private, Mr. Mordred? It took him a few seconds to come to his senses after hearing her voice and realize that she had asked him a question. Mordred stared at the beautiful psychiatrist for a bit, then looked at his bodyguards. Wait here. He gave the director a signal to remain in the lobby as well. Dr. Saint nodded. Then, follow me. Turning around, she headed into the depths of the hospital, unlocking several doors with her keycard as they went. Is something the matter, Dr. Saint? I am. Quite concerned about my sister. I was under the impression that she had been receiving the best treatment here, but the next thing I knew, she vanished. What exactly happened? She glanced at him over her shoulder. Last night, Miss Morgan escaped after killing a nurse and 3 orderlies. Mordred flinched. What? Why wasn't I informed? Uncle Maddock had not mentioned anything about someone having been killed. Dr. Saint sighed. She claims that they were assassins who infiltrated the hospital by posing as staff in order to kill her. Usually I would have said that Miss Morgan is suffering from paranoid personality disorder, and she might be, but in this case, I'm really not sure. Still shocked, Mordred nodded. Yes, Morgan. Morgan is not someone who would hurt people. I mean, she has never hurt anyone. Are you sure that she killed someone then? His eyes widened a little. Wait, you said that she claims to have killed them, meaning that you are in contact with her? Dr. Saint nodded again. Yes, in fact, She seemed to hesitate for a while, then added with a hint of reluctance, I can take you to her. Just then, Mordred realized that he had no idea where they were. He had been too distracted by Dr. Saint's breathtaking beauty at first, and the shocking news about Morgan later. The two of them had left the more crowded parts of the hospital and were now in some kind of service area. The air was cold and humid, and there was a thin layer of water on the floor. Mordred looked around in confusion. I'm sorry, but where are we going? Instead of answering, Dr. Saint simply beckoned for him to follow. They took a few turns, ascended a set of stairs, and ended up in front of a chained door. There, Dr. Saint stopped and gave him a complicated look. Suddenly finding himself face to face with her, gazing into her eyes. Mordred coughed and took a step back in embarrassment. I'm sorry, but is there something on my face? She remained silent for a while longer, then said evenly, Mr. Mordred, I am a person who values orderly and reasonable things. However, the situation we find ourselves in is disorderly and irrational, distasteful. Really, so we can only follow our instincts and do what we think is best. Mordred blinked a few times. What is she? Dr. Saint sighed again. What I mean to say is that I will not let things get out of hand. If you feel too uncomfortable, give me a signal, and I'll find a way to stop all of this. Mordred stared at her silently for a few moments with no expression on his face. Behind the composed facade, however, he was anything but calm. Eventually he asked, "Do you mean like a safe word?" The stunning psychiatrist frowned, looked at him for a moment, then turned away to unlock the door, while ignoring his question completely. Beyond it was the street running along the utility annex of the hospital. The rain was pouring from the gray sky, and streams of water were flowing through the small gaps in the hastily assembled sandbag barricade. The workers were hastily trying to plug the holes, and a lone security guard was hiding from the rain under the canopy. Mordred looked past the barricade. Though there, a ramshackle black car with a cracked windshield was parked in the middle of the street, with two people leaning against it leisurely. The detectives, Mordred raised his eyebrows. "Detective Sunless? Detective Athena? What are you doing here?" Detective Athena smiled. "Oh, we just happen to be in the neighborhood." Detective Sunless smiled as well. "We're kidnapping you." His partner gave him a startled look. "What? Hey, what happened to the plan? Weren't we going to lure him into the car peacefully?" He cleared his throat, then offered her a shrug. "Well," he asked. Mordred stared at them with an odd expression. "Huh? Wait, so Dr. Saint?" Suddenly he wanted to fall through the ground. Mordred lingered for a few moments, then shook his head slightly. "Oh, I am terribly sorry, detectives, but it would be very inconvenient for me to get kidnapped at the moment. I have to find my sister, you see. My parents are also visiting. There are floods in the city, and I need to plan a museum opening as well. So, with all due respect, once again, I'm truly sorry I will have to refuse." Mordred would have obliged the detectives some other time, but he was otherwise engaged today. So, he was not going to humor them. They could have just scheduled an appointment. Mordred offered them a polite smile. It was then that he felt something cold press against his back and heard the sound of a pistol hammer being cocked. Looking over his shoulder, Mordred saw Dr. Saint looking at him with her beautiful, glistening eyes. One could drown in those eyes, but it seemed that she was holding a revolver against his back. The beautiful psychiatrist sighed, then winced in displeasure. "Really? Now I must have lost my mind too." She took a deep breath. "Anyway, please get into the car, mister." "Mordred! You are being kidnapped. We are kidnapping you." Mordred tilted his head a little on second thought. "I can go for a ride." Chapter 2509, Humble CEO, Hunts. Sunny knew that Saint had agreed to cooperate with them. Someone was trying to kill her after all, and the two deranged detectives seemed to be the only thing standing between her and an early demise. He had also harbored no doubt that she would be able to separate the other Mordred from his security and lure the poor fool to this secluded service entrance. What Sunny had not expected, however, was that she would nonchalantly point a gun at the CEO of the Valor Group and tell him to get into the car in an even tone. Not that he was going to complain. Go, Saint? The workers and the lone security guard did not seem to have noticed the gun yet. Interestingly enough, they weren't turning into glassy-eyed zombies yet either, which was not that hard to explain. It was perfectly in character for a hot-headed detective with a grudge to forcefully take away a suspected murderer for interrogation. It was also in character for his inexperienced partner to go along with the plan. Usually one of them would have been a maverick, while the other would have loved to do everything by the book. Both the other Mordred was out of luck. The detective duo he had invited into his life were both slightly unhinged. Apparently, it was also perfectly in character for Dr. Saint to point guns at people, as long as she considered it a reasonable development. With haste, Mr. Mordred, if you will. Sunny opened the passenger door and invited Mordred into the PTV. The luxuriously dressed CEO gave the old vehicle a dubious glance, then obediently climbed inside. Effie and Saint took the back seat while he looked around the ragged interior with a curious smile. "How quaint, Detective Sunless. Are you perchance an antique collector?" Sunny, who had just put his hands onto the wheel, gave him a scathing glare. "This guy? No, I'm just poor buckle-up starting the PTV." He drove off at high speed. As the tires clung desperately to the wet asphalt, Sunny glanced at his passenger, remained silent for a moment, and said, "Please make no mistake. Technically, we might be kidnapping you, but it is for your own safety. We have reasons to believe that there will be another attempt on your life, and we can't trust your subordinates. So you might as well think about it as being taken into protective custody. No hard feelings? Yes. The other Mordred smiled and assented too easily. Yes, Sonny frowned. Why was he being so accommodating? Powerful CEO was supposed to be arrogant and domineering, sort of like Morgan had been before the fall of Valor. Imagining trying to force her into a PTV made Sonny shiver. But since Mordred was being so amicable, Sonny glanced at him and then asked in a neutral tone, "How's that seatbelt treating you? Comfortable? That's good. I'm not that comfortable, sadly, because my seatbelt is pressing against a stab wound on my side. I've been stabbed, you see." "Oh, do you want to know who stabbed me?" He turned his head a little and smiled darkly. "I bet it was the same man who stabbed your driver to death. My, oh my, does he not like the idea of anyone driving you around?" The other Mordred met his gaze with a pleasant expression. "I'm afraid I don't understand what you're talking about, Detective," Sonny scoffed. "Sure you don't. You did not probe to see whether my partner is really who she seems to be, either, right?" Mordred blinked a few times. "I'm afraid I do not follow. Whatever do you mean?" Sonny grinned. "Cut the crap, would you? We know. We also know that you know, so how about we have an honest conversation about your other self, and where both of you come from, the real world?" Mordred looked at him in utter confusion. "I am truly sorry, Detective. I'm afraid I still can't grasp your meaning." Saint did not say anything, but Sonny could read what she wanted to blurt out from her expression, captured in the rearview mirror. Finally, a sane person, he pursed his lips. "What is the point of playing games if everything is already in the open? If you are afraid to break character, don't be. Everyone in this car is real. You are the Axis of Mirage City, anyway. The Castellan will probably change the Palace of Imagination to fit whatever you deem to acknowledge instead of punishing you for it." Mordred's pleasant smile grew a little forced. "I'm not playing games, Detective. I'm simply at a loss. You seem to be confused about something." Sonny threw a dark look at Effie, who just shrugged. "I don't get why he's being that way either. There's no reason to, unless there is something we are missing." Both of them looked at Saint. She shifted uncomfortably under their gazes. "Have you considered that it is your actions that are abnormal, as opposed to Mr. Mordred's reaction?" Sonny and Effie glanced at each other. "Nope, never crossed my mind." Saint sighed. By then, the PTV had left the quiet neighborhood where the hospital was located and driven onto a freeway. Sonny pressed the pedal down, accelerating as he weaved between other vehicles. Mordred's security had to have discovered his disappearance by now. If all had gone as planned, they would have no chance to pursue. But it was still a good idea to hurry away. At that moment, Effie's communicator rang. She answered the call and listened to it for a few moments, then grimaced. "Hey, Sonny, I have good news and bad news." He raised an eyebrow. "Was that Morgan?" She nodded. "Yes. The good news is that we gave Mordred's bodyguards a slip." Sonny frowned. "That is the bad news, then." Turning around, Effie looked back at the swiftly moving expanse of the freeway. It seems like he had been followed from a distance by several unmarked cars, and unlike his security detail, these cars are already on our tail. Looking into the rearview mirror, Sonny sighed. "Yeah, I know, I've been keeping an eye on them since we reached the freeway." Mordred raised an eyebrow. "We are being followed? By whom?" Sonny studied him for a moment, then shook his head. "Who else? People who want to kill you, of course." Chapter 251 Day. High Octane. Sonny could see 3 cars rushing through traffic to catch up to them, which did not mean that there weren't more. All 3 were nondescript and unassuming, but at the moment, they looked quite menacing. He sighed. "Doesn't make much sense, does it?" The other Mordred, who seemed oddly relaxed despite the threat to his life, lingered for a few moments and asked in a curious tone, "What doesn't make sense exactly?" Sonny frowned. "None of it makes any damn sense." By now, they knew that there was a larger conspiracy hiding behind the seemingly random nihilist killings. Still, the first 7 victims had been killed by the same lunatic. Their missing eyes hinted at that, at least. However, there was also the driver of the truck who had pushed Mordred's car into the river, as well as all the assailants from last night. And now, There seemed to be a large, coordinated force trying to finish the job. Sonny grimaced. "Hold on tight. This might be a bumpy ride." Pressing the pedal to the floor, he threw the PTV forward. "Ack!" Saint grabbed the assist grip and looked at him darkly. "Detective Sunless, where did you learn to drive?" Sonny grinned. "The war-torn reaches of Antarctica." Spinning the wheel, he managed to just barely squeeze the PTV between two speeding vehicles and change lanes. With a bit of free road in front of him, he accelerated even more. The rain was pelting the cracked windshield, and the wipers were drowning as they fruitlessly tried to clear it. It was practically impossible to see what was ahead, and the headlights of the vehicles around them fused into red and white blurs. His black PTV raced across the freeway at a speed that would have usually been negligible to Sonny, but was now terrifying. The black vehicles roared, as if welcoming the mad race. It was met with outraged horns of surrounding PTVs, which fell behind in a matter of moments. Sonny weaved between lanes, taking over one vehicle after another with risky maneuvers. Their pursuers, sadly, were doing the same. He glanced into the rearview mirror briefly. "Do you know, guys?" He threw the PTV in front of a heavy truck, managing to swerve onto an exit ramp at the last moment. The curve of the ramp was too steep, however, and the left side of the black vehicles was stripped bare of a layer of paint as it slid along the concrete barrier with an ear-piercing screech. Recovering from being jostled, Sonny sent the PTV onto the streets of Mirage City and smiled. "This one time, my APC drove through a horde of nightmare creatures on a coastal highway, maneuvering between carriages of a derailed train, while a sinking battleship bombarded the mountains above us with artillery fire. There was the sound of something crashing behind them, and a car shattered the concrete barrier, falling from a height in a rain of debris. A moment later, it hit the asphalt and rolled, crashing into the wall of a nearby building as a pile of bent metal. But another car was already rushing down the ramp, eager to catch up with them." The other Mordret forced out a pale smile. "I don't really understand half of what you said, Detective, but you must be an incredible driver." Sonny glanced at him in confusion. "What? Oh, I wasn't the one driving, to be honest. I'm not even certified as a vehicle operator." With that, he spun the wheel, sent the car drifting around a narrow corner, and accelerated again to climb a steep hill. The pedestrians crossing the road rushed away in a panic at the sight of the speeding car. Sonny's PTV crested the top of the hill at high speed and was airborne for a few moments, then crashed heavily into the asphalt and continued forward, cutting through the layer of water flowing down the sloping road. In any case, behind them, two pursuing cars soared from behind the hill. Landing with a bit more grace than the black vehicle, they accelerated, almost catching up to him. Sonny swerved his PTV left and right, trying to prevent them from taking over. "I guess we are lucky that the devil detective drove automatic sort of out of character for him, don't you think? Not that I really know what a stick shift is, or what a shift is. It's just that there's a lot of nonsense about that in his memories." One of the cars managed to get past him after all. It sped up and came to ride side by side with the black PTV. Behind its windows, dark shapes were moving, not giving the pursuers a chance to do anything. Sonny spun the wheel and crashed the side of his vehicle into the enemy. He groaned slightly, being rattled by the impact, and struggled to maintain control. The other vehicle was only pushed aside a little, but that little was enough to throw it into the concrete divider. The damage was catastrophic, and the vehicle was almost cut in half. A split second later, it was far behind, out of sight. One left. Sadly, the last pursuer was moments away from running Sonny's PTV off the road. Looking at the side mirror, he briefly noticed the other Mordret. That guy was smiling brightly while holding for dear life. Sonny suppressed the desire to curse. "You, what the hell are you so happy about?" The other Mordret looked at him with an excited glint in his odd mirror-like eyes. "Sorry. It's just exactly like in the books I used to read, a high-speed chase with our lives on the line. So exciting." Sonny stared at him silently for a moment, then hurriedly turned back to the road. And he had the nerve to put Morgan into an asylum. That lunatic. He flew across an intersection on a red light, barely avoiding being hit by the rushing traffic. Sonny had hoped that the last pursuer would be less fortunate, but the enemy car passed the intersection with no trouble, with only bystander vehicles ending up losing control and smashing into each other. They were not going too fast, at least, so the passengers would only receive minor injuries. By then, Sonny had reached the bottom of the hill. He turned at the last second, sending the car onto the raised pavement. The pursuer, however, reacted a little too slowly. As a result, the PTV drove straight into the deep puddle at the bottom of the hill, burrowing into the water deep enough for its engine to be flooded. Sonny's PTV had to struggle against the flooded area as well. But the water was far shallower on the edges of the street. Barreling through the rows of crates and a few trash bins, Sonny swerved back onto the road and looked at Mordred with a dark smile. "How's that exciting enough for you?" Just then they reached the next intersection. And a moment later, a fourth vehicle appeared out of the rain, crashing into the side of the black PTV at full speed. Chapter 2511. Bang Bang. Ah! The world was full of pain. The world was also upside down, and something was streaming down Sonny's face. He could feel the familiar taste of blood on his tongue, but also of something else, unbearably bitter and oily, which made him want to retch. A sharp scent was assaulting his nostrils, seemingly seeping into his very brain. Opening his eyes, he beheld the world in utter confusion. The crack on the windshield of his PTV seemed to have disappeared. No, the windshield itself was gone, turned into a scattering of glass shards. The PTV was laying on its roof, with water flowing inside through the shattered windows. The interior of the mangled vehicle was bent and misshapen. The wheel was broken, the dashboard was gone, and he could see a mess of sparking wires behind the displaced plastic panels. The liquid flowing down his face was blood mixed with gasoline. Hanging upside down, held in place by his seatbelt, Sonny groaned. "The fuel, that damn fuel? Who in their right mind fuel their PTVs with flammable fuel?" Now he was one spark away from turning into a blackened, crispy corpse. Turning his head a little, Sonny saw the other Mordred hanging from his seat, unconscious. The rear-view mirror was gone, though, so he could not tell what happened to Effie and Saint. "I am so fed up with this crap." Gritting his teeth, Sonny tried to disengage his seatbelt. When that did not work, he growled in frustration and pulled a tactical knife from a hidden sheath on his belt. The very same knife he had almost been killed with last night. A few seconds later, Sonny fell down onto the roof of the overturned PTV and let out a stifled scream. "Sick of it, I'm sick of it." Crawling through empty space where the windshield had been, Sonny felt the cold rain washing the blood off his face. He was a damn sovereign. He was a supreme titan, a being much closer to being divine than to being human. He was not supposed to bleed, his hands were not supposed to be cut by the shards of glass, and his ribs were not supposed to crack from something as pedestrian as being hit by a speeding vehicle. Sonny was indignant. Sonny was angry. He was completely over this nonsense. The amount and the intensity of pain he felt would have sent an ordinary person into shock and paralyzed them. But Sonny simply ignored it. After all, this mundane suffering could not compare to the dreadful agony he had endured countless times before. Letting out an infuriating hiss, he pushed himself off the wet asphalt and slowly stood up. Sonny swayed, staggered, but remained upright, looking around with a murderous glint in his bloodshot eyes. The vehicle that had crashed into his PTV was a dozen or so meters away, deformed and leaking some sort of fluid. Its doors were open, and men in black clothes and masks were already getting out. Another vehicle had just skidded to a halt to his right, and even more masked men were pouring outside into the rain. 1, 2, Sonny's vision was blurry, so he couldn't even count them. Enough to vent my anger anyway. Behind him, the bent door of the overturned PTV suddenly flew off from a powerful kick, ricocheting off the asphalt a few times before coming to a stop. Effie climbed out awkwardly, then rose to her feet by using the mangled frame of the vehicle as support. She was bruised and battered, too. But seemingly in a better shape than Sonny, he was hit the hardest because the enemy PTV had crashed into the driver's door. Giving Sonny a dazed look, Effie smiled crookedly. Her lips and teeth were painted red by blood, so that smile looked a bit frightening. "You alive?" Sonny let go of the car and spent a few seconds remembering how to maintain balance. "Technically, I'm dead, but yeah." Effie stared at him for a moment, then looked away and rolled her eyes. Another one, gods. Why am I always surrounded by zombies? She straightened and faced the approaching enemies with a sober expression. Morgan should be here in a few minutes, I think. Sonny raised a hand to wipe the blood from his eyes. He did not feel too well at the moment. Do you think we can survive a few minutes? Effie smiled wryly. Of course. I don't know about you, but I'm not dying on an empty stomach. I refuse to. Her bloody smile widened a little. The masked men were about to reach them. There were 7 of them, each armed with knives or batons. Sonny and Effie, meanwhile, were both in sorry states, bleeding and barely standing upright. Hardly mattered, though. Hey, Castellan, if you're watching. Sonny took a shaky step forward, then pretended to stumble. The nearest of the assailants used the opportunity to strike, while the enemy was off balance, lunging forward. The man raised his baton and struck down, aiming to crack Sonny's skull, instead of swaying and desperately trying to regain his balance. Though Sonny suddenly pivoted on one leg, dodged the baton, then grabbed the assailant's wrist and plunged his knife into his arm. He pushed the blade upward, slicing it open from wrist to elbow, then pushed the man away and kicked him in the abdomen. The masked man flew back, colliding against his companions and momentarily blocking their approach. Let me show you what the people from the real world are like, you poor fool. To his left, Effie used the enviable length of her shapely runway-worthy legs to push-kick one of the assailants in the chest before his knife could get anywhere near her. Things like weight and reach were much more important in fights between mundane people, where soul essence did not serve as the great equalizer. So, her height gave her an advantage. Even without essence, Effie's strength seemed almost monstrous. Her blow was powerful enough to send the man flying back and crashing heavily into the asphalt as if he had been kicked by a horse. He rolled over his shoulder, folded awkwardly, and remained laying there in a groaning heap. Sonny smiled wickedly. You should have never messed with us, bastard. But then his expression fell. Wait, 7. Why were there 7 assailants? Each of the 2 adversary vehicles had all its doors open, 4 per PTV. Which meant that there were supposed to be 8 of them. Cursing, he spun around and saw a dark shape leaning to thrust a blade through the window on the passenger side of the overturned PTV, where Mordred was entangled in a seatbelt, still unconscious. Crap Sonny threw his battered body forward, knowing full well that he would never be able to circle the car in time. But then there was a loud crack, and the falling torrents of rain were illuminated for a split second by a bright flash. The back of the 8th assailant's head evaporated into a bloody mist. Time seemed to slow down. Saint's disheveled form revealed itself from behind the mangled PTV. Her hair was a wet mess, and there were oily stains on her coat, but other than that she seemed mostly fine. As the assailant's body fell to the ground, Saint looked down at the smoking revolver in her hand. There was a distant expression on her beautiful face, but only for a moment. What? Then, Saint's expression settled into a mask of aloof indifference, and she moved her hand in Sonny's direction. Bang! 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 It only took her a couple of seconds to discharge the 5 remaining bullets, hitting the 5 remaining assailants with eerie precision. Each hit was a flawless headshot. Sonny flinched belatedly. Chapter 25:12. Dr. Saint, the bodies fell onto the wet asphalt. In the wake of the deafening gunshots, the world was filled with a ringing silence. The rustling of rain drowned out all other sounds and obscured the surrounding buildings, making the whole scene seem a little surreal. 6 of the 8 assailants were dead. One was trying to crawl away weakly, bleeding heavily, and not long for this world. The 8th seemed to have lost consciousness. Sonny blinked a few times, then exhaled slowly. He was startled, relieved, and a little disappointed. The battle had only just started, and now it was suddenly over. As a result, his boiling emotions had nowhere to escape, churning and simmering inside his soul. He took a deep breath, swallowed them, and then exhaled again, trying to purge them. In life, there were worse things to feel disappointed about. Well, that has been quite unexpected. Now that the danger seemed to have passed, he allowed the pain to wash over him, swayed, and let out a quiet groan. I'll be damned! Effie's voice was full of stunned disbelief. She looked at Sonny and raised her eyebrows at a loss for words. He stared back at her for a while, then shrugged while raising both hands. Yes, that had happened. Turning away from Effie. Sonny circled the car and approached Saint, who was still standing there with a revolver in her hand. No expression written on her face. Sonny studied her for a few moments, then raised a hand and gently pushed the revolver down. It was only then that she stirred and looked at him, her face still frozen. Detective Sunless? Saint's voice sounded a bit hollow. I'm out of bullets. He offered her a reassuring smile. That's all right. You don't need more bullets. She looked around, studying the scene of carnage she had perpetrated, and then nodded thoughtfully. After a few seconds of silence, Saint spoke again, sounding uncharacteristically unsure of herself. Detective, I feel strange. Sonny sighed. What a mess. Saint had yet to remember herself, so she still considered herself to be a law-abiding citizen who was far removed from strife and violence of any kind, let alone cold-blooded killing, like any normal person was. More than that. She was a doctor. Someone whose life's work it was to help people, not kill them. But at a decisive moment, her true instincts, the instincts of Onyx Saint, the taciturn shadow born on the streets of the dark city, must have taken over. Naturally. She was in shock. She was probably horrified, failing to process her thoughts and emotions. Or maybe not. Perhaps there was a different reason why Saint was feeling strange. Sonny. Hearing Effie's yell, Sonny turned around and frowned. It took him a few seconds to realize that there was something deeply wrong with what he was seeing. What the 6 corpses seemed to be melting. They were turning into wisps of ghostly white mist, and that mist was stretching its tendrils towards Saint. She looked at the mist with a dazed expression. Suddenly panicked, Sonny moved to shield her with his body, but the ghostly mist simply passed through him, as if meeting no resistance at all. All that was left behind was the sense of an eerie, otherworldly chill. Damn it! Spinning around, Sonny frenetically tried to come up with a countermeasure, but there was no need. The mist did not harm Saint. Instead, it was being absorbed into her body, disappearing with a trace. It would have looked concerning if it did not look so familiar. Sonny had seen something similar once before. Rather, he had not seen it, blinded by true darkness, but he had sensed it. It had happened in the great hollows of Godgrave during the Battle of Vanishing Lake. Back then, Saint shattered one of Mordret's reflections, which had been mirroring. Revel Saint had absorbed the mirrored darkness then, but she also absorbed the wisps of eerie, chilling mist that had appeared after the reflection was destroyed. Now that Sonny knew how others had been created, he could confirm his suspicions that they contained nothingness within them. When the reflection was destroyed, that nothingness was released, and Saint took it for herself, which granted her an ability to manipulate her weight, reducing it at will. And now she was absorbing more nothingness. How does it even work? Nothing of the sort had happened when Sonny killed the 3 thugs near the hospital last night. So this process had to be unique to Saint, because she already had a minor affinity to nothing, and wanted more. The long tendrils of white mist flowed faster and faster, being absorbed into Saint's body. The mist was ethereal and ghostly, but nevertheless a powerful wind rose as a white vortex surrounded Saint. Her raven black hair fluttered like a stream of pure darkness, and her eyes seemed to blaze with a cold crimson light for a moment. The torrent of rain seemed to freeze, numerous droplets of water suspended in the air. Then it all ended abruptly. The wind died down, and the rain resumed, splashing heavily against the asphalt. The 6 corpses were nowhere to be seen. Saint flinched, then rubbed her eyes in confusion. Oh. She blinked a few times. Sorry. I seem to have gotten dazed for a few moments. She smiled tentatively, then offered the revolver to Sonny. I think it will be better if you take this, detective. Sonny looked at the archaic gun, which Saint was gripping a little bit too tightly. The solid metal was bending like wax in her grip, and by now, the entire thing looked like a shapeless lump of metal. Naturally, that was not a strength that a mundane person could possess. To bend metal like clay, one had to possess the power of at least an awakened. Sonny looked at Saint with a stunned expression. I'll be damned indeed. It seemed that she had somehow regained at least a part of her power. Chapter 25:13, Acrid Scent. Sunny stared at the lump of metal in Saint's hand. Saint stared at it, too. Effie stared at Sunny and Saint with a funny expression. Wow. She came closer and inspected the former revolver, then said thoughtfully, "Is this the power of therapy? What in the world is she saying?" Sunny finally managed to regain his composure. That moment, he smelled something in the air. An acrid stench that assailed his nostrils despite the rain. Smoke, his eyes widened a little. "Oh no! Help me get him out!" Behind them, the leaking fuel had finally ignited, and fire was swiftly spreading across the overturned PTV. Crap! Forgetting her jokes, Effie grabbed the deformed passenger door and tried to pry it open. Sadly, even her incredible strength was not enough to dislodge it. The door was bent completely out of shape and stuck, jammed by something from inside. It only took Sunny a split second to evaluate the situation. Finally, taking what remained of the revolver from Saint's hand, he gestured to the PTV. "Dr. Saint, can you give it a try?" Still showing symptoms of being in shock, she nodded slowly, and then reached forward to grab the edges of the deformed door. The bent metal simply tore like paper under her fingers, and a moment later, she easily ripped the door of its hinges, dropping it to the ground. Saint stared at her hands in dazed silence. Great job. Sadly, Sunny did not have time to comfort her at the moment. Diving into the interior of the battered PTV, which was slowly filling with fire and smoke, he swiftly cut the seatbelt and grabbed the unconscious form of the other Mordred. A second later, Sunny had already dragged the CEO of the Valor Group out of the PTV. The fire just barely managed to lick his designer leather shoes, falling into a puddle. Sunny let out a stifled groan and allowed the rain to cool down his face. Ah, damnation, he had been stabbed yesterday. Today he was hit by a PTV. What the hell was going to happen tomorrow? Before Sunny could relax, Effie grabbed him and hoisted him to his feet. "What are you doing?" Sunny stared at her in confusion, exasperated. Effie pointed at the burning PTV, which was already spouting billowing pillars of black smoke. "Flammable fuel, remember? It's going to explode." Sunny stared at her with confusion for a moment, then shuddered and jumped to his feet. He grabbed Saint and dragged her away, while Effie hoisted the other Mordred on her shoulder, like a sack of synth paste, and followed. They dashed forward, suffering from the pain in their bruised and injured bodies, only stopping when they were a safe distance away. Sunny fell to the ground again, and this time Effie followed, panting heavily after she placed Mordred down. They looked back at the burning car, preparing to duck down when it blew up. However, a few seconds passed, and then a few more, and then even more still. Effie scrunched his face. Why isn't it exploding? Sunny gave her a long look, then palmed his face and let out a long sigh. Why would it explode? Flammable and explosive are two entirely different things. There's not even much pressure in the fuel tank. Effie blinked a few times, but they always explode in the movies. Sunny groaned. "Do you believe everything you see in the movies? There are movies about you, damn it, and those are completely fabricated." Effie remained silent for a while, then coughed sheepishly. "Oh, right? Makes sense." Sunny wanted to say more, but at that moment, a new PTV appeared out of the rain, sliding on the wet asphalt and stopping just in front of them. He would have prepared for another fight if not for the fact that this PTV was quite familiar. It was Effie's family car, which they had entrusted to Morgan. Sunny had suspected that getting the other Mordred out would not be easy. So Morgan had been left behind to make sure that his security detail did not catch up to them, then follow them from a distance. Her secondary goal had been to check if anyone else was following the CEO of the Valor Group. As a result, she called Effie and informed her about the pursuing vehicles. Granted, the plan did not go as intended in the end. Sunny had hoped to meet up with Morgan further down the road and change vehicles before retreating back to the abandoned church, so that nobody could track them. Sadly, the pursuers ended up acting far more aggressively than he had anticipated, resulting in a car crash and a bloody fight. In hindsight, it was for the best. If everything had gone without a hitch, Saint would not have absorbed the white mist and regained some of her power. The door of Effie's PTV opened, and Morgan walked out into the rain. still wearing oversized clothes. It was a bit funny to see the elegant Princess of Valor in such a peculiar outfit, but Sonny wisely held his comments back, knowing that he could very well lose at least a finger or two if he said anything. Morgan stopped for a moment to take in the sight of the carnage. An overturned PTV was enveloped in flames with a pillar of black smoke rising into the sky. Another vehicle was standing tilted to one side, its entire forward portion crushed. The road was covered in blood with two motionless bodies soaking in the rain. Sonny and Effie were both battered and sitting on the ground. Saint was standing above them with a lost expression while the other Mordred was unconscious, his stylish suit charred and dirty. Morgan stared at him for a long while, then sneered and looked away. Having fun without me? What, were these two highly skilled, elite assassins too? Sonny shook his head. They were trained for sure, but actually there had been 8 of them. Effie nodded somberly. Until Miss Saint shot 6 of them dead, and then ate them. Saint flinched and looked at her with wide eyes. Morgan frowned. Let's leave the explanations for later. For now, get in the car. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head again. This altercation was far too public. We'll need to give some sort of explanation, unless we want to become official fugitives, he sighed. And we can't become fugitives, because that would give the entire city a legitimate reason to hunt us down, an opportunity that the Castellan won't ever miss. So, take Saint and the other Mordret and go. Effie and I will stay and deal with the repercussions. Morgan gave him a cold glance, lingered for a while, and then nodded. All right, you look like you need to visit a hospital anyway. I promise I won't kill this person before we meet again. With that, she pulled her leather gloves up, bent down, and grabbed the other Mordred. Dr. Saint, please get into the car. Saint looked at her for a few moments, then quietly climbed into Effie's PTV. Soon enough, the PTV drove off, leaving Sonny and Effie alone at the scene of the crime. She sighed. You know what? I never thought I'd be a cop one day. What about you? Sonny considered her question for a bit. Actually, I had been a cop for a day once. She looked at him with a stunned expression. Really? What did you do? Sonny shrugged tiredly. Tracked an unhinged awakened and helped the government put him down. You know how it is? Effie stared at him for a while, then threw her head back and laughed. Oh, and when you did you think that you'll be the unhinged awakened one day? Sonny smiled tiredly. To be honest, he had been a little bit unhinged back then already. Chapter 25:14. Too old, you absolute cretins. Goddamn ingrates. Complete and utter morons. Atrocious, abominable addlepates. The Homicide Division captain's face was so red that Sonny was starting to get seriously concerned about the old man's health. He was positively apoplectic, shouting at the top of his lungs, howling, almost. Spit was flying every which way, and his entire desk was shaking, as if scared of the old man's rage. Sonny and Effie were standing on the carpet, in front of the desk, looking down like naughty children. But, Captain, shut the hell up. Shut your damn mouth. You damn miscreant. The captain slammed his fist into the table with so much force that the screen of his primitive computer jumped, and his coffee mug flew off the wooden surface. Unsatisfied, he hit the desk a few more times, making it seem like the desktop would crack. Sonny looked at the captain with concern, making the man go pale with fury. You reprobate dimwits, foul degenerates, horrid, heinous, obscene lowlifes, you absolute buffoons! Do you have no brains whatsoever between the two of you, huh? Answer me, you fetid scumbags! Sonny glanced at Effie, hesitated for a moment, and then said carefully, Well, the captain growled, looking ready to flip his desk over. I said shut the hell up. He huffed and puffed, glaring at them with pure, unadulterated loathing. Sonny sighed. You see, we thought. The captain threw a paperweight at him. The paperweight missed Sonny by about a meter and shattered the frame of a fancy certificate of recognition behind him. Oh, you can think now? There are thoughts in your dull, defective heads now? You lousy, pestilent dumbasses, depraved, deplorable, detestable simpletons, you sordid varlets, go die in a ditch, bastards. Sonny winced. That's taking it too far. After all, they looked half dead already. Both Sonny and Effie were covered in bandages, with bruises and plaster everywhere. He even had one of his arms resting in a sling. Effie decided to make her presence known at that moment. "Captain, please calm down." Sadly, her words had the opposite effect. Instead of calming down, the captain drew a hoarse breath and shook, resembling a boiling kettle. Sonny almost expected to see steam coming out of his ears. "Calm down, calm down, you calm down. Calm the hell down, you filthy, abhorrent, ghastly malcontents, lame-brain half-wits, delinquent hoodlums, depraved, contemptible assholes, you repugnant wretches." Now he wasn't even making any sense. Luckily, the captain seemed to have run out of steam or out of expletives. Perhaps. He fell heavily back on his chair, eased up his tie, and unbuttoned the top button of his white shirt. After catching his breath, the captain gritted his teeth and looked at them with scathing malice. You? He raised a shaky hand and picked up a binder from his desk. "Let me go over your incredible feats, bastards. Where should I start?" The old man shook the binder in the air. "Damaged road surface, destroyed barriers of a freeway exit ramp, a lane divider completely obliterated." "That's just city property, you ghouls. There's private property as well. Do you like driving on pavements?" The captain took a ragged breath. "Do you know how much all of this costs? You pair of cowboys can work for the rest of your goddamn lives, and your combined paychecks won't be enough to cover the cost? Your damn grandchildren will still be paying for all the mayhem you caused long after you two are buried in cheap budget caskets." He covered his face with a palm. "Now, where did I stop?" "Oh, damages. Forget about the damages. Damages are the least of your troubles. Multiple injuries among civilian drivers, all lawsuits waiting to happen. One criminal is in a morgue, one is in the ICU with multiple rib fractures and a collapsed lung, still unconscious. Someone will have to pay his hospital bill as well. By mirage, couldn't you have killed him too, at least?" Sonny and Effie looked at each other again. Sonny coughed. "Well, if you want, that can still be." The captain frenetically searched for his paperweight, then remembered that he had already tossed it at Sonny and threw a decorative statuette at him instead. This time, the statuette shattered the frame of a photo portrait. "Die, go die, you lunatic!" The old man shook, then groaned. "Actually, forget about the damages, the lawsuits, and the hospital bills. Mordred of the Valor Group. Why did you have to grab him? Him, of all people, without a warrant?" Sonny cleared his throat. "You see, Captain, we were reasonably sure that his life was in danger, so we took him into protective custody, sort of, and what would you know? We were right." Effie nodded energetically. "Right! Those guys were trying to kill him, and we saved his life. So we are basically heroes." "Yeah." The captain just stared at her with resignation. Letting out a groan, he leaned back and whispered in a tired voice, "I'm too old for this crap. I'm too old." He remained silent for a long while, and then barked so loudly that the glass in the windows trembled. "Then how did he disappear? How the hell did he vanish from you goddamn protective custody?" Sonny took a deep breath. "Well, sir, you see his sister appeared and drove off with him. We haven't seen him since." The captain banged his head against the desk. "His sister?" "The same sister who escaped from a mental asylum yesterday." Sonny nodded, then offered in a helpful tone, "Yes, sir, her name is Morgan. I know what her damn name is." "I knew what?" The captain straightened slowly and looked at them with a distant expression. Then he sighed and shook his head. "In any case, both of you are suspended effective immediately until further notice or indefinitely." Effie both raised their heads at the sound of that. "Captain! Sir!" the captain barked. "Don't sir me! You don't even understand how royally you screwed up, do you? And not just that, you screwed me over in the process. He gritted your teeth. You're lucky to be suspended, idiots. Be thankful that I'm not putting you behind bars. I would love nothing more, but that will only add to the mountain of crap I need to shovel. So surrender your badges and get the hell out of my sight now." Sonny and Effie looked at each other. Honestly, they did not particularly care about having these badges, but out of respect for the elderly captain, they both acted appropriately crushed. Effie hung her shoulders, walked up to the desk, and silently placed her badge on it. Sonny took out his own and did the same. after placing the badge on the desk, and before letting go of it, though he looked at the captain and said, "You can take our badges, Captain, but you can't take our resolve." That nonsense sounded like something the devil detective would have said. So, he said it. The captain looked at him tiredly. Then, he sighed. "I'm going to kill you." Opening a drawer, he took out a holstered gun and began to pull the clasp open. I'm going to kill you right now." Sonny hurriedly let go of his badge and stepped away. "Goodbye, Captain. Keep up the good work." A moment later, both he and Effie were gone, having retreated from the captain's office with startling haste. The old man looked down at the 2 badges laying on his desk. He sighed heavily. "Too old, I'm too old for this crap." Chapter 2515, Last Meal. It was a bit funny. The badge was such a small thing, but Sonny felt almost naked without it. Suspended and tossed out of the police force, he and Effie found themselves standing in front of the Mirage PD headquarters, staring at the falling rain with somber expressions. It had taken a lot of time for them to be treated, interrogated, and then berated by the captain, so the sun was already setting. Both were in a subdued mood. Eventually, Sonny sighed. "Feels strange? I've never been fired before, you know." Effie scratched the back of his head. "Me neither." Sonny contemplated something for a moment. "Actually, I've never really been employed before either." Effie tilted her head a little. "Me neither. Wait, does working for the government count?" He considered her question seriously, then shook his head. "No, you joined the government as a saint? That's like being a boss, not an employee." Effie nodded with a chuckle. "I guess so. But hey, technically you were employed by Nephis during the Domain War. As a mercenary. She paid you, so that was a job." Sonny frowned. "No, it wasn't. Also, technically Nephis had not paid him yet. He had asked her to owe him a favor as payment in return for his services, and never mentioned it again." Before he could explain that, however, Effie gave him a mischievous look. "Just because you slept with the boss doesn't mean that you weren't employed, right?" Sonny punched her in the shoulder and grimaced when that made his battered body flare with pain. "Right? But she did not employ me. I tricked her into thinking that she employed me, but really it has always been my goal to participate in the war on her side. I joined voluntarily." Effie blinked a few times. "Huh? Wait, really?" Sonny looked at her in surprise. "Yes? Wait, you didn't know? Why did you think I planted the nameless temple in the middle of Godgrave?" "Because living in a death zone is fun." Effie stared back at him, baffled. I just assumed that you are a reclusive misanthrope." "So yeah." Sonny laughed. "I'm not. No, I am. But that was not why I rooted my citadel in Godgrave. I just predicted where the war would take place, established a presence there, and let the rumors about me spread, knowing that the great clans would take the bait and come find me eventually." Effie shook her head in bewilderment. "Wow, how devious. Were you planning to make a move on Nephis from the very start, too?" Sonny smiled and looked into the distance. "No, quite the opposite. My plan was to never take my mask off in front of anyone, let alone her. Needless to say, that plan failed spectacularly, thank the gods." Effie chuckled. "Aw." She looked at him with earnestness and said in a touched tone, "Anyway, I am starving to death. Diner?" Sonny did not answer for a few moments, remembering the delicious food served in the unassuming diner. "Sure, I'm starving too." He remained motionless for a while, facing the rain, and then asked, "Do you know what sucks, though?" Effie raised an eyebrow. "What?" Sonny closed his eyes and grimaced. "My PTV is a pile of charred scrap metal now. How are we even supposed to get anywhere?" She blinked a few times. "Oh! Oh!" Effie lingered for a little while, then sighed. "You're right, that does suck." Sonny and Effie could not rendezvous with the others, immediately because they were being watched. Shaking off a tail was not simple without a vehicle, either, which meant that they had to buy some time and keep a low profile for a while. So, having learned the strange rituals of hailing a taxi in Mirage City, they soon arrived at the familiar diner. The city outside was drowning. The rain, which had been oppressively persistent when they first arrived at Mirage City, was simply unnatural. Now it poured and poured from the dark heavens, inescapable, never letting up. In fact, it seemed to only grow heavier as time passed. The rivers and canals were on the verge of overflowing, and the lakes were slowly devouring more and more of their shores. The flooding in the lowlands had already begun. Countless people were being evacuated, and even more were moving to temporary shelters on higher ground themselves. Because of that, the roads were terribly congested, with car horns blaring constantly as countless vehicles became hopelessly stuck. A few of these congested roads had been flooded as well, so people had to abandon their PTVs and escape on foot. Somewhere far away, behind the dams, great reservoirs of water were swelling too. But everything was fine in the vicinity of the decrepit diner. The floods had not reached this part of the city, and the locals were not in a hurry to move anywhere either. After all, their neighborhood sat atop a tall hill, so short of a catastrophic failure of the northern dam, nothing could really threaten them. The dining hall was just as empty as always, and the grumpy waitress disappeared into the staff area after delivering their food. Sonny and Effie dedicated themselves to the sin of gluttony for a while, briefly forgetting all their scrapes and aches. When they were done, Sonny leaned back in satisfaction and sighed. Sort of feels like our last meal, doesn't it? It was in more senses than one their adventure in Mirage City was swiftly moving toward a conclusion, not because they were ready to conquer the Palace of Imagination, but simply because the Castellan was steadily escalating its attacks. Whether Sonny and his companions were ready or not, there was not much time left for them. In a few days, maybe even as soon as tomorrow, the final confrontation between them and the Castellan was going to take place. No matter how it ended, Sonny and Effie were unlikely to return to this secluded diner and enjoy the food served here by an unfriendly waitress. They would either win and return to the real world or die. Either way, this was indeed their last meal here. Effie looked at the empty plates with a somber expression, then sighed. Well, if that is the case, should we order another one of everything? Chapter 25:16, Surrender. Sometime later, they shared a kettle of fragrant tea while digesting their food in peace. Sonny warmed his hands on the cheap metal cup, letting the hot steam wash over his bruised face and chase some of the soreness away. Effie had stretched her legs under the table and crossed them, staring at her tea with a distant expression. Somewhere outside the diner, many sets of eyes were secretly observing them. Some of them belonged to the mysterious force that wanted Mordred dead and was hoping to reach him by following the two detectives who had seen them last. There was another pair of eyes as well. Sonny could not be entirely sure, but he was confident that the real Mordred was spying on them as well. He had been protecting his nicer twin from the shadows, so not knowing where the CEO of Valor had been taken to was not something the Prince of Nothing could or would tolerate. But there was nothing Sonny could do about any of that just yet. Glancing at Effie, he took a sip of tea and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Effie was distracted from her thoughts and looked at him without her usual carefree smile. She remained silent for a while, then said, "The future." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "The future?" Effie nodded. "Yes, not tomorrow, or the day after that, not even the fourth nightmare and supremacy, but about what happens next." He considered her words for a few moments. So, the end of the world. He meant it quite literally. The waking world was already being slowly devoured by the dream realm, and that process was only going to accelerate exponentially in the coming years. Before too long, there would be no waking world at all. Could last for another decade, or maybe even a few, but no longer than that. Effie studied Sonny silently, then asked, "When we become supreme, you and Nephis are going to challenge the fifth nightmare, aren't you?" Sonny hesitated for a while. Actually, he was not sure how to answer that question. He was still undecided. He still did not know if he was ready to fight for his fate, and the bonds that came with it, or abandon it forever, and look for a different path to apotheosis than the one offered by the spell. Eventually, he shrugged. If there is no better way, sure, now that he was reminded about the complicated choice looming over him, his thoughts turned in that direction. Effie hesitated for a while. The fifth nightmare. Apotheosis. It changes you, doesn't it? Makes you more divine, but it also makes you leave some of your humanity behind. Still consumed by his thoughts, Sonny raised an eyebrow. "In a way. That is what I heard, at least." Why? Effie looked down. I'm just wondering what will become of me after I attain supremacy. Will I be able to stop there, or will I be forced to continue walking forward? And if I do, what I will have to leave behind? She smiled wistfully. It will be ironic, won't it? If the only way to protect what I cherish most is to abandon it, I'm not sure that I would want to do something like that. I'm capable of it. Sonny remained silent for a long time. That would be quite ironic, yes. Life is full of irony that way. I find gods knew his life was. Letting out a sigh, Sonny focused on his tea. After enjoying its warmth for a while, he asked, Hey, Effie, can I ask you a question? She smiled faintly. Go ahead. Sonny chewed his lips for a few seconds. It is sort of a moral conundrum. Let's say that you love someone, and they love you back. But you can't be with that person unless you surrender to their will completely. Unless you trust them completely. Would you still do it? Effie stared at him with a neutral expression for a while. Then she frowned in confusion. Sure, what's the problem? Sonny blinked a few times. Now I don't think you understand. This scenario. The other person will have the ability to control you. They'll be able to end your life if they want, or force you to do things that you don't want to do. They might not ever use that ability, but they'll have it. You will be at their mercy always, and absolutely. Effie continued to stare at him in confusion. Yeah, and Sonny was baffled too. What was this reaction? What do you mean? Yeah, that's a serious problem, you know. How can you surrender yourself to someone else? Just like that. Effie laughed quietly. That's just marriage, though. Sonny stared at her in complete bewilderment. What do you mean? Effie smiled and took a sip of her tea, then shrugged. Well, what you described simply sounds like marriage. What marriage is supposed to be, at least. Marriage is all about trust, after all. You have to trust your partner, and they have to trust you. Naturally. Nothing is absolute, and trust is not absolute either. She leaned forward and gave him an amused look. But Sonny, imagine entrusting your infant child to someone when you have to leave, defenseless, fragile, vulnerable, infinitely precious. That is what spouses all over the world do every day, and that is the level of trust they have in each other. If I trust my husband enough to surrender my son to his care, why would I not trust him with my own life? My life seems trifling in comparison. Effie shook her head and chuckled, trusting them completely, giving them the power to influence what you do, and being at their mercy always. And absolutely, that's just marriage. You are supposed to surrender to the person you love. That's what love is, so as long as the feeling is mutual, I don't see what the problem is. Not much of a conundrum, if you ask me. Sonny just stared at her, completely stunned. That was definitely not a perspective he had ever considered before, or had even imagined before. It was entirely ridiculous, bringing down his mystical existential dilemma down to earth so thoroughly that it suddenly seemed ordinary and mundane, not even worth mentioning, as if there was no dilemma at all. That's just what love is. Surrendering to someone, trusting them completely? Sonny stared at Effie some more, then slowly shook his head. You're an insane woman? You know that? Effie scoffed. Oh, really? Remind me, which one of us frequents a psychiatrist? Sonny took a deep breath and looked down. He really did not want to answer, but sadly he had to. I do, Effie nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. So don't go around pointing fingers at people, especially at insane people. They might bite it off. Grinning, she raised her cup and finished her tea outside. A stormy night was falling upon Mirage City. Chapter 2517. Trust everything good had to come to an end. And so Sonny's and Effie's last meal in the desolate but cozy diner had come to an end as well. They parted ways under the torrential rain that threatened to swallow Mirage City. It seemed unwise to separate while the Castellan was hunting them, but they had to keep playing their roles. Effie had to return to her family. More importantly, they wanted to split the team spying on them in two, so that escaping its surveillance was easier later. Sonny glanced at Effie and lingered for a few moments just before they went their own ways. You be careful. Effie met his gaze calmly and smiled after a long stretch of silence. You too, partner. With that, she was gone. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then inhaled deeply and began walking. His PTV had been destroyed. The subway system of Mirage City was paralyzed due to the flooding, and there were no taxis around because of the congested roads. So, he headed for the nearest bus stop. As Sonny walked and then rode on a crowded bus, he kept thinking about what Effie had said. Surrender yourself to the person you love, trust them completely, and have faith in them, knowing that they will not abuse the power you gave them. Sonny scoffed. It was easy for Effie to say, but actually, maybe she was the best person to say it. After all, out of all his closest friends, Effie was the only one who had a family. She had a husband whom she loved and who loved her back. They had built a life together and were raising a child. A transcendent child at that. It could not have been easy to care for little Ling. In fact, it must have been uniquely challenging. No one had ever faced such a challenge before, and yet the two of them conquered all the obstacles side by side. That must have taken them an immense amount of trust in each other, and judging by how radiant and happy little Ling was, they were doing a good job. However, that was not even what qualified Effie to give Sonny that piece of advice. There was a different reason as well. It was easy to forget because of how vibrant and full of vitality Effie was, and because of how vivacious and tremendously vigorous the alluring image of Raised by Wolves was. But she had not always been the tantalizing picture of health and potency she was today. Effie had spent more than half of her life confined to a wheelchair and barely able to move, in a world that had no patience or mercy for anyone, let alone people whom it considered defective and useless, like her. It was neither cheap nor easy to keep someone like her alive, and her family had not been affluent. She had a healthy sibling as well. Taking care of a sick child was a heavy burden, and in the end it had more or less brought her family to ruin. They loved and cared for her, but they must have resented her quite a lot in their darker moments as well. They had all the reasons to abandon her, but they never did. Effie was only alive today because her family had stubbornly refused to give up, and instead took care of her, going against ruthlessly pragmatic societal norms at a great personal cost. She had been completely and utterly powerless and at their mercy, depending on them for her most basic needs, more so than Sonny had ever depended on anyone, shadow bond or not. So she knew a thing or two about trust. About loving someone who held power over your life in their grasp, and trusting that they would never abuse it. Exiting the bus and diving into the rain, Sonny sighed. Sure, Effie did not have all the context. He did not explain to her what the shadow bond was and how it worked in detail. However, that might have been for the best. Maybe she saw something that he had failed to see, distracted by the mystical runes and a decade worth of scathing, complicated emotions. Maybe at the root of it all, it was not about a dead god and the shadows he had cast. It was not about a divine aspect or its innate ability. It was not even about fate or lack thereof. It was simply about trust. Or maybe not. What makes one a slave anyway? If a tyrant put a collar on the neck of a powerless man or woman and then forced them to serve him, they were enslaved. Theirs was a pitiful fate. But if a knight gave an oath of loyalty to a noble monarch, swearing to serve them faithfully until the day they die, they were noble. Theirs was a virtuous life of esteem and respect. Both of these paths led to servitude, but one was a curse, while the other was a blessing. There were other kinds of devotion as well. I guess in the end, it all came down to choice. It was choice that separated a slave from a knight, a curse from a blessing, and Sonny had to make a choice. He was in a position to make a choice, unlike a slave, who had all their choices taken from them. Damnation. It was late at night when Sonny finally made it to his destination. He did not return home, though. Instead, he was standing in front of a moderately affluent apartment complex, checking something on the cracked screen of his primitive communicator. Should be the place? Effie had gone home, but the devil detective? The devil detective was not going to be stopped by something as prosaic as being suspended and stripped of his authority as a police officer. He was still going to continue the investigation. That was why Sonny had pulled some strings, utilizing a few contacts from the devil detective's memory, and received an address. Soon enough, he was standing in front of a particular door, pressing the buzzer. The man who opened the door glanced at him with a bit of wariness and a bit of confusion. "Detective Sunless, to what do I owe the pleasure? Is there news about Mr. Mordret?" It was none other than the other Mordret's personal assistant, the person who knew the most about where the CEO of the Valor Group went and what he did. "I wanted to ask you a few questions, and yes, there is." Sonny gave the man an amicable smile, and then punched him in the stomach. Chapter 2518. Denial. The roof of the abandoned church had finally given up, so drops of water were falling from the ceiling here and there. There were puddles in the corners of the main hall, as well as behind the altar, but everywhere else was still relatively dry. The other Mordred was sitting on one of the benches, studying the stained glass windows curiously. He looked somewhat worse for wear, but mostly fine. His stylish suit was wrinkled and charred in a few places. His hair was wet and disheveled, and he smelled of gasoline and smoke. But there were no serious wounds on his body and no blood on his clothes. Morgan came over and glanced at him darkly, then handed him a bottle of water and a triangular rice roll with tuna filling. "Here, eat." He took the offered food, looked up at her, and smiled. "Thank you, Morgan. I am so glad that you're all right." She stared at him chillingly for a few moments, then silently turned away. Walking over to a different part of the abandoned church, she studied the psychiatrist. Dr. Saint, the radiantly gorgeous woman, was just standing near a wall, staring at her hands in a daze. A torrent of pure darkness was swirling around them like a dancing stream, forming into a black knife from time to time. "You should eat too." Morgan handed her another portion of tuna kimbap. Saint flinched and looked away from the swirling darkness, which caused it to collapse and dissolve without a trace. "Oh, thank you, Miss Morgan." She took the triangular snack hesitantly, then struggled to unwrap it. Morgan studied her clumsy attempts with an aloof expression, then took the rice roll back and cut the plastic wrapping with a nail. It parted easily, and she offered the snack back to Saint in a moment. "So you've regained some of your powers, huh?" Saint looked at her with wide eyes. "What? What? No, I did no such thing," Morgan scoffed. "Oh, really? How do you explain that stream of true darkness, then?" The radiantly gorgeousness smiled timidly. "That? What is there to explain? Isn't it obvious?" She sighed. "I'm obviously experiencing audiovisual hallucinations as a result of the psychotic break I suffered due to shock. This is textbook acute stress disorder." Regaining some confidence, Saint nodded. "Yes, exactly. Is a reasonable self-deception narrative to construct a delusion of having devastating supernatural powers when experiencing the feeling of helplessness in a life-threatening situation." Morgan raised an eyebrow. "Did your self-deception narrative tear a car door clean off to pull that fool over there out of the burning car, as well?" Saint hesitated for a moment. Hysterical strength is a well-documented stress response, explained by the sudden release of adrenaline. Morgan frowned, then pulled a barely recognizable lump of metal from the pocket of her hoodie. "This revolver tends to disagree. These are not hallucinations, Doctor. You know they aren't." Saint remained silent for a while, then trembled and raised her chin a little. "So what do you expect me to believe all those outlandish things Detective Sunless said? How this world is not real, and how he's a demigod, who is also my master?" Morgan shrugged. "I have no idea what the Lord of Shadows told you, actually. But it was probably true." Saint scoffed, then pointed to Mordred. "Then why does Mr. Mordred not share in this delusion? Is he also under a spell?" "No." "What was it? Is he also not a complete person, or has a stalwart attribute that makes him immune to mind attacks?" Morgan looked back at the other Mordred, then shook her head. "No. Naturally not." She remained silent for a few moments. The reason why she refuses to admit the truth is far more prosaic. Saint frowned. "And what would that prosaic reason be?" Morgan smiled darkly. "You're the therapist, you tell me?" Not getting an answer, she chuckled chillingly. "It is really very easy." Morgan crossed her arms and leaned on the wall, looking at the other Mordred with a concerned expression. "He is simply in denial." Saint seemed disturbed by that answer, lowering her gaze to the floor. Morgan lingered for a few moments, then exhaled slowly. "Well, it is not surprising if you think about it. He has spent close to 2 decades in Mirage City, living a breathtaking life that he knew was an illusion. Being loved by people whom he knew were not real, he must have had to convince himself to forget the truth at some point in order to stay sane. She looked away from the other incarnation of her brother. But he still knows. It's obvious that he has never really forgotten from how he lives. A man such as him should have everything in the world, would be surrounded by amazing people, but actually Mr. Mordred is a very solitary person. He has no friends, no confidants, no lovers. The only people he is close to are the members of his family, whom he couldn't give up. Morgan smiled sadly. But who am I to judge? Gods know I had been infatuated by an illusion of family for decades myself. She remained silent for a while, then looked down and shook her head. Point is, he knows perfectly well that the world around him is not real. He just refuses to admit it, because admitting it would mean giving up the illusion he holds dear. The illusion of us, speaking the truth aloud, would mean rejecting the premise of his entire life. So, he denies it. Morgan looked at Mordred and raised her voice a little. Isn't that right, dear brother? Mordred turned his head and glanced at her with a concerned smile. Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean, Morgan. It all sounds very strange. Maybe it would be wise to return to the hospital and continue your treatment. You seem a little unwell, Morgan laughed. Do you see, Dr. Saint? You are experiencing hallucinations. Detective Sunless is your patient, and I am an escaped lunatic. But actually, the only person among us who could use your professional help is the one who seems sane. He's the only one who is suffering from delusion. She remained silent for a while and then sighed. He's still better than the other one, I guess. What a joke. Chapter 2519, Deserving the Truth. There was a long stretch of silence. Mordred was enjoying the snack that Morgan had given him, while Saint was simply staring at her. Amused by her aloof gaze, Morgan raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to say something, Dr. Saint? The stunning woman did not speak for a while, then shook her head slightly. Why don't you dispel his delusion, then? Go and tell them the supposed truth. Make him confront reality. If you really believe that this world is an illusion. Morgan smiled faintly. I think not. That would be too cruel, even for me. Saint let out a joyless laugh. Funny, what an unexpected display of empathy. Weren't you planning to kill him, Miss Morgan? Hearing that, Mordred stirred a little. He studied Morgan for a few seconds, then smiled tranquilly and returned to his food, as if nothing had happened. Morgan frowned at Saint but did not respond. Instead, she looked away. Her expression seemed troubled for a brief moment, even if she hid it almost immediately. Some time later, she pursed her lips and scoffed. You are not wrong, sure, what the hell? Let me at least get something useful out of him while there is still time. Walking over to where Mordred was finishing his meal, she sat down on the bench opposite him and studied his face with a dark expression. You heard everything, didn't you? Mordred gave her another smile. I did. I can't say that I'm not concerned about your mental state, Morgan, but at least you're talking to your doctor. That is good. Morgan smiled dangerously. You won't admit anything unless I force you, I guess? He blinked a few times, seemingly confused. Admit what? Morgan remained silent for a long while. Then she sighed. The Morgan, you know, is a soft, sweet girl from an affluent family, a little bit spoiled and a little bit arrogant at times, but overall mundane. The real Morgan, however, me, is not mundane. I am transcendent, and therefore I possess both an aspect and a flaw. Do you want to know what my flaw is, dear brother? She took off her gloves slowly, then reached forward and took the water bottle from his hand. Her fingers seemed to leave scratches on the transparent plastic. It's that I cut everything I touch. A very troublesome trait, as you can imagine. Can't say that it hasn't led to an accident or two, some more regrettable than the others. She slid her index finger across the plastic bottle, and it suddenly fell apart, splashing water onto the floor. Mordred stared at the cleanly cut bottle incredulously. That is a neat trick. Was that a prop bottle? Morgan smiled in response to his lively expression. See, there are two possibilities in front of you now. One is that I am a mundane woman suffering from a mental illness. The other is that I am a saint cursed by a cruel flaw. You cling to the former and pretend to be ignorant of the latter. But let me help you admit the truth. Morgan dropped the lower half of the severed bottle. Here, I'll give you a choice. She lingered for a few moments, her breathing growing heavier, then slowly raised her hand and pressed her index finger lightly against the tender skin of her slender neck, as if prepared to drag her fingertip across it, mimicking slitting her own throat. Her smile widened a little, and the hue of her stunning scarlet eyes seemed to turn a little darker. I am immune to my flaw, usually, but that is only because of my rank. Funnily enough, now that I am in a mundane body, my own flesh is not durable enough to withstand the sharp edge of my flaw. Her gaze turned colder all of a sudden. If you still insist on believing that I am delusional, then there is nothing to fear. But if you know that I am telling the truth and don't do anything, then you will watch me die. Mordred was still watching her with a pleasant smile. However, his smile seemed to falter for a split second. Morgan closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and then slowly opened them again. Doing anything will be as good as admitting the truth. So what will it be, dear brother? Before Mordred could respond, she put pressure on her finger. Her muscles tensed subtly, showing that she was ready to drag it forcefully across her neck. The finger slid a few centimeters to the right, but then it stopped, because Mordred's hand had shot forward to grab her by the wrist. A few drops of blood rolled down her slender neck. Mordred remained motionless for a few seconds, looking at Morgan with panicked eyes, then drew a shallow breath and slowly pulled her hand away from her neck. Morgan smiled, a hint of sadness appearing in her scarlet eyes. And there it is. Admission. Mordred released her wrist and lowered his shaking hand, then looked down with a rattled expression. After a few moments of silence, he said softly, "Why would you do that?" Pulling a luxurious silk pocket square out of his breast pocket, Mordred pressed it gently against the small cut on her neck. "Please, don't hurt yourself." Seemingly indifferent to his soft touch, Morgan stared at him somberly for a while. Eventually, she spoke in an even tone. "The last time you saw me was when I was, 2 years old? And I don't remember you at all. Why do you even care?" Mordred smiled sadly. "Because you are my sister, Morgan." Then he looked away and let out a sigh. "But you're not my Morgan, are you?" Her sharp gaze finally lost some of its intensity. Morgan studied Mordred for a few seconds. Indeed, then she suddenly laughed brightly and looked at Saint. "Would you look at that? A complete recovery." "It's a miracle. Thank you for the advice, Dr. Saint." "Oh my, you really are the best psychiatrist in Mirage City." Chapter 2520. Other you Saint did not respond, looking at Mordred with a frozen expression. She seemed stunned by his betrayal. Before, there was at least one person who refused to share in the insanity. But now, even he was gone, having chosen to join the lunatics. She was left all alone. There was a subtle sense of giving up in her beautiful, glistening eyes. Morgan shook her head and looked back at Mordred. "Well, now that all the pretenses are gone, shall we have an honest conversation, dear brother?" Mordred slowly retracted his hand and looked down. He stayed silent for a while, his shoulders hanging low. Eventually he said quietly, "Sure, of course. Whatever you want, Morgan." She studied him with an impassive expression. "Aren't you curious about anything? Don't you have questions for me?" Mordred slowly shook his head. Morgan sighed and leaned back a little. "Well then, let me bring you up to speed. You've missed a lot of interesting events after all. Granted, regaling you with these tales might be a bit too cruel a punishment. But then again, you're not exactly innocent, are you?" Hearing that, Mordred finally looked up. "What am I guilty of, exactly?" His tone was tentative. Morgan smiled darkly. "I've learned a few interesting things from the detectives. On the day your car was pushed off the bridge, your driver did not just die from the injuries received in the crash, did he? He was killed with a sharp blade. Your other half must have held that knife, but you covered for him. That is what you're guilty of." Mordred's expression grew a little troubled. "He was just trying to protect me." Morgan chuckled. "I am sure he was. Did you convince yourself that he had thrown you into the great mirror to protect you as well? Come on. I know you are not stupid. You have to be devilishly smart, rather being his mirror copy." Mordred did not respond, prompting her to smile derisively. "I bet there is no point in asking you who the Castellan is. Naturally, he would have kept that information from you. lest you gain full control of the palace of imagination and escape. There was no answer, Morgan scoffed. Let me tell you about how the other Mordred fared in the real world, then. Your life here must have been quite sweet, even if none of it was real. Surrounded by a loving family and living in a peaceful world, you must have hoped that he was having a great time outside as well. Ah, but I'll have to disappoint you. He wasn't. Mordred flinched slightly. She looked into the distance with a wistful expression. I assume you still remember that our real mother passed away. We only had our father left. But when your other self returned to Bastion, father never really accepted him as his own. There was something seriously wrong with my dear brother, to be fair. He was eerie, off-putting, exceptionally cruel, and knew no remorse whatsoever. The dream spawn must have done a real number on you, huh? Morgan shook her head. The other Mordred was also exceptionally talented, intelligent, and immensely powerful for a mere awakened. But our father had already doubted his heritage, distrusted him because of the years you spent being raised by the dream spawn, and was troubled about his strange personality. So this exceptional power only made young Mordred seem more dangerous. Soon enough, Clan Valor decided to get rid of him. Mordred looked down, his face twisted. Morgan continued, So we killed him, only he did not really die, and no matter how we tried, he remained alive. In the end, we built an inescapable trap for him instead. It is funny, really. You are the one who was supposed to be imprisoned, but actually, he was the one who ended up in a cage. And it was a far less comfortable cage than the Palace of Imagination, mind you. She sighed. Oh, but he massacred his guards and escaped the inescapable prison eventually. After that, he became a master, then a saint. He conspired with our enemies to destroy us, perpetrated one horrific massacre after another, and rampaged across the two worlds like a bloodthirsty beast. Morgan smiled darkly. What else is there to say? Oh, our father is dead, by the way, beheaded at the end of a wasteful war he had started. Ki Song is dead, too. Bastion has a new master and Clan Valor is no more. You and me, both of you, are all that's left, apart from a few members of the branch families. Mordred drew in a shaky breath. He remained silent for a while, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Morgan. What about the dream spawn? She lingered for a few moments. He was betrayed by our father and sealed away. No one has seen or heard from him in a long, long while. Mordred let out a small sigh. I see. That is, good, I guess. Morgan studied him intently, then said evenly, Now, it is time for me to ask questions. She leaned forward a little and smiled. I shared what my flaw is with you, so it's only fair to ask. You've been split in half, haven't you? That is why there are two of you, two halves of the same whole, a good twin and a bad twin, a man and his monstrous reflection. Is that your flaw? Which one of you is the real Mordred, and which one of you is the reflection? Mordred looked at her with a sad smile. He remained silent for a while and then shook his head. No, you're wrong. He paused, then sighed and leaned back. Both of us are real, and our flaw did not split us in half. Instead, it shattered us. It shattered into 7 pieces. Morgan blinked a couple of times, stunned. What? There are 7 of you. Mordred's smile dimmed. He lingered for a few moments, and then said in a mournful tone, There were 7 of us. In the beginning, but now there are only 2. Chapter 25-21. Broken Mirror. Mordred remained silent for a while. Eventually, he sighed and glanced up at the colorful windows of the abandoned church, the Church of Mirage, the demon of imagination, as if mourning the illusion of her creation that he was choosing to forsake. Still looking up, he spoke in a wistful tone. We were 4 when our father handed us to the dream spawn. That was soon after America fell, and both Immortal Flame and his daughter perished. Father wasn't quite himself back then. Not that I remember it well. Mordred hesitated for a few moments. I don't think he ever liked us that much, even if I don't know why. Granted, we were indeed a strange child in more senses than one. We were born with a rare condition that reversed the location of our organs, for example. And we did not learn to speak for a long while, unlike normal children. In fact, it wasn't long after we spoke our first word that we became the dream spawn's ward. Morgan smiled darkly. I don't think you should be worried on that account. Our father did not really like anyone that much, an odd child or not. Mordred gave her a furtive glance. In any case, they were both mere masters back then. I spent a couple of years with the Dreamspawn and his followers in the waking world. We moved a lot, exploring all 4 quadrants in South America. We even went on an expedition to Europe, exploring the ruins of old human cities. Then, after the Dreamspawn became transcendent, he took me to the dream realm. I haven't been to the waking world since. Morgan leaned forward a little. What was he like? The Dreamspawn? Mordred lingered with the answer, then shook his head. He was strangely detached, but full of curiosity. Determined, driven, as if searching for something. Everything on Earth seemed to amuse him a little. Looking back, there were too many strange things, both about him and about his followers, but I did not know any better for me. That was simply how things were. I just languished because of his indifference, and longed for his attention. He sighed. In the dream realm, it was often just the 2 of us. The Dreamspawn had a citadel and awakened retainers, but he spent most of his time exploring ancient ruins in the faraway regions of the dream realm, and he took me with him, me and his most loyal servants. Some of them were echoes of nightmare creatures, some of them were echoes of people. A quiet bunch, to say the least. Mordred smiled bitterly. Back then, I convinced myself that he took me with him because he cared about me above everyone else. And he did, just not in the way I believed. I was simply too valuable to be entrusted to anyone, because there was something he needed from me. He glanced down. And anyway, eventually, I turned 12 and faced my first nightmare. That was when I gained my aspect and my flaw and was shattered into 7 pieces. Mordred inhaled deeply. We were 7 shards of the same person. Each of us inherited some aspects of the original Mordred, but none of us was whole. We were all incomplete, missing parts that we remembered but did not possess or were capable of anymore. His gaze grew distant. Mordred remained silent for a while, then exhaled slowly. Who knows? Maybe if things had turned out differently, we could have learned to live that way. We could have learned to rely on each other and make up for what the other ones lacked. We could have acted as a single person who possessed the strength of 7, and the companionship of his missing parts. His expression turned somber. But that was not meant to be. Once we conquered the nightmare, the Dreamspawn took what he needed from us, the blood of War God, and abandoned us callously. He did it easily and emotionlessly, as if we never mattered to him at all. And so, we were left alone. That was when my other self made his choice. Mordred glanced away with a regretful expression. Instead of learning how to live with the rest of us, he decided to make himself whole as he could be. So, he killed the rest. A dead silence settled in the abandoned church. Morgan stared at Mordred, her face pale. She did not say anything for a long while, and then asked, a hint of a bewildered smile appearing on her face. So, when you were 12, one of yours slaughtered the others. Mordred nodded slowly. It sounds like a decision that only a monster can make, but please understand, all of us were limited by what we were still capable of feeling, thinking, and being. And he was not the most compassionate piece of us. He was the strongest, though, and best suited to be a protector. Mordred sighed. Perhaps he did protect us, in a way. In a cruel, terrible way, he killed the other 5 and absorbed them, regaining as many parts of the original Mordred as he could, and coming very close to becoming a complete person once again. However, he could not kill me. Not because he was incapable of overpowering me, but simply because one of the parts of the original Mordred I inherited was our death. Mordred closed his eyes for a moment. If I die, we all die. But you must have realized that already. That was why you tried to kill me, wasn't it? Morgan, in any case. That saved me back then. I was the weakest and most vulnerable of us. There are many things I lack, and their absence renders me all but harmless. Which is a death sentence in this world we live in, more or less. So it is quite ironic that it was I who inherited our death. Almost as ironic as our protector killing us all. He smiled faintly. He must have given you a reason to want to kill him, but please understand he is still not a complete person, you see. He has regained much of what a human should possess, but not all of it. There is one missing part in particular that lies at the root of what he has become. One small deficiency that influences everything else. Morgan raised an eyebrow. And that is, Mordred sighed, it's regret. While I am capable of feeling it, my other self is not. He is incapable of regretting anything, and like the first domino, that one missing piece causes much of his claim to being a real human to crumble. He glanced at Morgan with a sad smile. But he still wanted to come to Bastion, to find his home again, to belong somewhere again. And he did. He just made sure to hide me somewhere where no one would be able to find me first. So he hid me under Bastion in this place. Mordred rubbed his face tiredly. And here we are. Chapter 252. An old story. Here you are, sitting on a plastic chair in a cheap tent bar. Sonny smiled. There were no other customers under the flimsy canopy. And no wonder, with how violent the rain had become and how cold the winds were, most people of Mirage City were huddling at home. The rest were in the process of abandoning the flooded areas, so they had more important things to do than stop at a cheap eatery in the middle of a stormy night. Even the usual drunks were nowhere to be seen. Nevertheless, Sonny was not at all surprised to see the class being pulled open as someone came in from the rain. The man glanced around the empty tent, then gave him a pleasant smile. "Ah, were you waiting? It breaks my heart a little to see how predictable I have become." Pulling up a plastic chair, Mordred sat opposite Sonny and took off his cap. Drops of water fell from his hair, and he brushed it back, shivering from the cold in his threadbare coat. Sonny pointed to an unopened bottle of soju standing on the table between them. "Here, warm yourself up," Mordred obliged, then gave him a curious look. "You're not drinking?" Sonny gave him a friendly smile. "The last time I got drunk, I killed someone, so—" His smile widened a little. "I thought that if I were to kill you, I'd rather do it sober. You know, to fully enjoy the process." Mordred chuckled and poured himself a glass, then emptied it in a single gulp. "So how did you know that I'll come find you again, Sunless?" Sonny lingered for a few seconds, then shrugged. "It's obvious, we have your other self after all. You'd want to get him back at all costs, lest Morgan actually finishes him off." He leaned back and sighed. "Of course, I did not really know who you would choose to follow, me or Effie. But I had an inkling that it would be me." Mordred studied him for a while, then shrugged. "Quite astute. Oh, I saw you visiting the other's assistant earlier. I hope you got what you wanted from him." Sonny nodded. I did. I know who is trying to kill us now." Mordred raised an eyebrow. "Really? That was quick." Sonny chuckled. "Well, I have an advantage or two when it comes to solving this case." He glanced away with a wistful expression. Actually pinpointing the assistant as the traitor who kept supplying the mastermind with sensitive information was not that hard. On the day of the first assassination attempt, Mordred changed his plans randomly, but his schedule and route were still leaked. The same happened yesterday. Who had immediate access to that information in both cases, though? Two people. Really? The driver and the assistant. Coincidentally, the assistant was the one who drove Mordred yesterday, so he was the only suspect left. Mordred winced. "You know, it is quite unpleasant to hear you refer to that man as Mordred insulting even. I disapprove." Sonny stared at him for a few seconds. "Well, tough." He leaned back. In any case, the assistant had some information, but not all of the information. Getting it out of him was not too hard, and piecing it all together wasn't too difficult either. Not because I'm a genius detective, but because I know more than people in this city know. He sighed. In this story that the Castellan created, what is the connection between the victims of the nihilist? How do we, the uninvited guests, fit into it? Who wants to kill Mordred? And most importantly, why now? It is all a proper mess, and finding what ties it all together is not easy at first glance. Oh, but it is all tied together, just in an unexpected way. Mordred smiled. "Seems you really do have a suspect in mind." Sonny nodded. "Yes, but, sorry to disappoint, it is not someone exciting. It is in fact the most boring contender, the most obvious one too, whom everyone would suspect from the very start. It's the chairman of the board, the reflection of your dead uncle Maddock." Mordred seemed a little surprised. It was impossible to tell if his surprise was genuine, or if he had known the answer already, though. Uncle Dearest, how nefarious. To think that he would conspire against his own nephew. Ah, but it is a story as old as the world itself. A scorned uncle conspiring to oust a noble prince. A simple power grab, quite trite. Sonny shook his head. It is Maddock, yes, but a power grab? No. The power will simply return to his brother's hands if Mordred dies after all. So, he had a different motive. He is desperately trying to bury his own sins. He watched as Mordred poured himself more soju with a look of envy, then glanced away. The thread I needed to pull to realize the truth was not whom Maddock tried to silence, but the timing of it all, and for that, I simply needed to get the details of what Mordred has been doing for the last few days out of his assistant. So, do you want to know what provoked all this? Was it his policies, the clash of interests over the Valor Group's future, a political agenda, perhaps? Sonny shook his head with a smile of dark amusement. No, it was all because Mordred unexpectedly decided to implement flood prevention measures in the city. Mordred raised an eyebrow. Does Maddock want the city to suffer more water damage to inflate the numbers in the repair contracts Valor Construction will receive after the floods are over? Sonny shook his head again. Not quite, but it does have to do with Valor Construction. That is where the skeletons are buried. Are being buried, actually. And would have been flawlessly hidden if not for the fact that Mordred suddenly threw a wrench into these plans. By requesting Valor Construction to mobilize its forces before the floods, he inadvertently gave himself a reason to look at it closely. He sighed. The reason Maddock is trying to kill Mordred is because Mordred inevitably noticed a slight discrepancy in the numbers presented by the Valor Construction in their report about the flood prevention efforts, and ordered a full audit to be conducted. Sonny smiled wistfully. It is as they say, I guess. No good deed goes unpunished. Mordred chuckled. Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm not known for doing good deeds personally. He paused for a second and then asked, So what is it that the chairman of the board is so desperate to cover? Sonny shrugged. What else? Embezzlement. He remained silent for a while, and then glanced north. It's not the fact of the embezzlement that is important, though. It's what he embezzled the funds from, the last major project of Valor Construction, the restoration of the northern dam. Sonny sighed, which would not have been a problem if not for these abnormally heavy rains. Because of them, the northern dam is not going to hold. He glanced at Mordred with a neutral expression. Mirage City is going to drown. Sonny took the soju bottle and poured Mordred a glass. Of course, he made sure to hold it with one hand while doing so, since holding it with both would have been too polite. Pushing the glass toward the Prince of Nothing, he leaned back and pursed his lips. There was no nihilist originally. It was just Mirage City hunting down the reflections of your vessels to erase an anomaly. Things have changed after the rest of us arrived, and now these murders have an actual explanation. Funnily enough, there is still no nihilist anywhere out there. The terrifying serial killer, terrorizing the entire city, does not exist. Sonny shook his head with a resentful expression. He is just a cover story Maddock has concocted to direct everyone's attention away from the truth, and the truth is that these people were killed by professionals he had hired to silence them, to tie up loose ends. Just like he hired enforcers to kill his nephew and us. The missing eyes are just a red herring, whatever the hell a herring is. Meant to distract the public. He sighed. If you study the backgrounds of the victims, all of them have a connection to the Valor Group, the owner of a building company handling several contracts with Valor Construction, an archivist from an enterprise that provided outsourcing services to the Valor Group, a security guard who was recently reassigned from the renovation site, and so on. Each of them can be traced to Valor Construction and the Northern Dam contract it received from the city. Sonny smiled faintly. So is Mordred. So are two detectives who were sniffing around both him and the supposed serial killer victims. So is Morgan, who must have known something about her uncle's shady dealings, and her psychiatrist. After all, who knows what Morgan let slip in her lengthy therapy sessions with Saint, confined in a mental asylum and pumped full of drugs. Mordred glanced at him with interest. That Saint, what an interesting person. I did not know that there was another human with the affinity to nothing somewhere out there. Ah, I would not mind getting to know her better if fortune allows. Sonny stared at his smile for a few seconds, then reached forward and pushed his glass over without changing expression. Not paying the spilled soju any attention, he said in an even tone. Anyway, all of the people Madoc killed or tried to kill can be traced to the Northern Dam renovation project. Of course, that alone does not mean anything. All of them can be traced to a great number of things. Chocolate milk, for example, or the police department, or Mordret himself. Human lives are like that. All of us share countless connections, and anyone can be tied to anything in this enormous web. Unless some misguided fool went and met a nasty bird that severed all these connections, then a person would become untraceable and easily lost. Sonny smiled, pinpointing a particular connection between all these threads, as the reason for what is happening is nearly impossible in a short amount of time, let alone proving it. But I have the advantage of foreknowledge. He moved his chair a little back to prevent the spilled soju from dripping on him. Mirage City is not exactly Bastion, but it is clearly inspired by it. There is the Mirror Lake in the castle. There is also Rivergate, even if it is situated a bit closer to the city. The Northern Dam does not exist in Bastion, though, in the false Bastion at least. It does exist in true Bastion, turned to ruin. There is another difference between the two as well. The drowned city at the bottom of the lake. He let out a wistful sigh. The Northern Dam was destroyed in true Bastion, and the resulting flood destroyed the city. Art imitates life. The story the Castellan seems to be telling draws inspiration from the ancient past as well. After all, the Castellan is a reflection that has dwelled in the great mirror from before the moon above true Bastion was shattered. It witnessed the destruction of the dam and the fall of the city below personally. Sonny shrugged. So that was how I was able to piece together the clues and realize what was going on. Madoc has embezzled the funds from the renovation project, for whatever reason. Possibly he needed to create a slush fund, bribe his way into a political career, or buy himself a new yacht. In any case, the work Valor Construction performed on the dam was shoddy at best, perhaps even harmful. Now, the entire city is in jeopardy, and he is silencing everyone who can expose his guilt. Mordret chuckled. Excellent detective work, Sunless. No, truly 1 a.m. impressed. You did not exactly have a lot of time to investigate the case, and half of it has been spent fighting hired killers and surviving lethal car crashes. How exciting! It is almost like the old detective stories I used to read as a kid. Sonny was a little disturbed by that statement, reminded that Mordret too had been a human once. He grimaced. Thank you. Being a detective is quite a new experience for me, but I know a thing or two about crime. I have not always been a law-abiding citizen after all. So, know how criminals think. He took a deep breath, then glanced at Mordred. So, now we simply have to take Madoc off the board. Once he is gone, the Castellan will have to reveal itself to make one last attempt to prevent its illusion from crumbling. Mordred smiled amicably. That won't be easy. Uncle Madoc must have hidden himself in some impregnable fortress by now, surrounded by an army of hired thugs. Getting to him will be difficult, let alone arresting him. So, what is your plan? Sonny smiled, too. Why, it's very simple. He pointed to Mordred. Lamb planning to use you as bait. Mordred laughed. Me? Goodness gracious, I don't even officially exist in this reality. How are you going to make me into bait? Sonny grinned. How else? By dressing you in a fancy suit and giving you some hair gel. Naturally, you will take the place of your nicer self and draw Madoc out. Naturally, your life will be in grave danger when you do. But that is a risk I'm quite willing to take. He let out a dreamy sigh. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. Mordred picked up his overturned glass and emptied the rest of the bottle into it. Taking a sip, he gave Sonny an amused look. But what's in it for me? Sonny shrugged. That is negotiable, but look at yourself. You can put on a brave face, but it is obvious that your time here in the Palace of Imaginations has not been pleasant. I don't think I ever saw you in such a sorry state. Staying alive while the entire Mirage City is hunting you has not been easy, has it? So are you really in a position to make demands? Mordred laughed. He savored his drink, then gave Sonny a curious glance. Have you really not entered the Great Mirror to kill me? Sonny grimaced, uncomfortable with having to answer that question. It threatened to reveal too much of his secrets to Mordred, which was never a good thing. I did not even know that you could be killed outside a soul duel before meeting your better half. So, no. Mordred considered something for a few moments. But now that you know, you probably would not mind killing me. Isn't that the case, damnation? Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. Sure. There are too many reasons to kill you, and too few to keep you alive. Please don't take offense, actually, please do. I meant it as an insult. Mordred chuckled and finished his drink in one gulp. Well, you are wrong. The reasons to keep me alive might be few, but they outweigh the myriad reasons to be rid of me that you and Changing Star seem to have. In fact, forget about why you came here. Why do you think I came here, Sunless? Sunny frowned. Wasn't it to stop Morgan from carving your other self's heart out? Mordred slowly shook his head. That was a reason, but not the reason in truth. I would have come here even if Morgan had not learned about his existence. He glanced Sunny right in the eye and smiled. Gods, you really have no idea, do you? How troubling! Sunny's frown deepened. I do have an idea. In fact, I have several ideas, and the more you keep talking in circles, the more ideas I get. Mordred sighed and glanced away. In a rare moment of sincerity, his mask of decorum slipped, revealing a hint of some somber emotion, as well as unease. Then he put his polite smile back on. Allow me to enlighten you, then. I've been quite heartbroken to learn that you managed to kill my father before I could, Sunless. So heartbroken, in fact, that I was considering doing something unwise to get back at you. Something childish and vindictive, like devastating the entire sword domain, or turning NQSC into a graveyard before slowly pulling you limb from limb. While Sunny's expression turned dark, his smile widened a little. But I swiftly regained my senses. Sure, it pained me a great deal to have my vengeance stolen from me, but I am nothing if not a pragmatist. The goal I chose to make the purpose of my existence was gone. So like the wise and benevolent man that I am, I decided to look to the future instead of dwelling on the past. Sunny smiled darkly. Oh, you sure it wasn't because pulling a sovereign limb from limb posed a bit of a problem to your benevolent self? Mordred laughed. Ah, indeed. Despite my anger, the prospect of making 2 new Supremes my sworn enemies did not seem too enticing. Sunny studied him for a while. So what was the future you envisioned for yourself? Did you find a new goal? Mordred shrugged. It is too soon to speak about new goals. I have to ensure my safety first. My actions, you see, are a matter of necessity at the moment, not of choice. Sunny scowled. What the hell do you mean, what necessity? Mordred chuckled. His laughter did not sound very joyous, though. Think about it. I hid my flaw, my one weakness, in this secretive place. Not even my father knew about his existence or about the Palace of Imagination. You learned about my flaw from Morgan, while Morgan learned it from the legacy left behind by Ki Song. But how did Ki Song know about it, not to mention where to find it? Sunny glanced at him somberly. I don't know. I assumed it was through some form of divination. Perhaps Deathsinger had lent a hand. Mordred shook his head. No, it wasn't divination. Someone simply told her about it. Someone who knows more about me than anyone else, and with whom she could bargain to keep my father in check. Sunny tensed. The person Mordred was hinting at could be only one man. You mean the 3rd sovereign? Mordred smiled sharply. Indeed, the Dreamspawn knows my weakness very well. He knows a great deal of things. In fact, I'm not sure if there's anything he does not know. His voice sounded a bit peculiar. If Sunny did not know Mordred better, he would have believed that the bastard was afraid. But naturally, that was impossible. So what does it have to do with you coming to the Palace of Imagination? Mordred shrugged. It's easy. My flaw has been safe here until now, but not anymore. He lingered for a few seconds and then added with a chilling smile, because the Dreamspawn is coming. And when he does, no one in the world, any world, will be safe anymore. A heavy silence settled in the tent bar, broken only by the muted rustle of the rain outside. The mention of the nebulous sovereign, Asterion, caused the chill of the night to feel colder, and the darkness in the corners of the bar to seem darker. Even though both Sunny and Mordred had avoided mentioning his name, after all, those who knew of his existence all believed that the Dreamspawn could hear his name being spoken aloud, no matter where and when it was spoken. Even knowing about him could attract his attentions. Sunny smiled crookedly. The dream spawn! Oh my, what a scarecrow! He leaned back, relaxing on his plastic chair, and shrugged. I've been hearing scary stories about this man for decades now. But is he really that frightening? From what I could tell, his only claim to glory was joining your father and betraying Broken Sword. Even then, they just barely managed to kill him. Mordred shook his head. I think you misunderstand something, Sunless. It wasn't that the dream spawn joined my father. My dear father only dared to turn on Broken Sword because he had struck a deal with the dream spawn, which, albeit it pains me to admit, is not at all an indication of my father's weakness. Rather, Broken Sword was that much of a monster. He smiled pleasantly. I should know, after all, I was the price my father paid to ensure the Dreamspawn's support. And because of that, Broken Sword ended up dead despite all his dire power. He shrugged. You are quite a treacherous person yourself, Sunless. So you should know that the means one uses to achieve victory do not matter too much. The only thing that matters is who is left standing at the end of the battle. That is the only true measure of power. The Dreamspawn might have used cunning and treachery to kill Broken Sword, but he still killed him, which means that in the end, he was a deadlier monster. Sunny could not argue that point. Still, he felt reluctant to agree. Sure, cunning and deviousness are a part of one's power, but what of it? How diabolical that guy could have been if he ended up being outplayed and trapped on the moon by his allies? He smirked. Gods, who's to say that he is still alive even? That mysterious boogeyman everyone seems to be terrified of might have died years ago. There is a Category 6 gate on the moon, after all. Or maybe something even more unfathomable, which means that there is an unholy horror guarding that gate. Even if the nature of the waking world is suppressing its powers, I find it hard to believe that your dream spawn has survived decades in the domain of an unholy nightmare creature. Mordred smiled faintly. Oh, he's alive of that. I have no doubt. He glanced at Sunny with a peculiar darkness hiding in his gaze. And the two of you and your own dreamspawn have made a deadly mistake. I cannot in good conscience blame you, though. In truth, his return became inevitable the moment the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms fell. Do you think that he is staying on the moon of his own free will? No, naturally not. He could have escaped it a long time ago, if not for the fact that they were suppressing him all this time, and preventing his insidious influence from spreading back to Earth. Mordred sighed. However, the only two people who could shield the world from him are gone now. Changing Star, you, and even me. We simply do not know enough about the Dreamspawn and his powers to take their place in time. We do not have the benefit of having thoroughly prepared to contain him, either. So, he is coming. In fact, I'm willing to bet that his influence has already began spreading both across the waking world and the dream realm. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Who says that we haven't prepared? He sighed and glanced away. Naturally, we are no fools. We suspected that a confrontation with the Third Sovereign was inevitable too, so we have been looking for signs of his return ourselves. Naturally, it has not been easy due to the fact that merely knowing about him puts our agents in danger. But we have been looking. That was one of the purposes, perhaps the main purpose of the Shadow Clan. Sunny had created a vast information network that spanned both worlds, serving as his eyes and ears, precisely because he wanted to know about Asterion showing up as soon as possible. The members of the Shadow Clan did not know what they were looking for themselves, for safety reasons, but that did not prevent them from reporting all strange and suspicious things they had noticed to Sunny, as well as serving as conduits of his shadow sense. In fact, he was going to receive the next report soon, now that the busy days of the winter solstice were behind them. Mordred glanced at him with an amused smile. Then you have not been looking well enough. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. The Dreamspawn, what is he like? Mordred studied him for a long while, then took a deep breath and let out a short laugh. Oh, him? Well, if I were to describe him succinctly, I'd say that he is a mirror image of your changing star, a being very much like her, but also the exact opposite of her, and what she stands for, like the dark side of a radiant sun. Or possibly he is what Changing Star was supposed to be, taken to the logical conclusion. Sunny scowled, surprised and unnerved by that answer. What do you mean? Mordred gave him a concerned look. You know what a dream spawn is, don't you? A being born of both worlds, belonging to neither? Someone walking on the edge between a human and abomination. Sunny's scowl deepened. That was one way to interpret it. Nephis was no abomination, but in some sense, she did share a degree of kinship with them. That was the reason why she could absorb a portion of the soul fragments of the abominations who died to her flames, just like Awakened who killed other Awakened could. What of it? Mordred smiled darkly. Well, it seems to me that both of them have taken the burden of being a dream spawn to an extreme end. Changing Star denied the nightmare part of her so thoroughly as to become the very symbol of humanity. Completely incorruptible. He glanced at Sunny and added in a lower tone, "That man, however, the first and original dream spawn, did the opposite. He doesn't care about being human at all. In fact, I don't think he even considers himself a human. Instead, he has accepted the creature part of him with open arms, and among all creatures, he is the most frightening one of all. He is the kind of creature who walks around wearing a human face." Sunny shivered. I'm starting to understand how Mordred ended up being who he is. Chapter 2526, Nightmare Spawn. Sunny glanced at Mordred in displeasure. Now, even he was starting to feel a little uneasy at the mention of Asterion. He was also a little stunned. The idea of a human who considered himself a spawn of nightmare had never crossed his mind. Even more disturbing was the fact that Asterion had an actual claim to such a title. Mordred chuckled. It is not that surprising if you think about it. What is a human, after all? There are some common traits we all share, like having 2 hands and 2 feet, being featherless bipeds. However, does a saint cease to be a human when they assume their transcendent form? Hardly. Truth. We also share more profound things, our way of thinking, culture, values, our birthplace. He sighed. But that man was born in a different world, and raised by people who had quite a peculiar culture and values. More than that, he was unique even among them, the first of his kind, the first human child born in the dream realm, the first dream spawn. He only encountered human civilization after becoming awakened, so it's not that hard to imagine that he would consider himself a stranger to our merry band. Oh, and I'm using our figuratively. In truth, I feel somewhat like a stranger to mankind myself. Sunny offered him a half-hearted smile. So what you are telling me is that while Nephis is a dream spawn, that man is better described as a nightmare spawn. Mordred shrugged. A dream spawn, a nightmare spawn, is there really a difference? In the world we live in, the two are one and the same. Sunny pursed his lips. There's a difference. Names have a power, you know. Regardless, I'm more interested in something else. That man, whatever we call him, is he actually corrupted? Mordred hesitated for a while. I am not quite sure. These dream spawns are all paradoxical creatures, you know. I do not think that he is truly corrupted. I believe that he is still walking the path of ascension, however. Who can tell? He might be a human who is walking the path of corruption, or a corrupted man who is walking the path of ascension. Or maybe there is no difference between the two for him at all. He grinned. If I knew that much about the dream spawn, I wouldn't be here, desperately trying to prepare for his return. I can tell you one thing, though. Mordred glanced at Sunny with a smile. Of all the people in both worlds, I'm the one who knows the most about him. So, coming back to the question that provoked this unpleasant conversation, the reason neither you nor Changing Star can afford to kill me is that I am your best ally in the fight against the dream spawn. That soured Sunny's mood quite a lot. He was feverishly digesting the new information about Asterion. Sunny had known that the third sovereign would become a problem sooner or later. However, after hearing Mordred out, he was inclined to believe the bastard. The problem would arrive sooner rather than later. And the danger posed by Asterion was perhaps even greater than Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had anticipated. Worse of all, no matter how much Sunny was revolted by the idea, he could not deny Mordred's last statement. They could not afford to exterminate their best source of information about Asterion. At least not just yet. Killing Mordred would be a mistake, despite how much of a loose cannon he was and all the terrible crimes he had committed. They could make him answer for those after Asterion had been dealt with. Regardless. On top of that, Sunny was still not entirely comfortable with the idea of killing the other Mordred in cold blood just to get rid of this one. That guy was innocent, having done nothing wrong, nothing to justify an execution anyway. Sunny had killed plenty of people in his life, and was not above doing what had to be done in order to achieve his goals. But he was not entirely callous either. So, he felt undecided on what to do with the other Mordred, and that, without a doubt, was another fact Mordred was counting on. That slippery bastard, Sunny glanced at the Prince of Nothing somberly. I might, just might, consider keeping you alive. However, you should think about giving me a taste of what you're offering. To help me make the decision? What powers does Astarion possess? What is his aspect? What is his flaw? Why is he searching for divine lineages? And so on. Mordred laughed. So many questions. He lingered for a while, then spoke in a distant tone, as if musing aloud. Let's not mention his ability to manipulate and compel living beings, as well as to know things that are not supposed to be known. That is his aspect, at least I suspect that it is, but not his nature. His nature, meanwhile? Mordred frowned faintly. The dream spawn bears the lineage of the most elusive of the gods, Heart God, the god of souls as well as emotions, memory, growth, and hunger. So he wields an eerie power to consume and assimilate things. That is what makes him a monster. He is a chimera. Sunny blinked a few times. Wait, you don't mean that? Mordred nodded. Yes, it is not supposed to be possible. Just like the existence of beings who are both divine and profane is not supposed to be possible, but the dream spawn is capable of bearing several lineages at the same time. He inherited the lineage of Heart God from his parents. He assimilated the lineage of War God from my blood. He received the lineage of Beast God from Ki Song and plundered the lineage of Storm God from Nightwalker. He chuckled. He kept Nephis of Immortal Flame alive because he needed her to grow up and awaken to steal the lineage of Sun God, and he has waited for a long, long time for the lineage of Shadow God to finally reveal itself, for you to reveal yourself. So now that all he seeks is within reach, he will inevitably come for the two of you to finish his collection and absorb all 6 divine lineages. What for that? I do not know. Mordred glanced at Sunny and raised an eyebrow. How's that for a taste? Ah, am I not a generous and benevolent person? Look, I turned a new leaf. That is the second time I shared valuable information with you for free. Sunny remained silent for a long while. The good thing is that my incarnations can sense what is happening in Mirage City. So, they'll be relaying this information to Nephis and Cassie immediately. After a while, he sighed. Fine, let's strike a deal, you and I. What do you want in exchange for acting as bait to lure the Castellan out, and helping us deal with the dream spawn in the future? Mordred shrugged. It is, as I said, I want safety. Ensure the survival of my pathetic other self. Put him in a place more secure than the Palace of Imagination. The safest place in both worlds. Settle him on the Ivory Island and guard him as fervently as you guard each other, both from the dream spawn and from Morgan. Actually, from anything that can harm him, even a little bit. Sunny tilted his head a little. You want us, Nephis, Cassie and me, to become roommates with your other self? That is your price? Mordred smiled pleasantly, quite aptly put. Yes, at least until the dream spawn is dealt with. I know, cohabitating with that worm is an unpleasant prospect, but please bear with him for a while. Sunny frowned. He wasn't sure that Mordred was being sincere. In fact, he was quite certain that the bastard was deceiving him, somehow. But there was one thing Sunny knew for sure. It was that Mordred absolutely detested Astarion. A long time ago, the Prince of Nothing had shared his intentions with him. He had wanted revenge against the Dreamspawn almost as much as he wanted to avenge himself on Valor. That made his motives at least a little bit believable. In fact, he is giving us a hostage. What would that lunatic be able to do if his very death was in their hands? Nothing. Sunny glanced at Mordred somberly for a long while, then sighed. It's a deal. Chapter 2527. Scent of rain, some time prior, Effie returned home, the home of her counterpart, which felt both familiar and strange. It was different from her own family home in Bastion, but shared the same feeling of coziness with it. The nature of life in Mirage City was vastly different from the real world, of course, but Effie vaguely remembered how her counterpart had lived, which was why she did not feel particularly alien to this fantastical place. If anything, she felt a little bit too at home here. The people quietly following her in the shadows were troublesome. It was the people inside, however, who were the problem. Opening the door, Effie took off her coat and shook off the drops of water from her hair. By the time she was done with that, the sound of little feet drumming excitedly on the floor was already drawing near. "Mommy?" She put on a smile. Her children, her counterpart's children, were upon her a moment later. She crouched to hug them, burying her face in their soft hair. "Mommy's home. Mama. It was raining a lot, Mama." The boy was a little older, while the little girl was still a toddler. He was boisterous, while she was shy. Both of them were full of the irresistible, innocent sweetness that only children possessed. Neither of them was real. Effie kept reminding herself of that fact, but it was of no use. Cold rationality was powerless in the face of blazing emotions, and it was especially powerless in the face of those fundamental feelings that lay at the foundation of human nature, like the affection a mother felt for her children. Despite only knowing them for a few days, she did not want to let these kids go. She couldn't. "Hey, you rascals, your mom had a very long day. Give me a minute to catch my breath." The kids reluctantly let go of her and took a couple of steps back. The girl glanced up at her with wide eyes, which suddenly started to water for no good reason. "Uh-oh, Mama. Did you get an ouchie?" Effie glanced down at herself. She had been in pretty bad shape after the car crash, but most of her bruises and contusions were out of view. There were a few scrapes on her arms and face, though covered by adhesive bandage. She smiled and patted her daughter's head. "Yes, but just a tiny one." Then she winked at the little girl. "Mama is too awesome to get really hurt, Pumpkin." The boy clenched his fists. "Our mom is the awesomest mom in the world. Of course she won't get hurt." Effie laughed. "All right, settle down. Let's prepare you for bed." The kids protested in unison. "No, I want ice cream first. I want to watch cartoons." She let out a theatrical sigh. "No ice cream before bed. Where did this idea even come from? Cartoons are negotiable, though." Soon enough, Effie found herself on the sofa with two soft bodies pressed against her, hugging the kids gently as they watched a colorful cartoon with enthralled expressions. Look, it's Tally! Go get them, Tally!" On the screen, a pair of precocious kids somehow got themselves into trouble with a band of clumsy bandits while trying to obtain ice cream from a magical ice cream stand. At the last moment, the owner of the stand, a pink dragon named Tally, revealed herself to save the day. She dealt with the bandits, huffed and puffed until they ran away to surrender themselves to the police, and then treated the kids to waffle cones full of delicious ice cream. "Ah, I want ice cream too. Tally is the best." The name of this popular cartoon was apparently Talitha's Ice Cream. The titular Talitha, strangely enough, resembled a young, awakened girl Effie had met in Bastion once or twice. One of the Shadow Clan members operating there in secret. Considering that everyone in Mirage City was based on reflections from outside the Great Mirror, that wasn't too peculiar. Effie did not know why that girl's reflection turned out to be a pink dragon, though that was a mystery. "Ah, I want ice cream too." She smiled and hugged her kids tighter. Then her expression froze. What am I doing? These children were not hers, but even if they were, tonight she was going to say goodbye to them forever. Effie was going to leave and never return. She was going to face the Castellan and challenge it for control of the Palace of Imagination. If she lost, she would die. Detective Athena of the Mirage City Police Department would die too, leaving these sweet kids to grow up without a mother. If she won, Mirage City would very likely cease to exist, and these innocent children would cease to exist with it. In any case, she would never see them again. There was suddenly a dull ache in Effie's chest. She remained motionless for a while, and then let out a quiet sigh. They're not real. Soon enough, the cartoon was over. She prepared the pair of children for bed, and then lingered in their room, looking at them quietly. Mom, Dad said that you won't have to go to work for a while. Let's go to the zoo tomorrow. Let's go to the park. Let's go to the movies. Effie smiled gently. That sounds nice. The boy seemed way too excited to fall asleep anytime soon. Let's go to the lake. Let's go to the toy store. Ooh, they are opening the castle soon. Let's go to the castle. Effie's smile dimmed a little. That sounds nice, too. Sometime later, she turned off the lamps and put on the nightlight for the children. Then Effie made to leave, but at the last moment a tiny hand caught her sleeve. Glancing down, she saw the little girl looking at her with pitiful eyes. Mama, don't go. Effie let out a small sigh, kneeling in front of the girl's bed. She tucked her in and said softly, Mama has to go, Pumpkin. Sleep tight. When you open your eyes. She paused and remained silent for a while. Then she forced out a smile. Daddy will make you a delicious breakfast. He will take you to the zoo, to the park, and to the movies. He will even buy you ice cream. The girl's eyes glistened. What about you, Mama? Will Daddy buy ice cream for you too? Effie chuckled. Why, of course. How can I leave them? She glanced at the little girl intently, as if wanting to etch her lovely image into her memory. If someone asked Effie to describe what she felt at that moment, she would not have been able to. But it was then that she finally understood what she was missing, what stood in her way on the path of ascension. Kai's greatest obstacle had been his lack of confidence, but Effie was different. What held her back the most was her inability to let go. The very reason she wanted to become stronger was to protect the things she cherished, but if she wanted to protect them, she had to let go. She had to learn how to leave them behind. How twisted! Patting the little girl on the head, Effie leaned down and whispered, Mommy loves you very much. She was saying it for Detective Athena, who could not say it herself, and for her own sake as well. Deep at night, when the entire house slept soundly, Effie crept to the window and opened it without making a sound. Throwing one last look back, she closed her eyes for a second and inhaled the smells of the strange, cozy home. Then her expression hardened. She smiled bitterly and turned away. A moment later, she was gone, leaving behind only the scent of rain. Chapter 25-28. Last Fragments. It was at the crack of dawn that Sunny finally reached the abandoned church. The city was still enveloped in deep darkness, though due to the heavy storm clouds obscuring the sky, the torrential rain continued to pour down. The flooding in various parts of the city was only growing worse. The roads were a mess, and the silence of the dying night was kept at bay by the blaring of car horns. Looking at the many PTVs stuck in the slowly rising water, Sunny could not help but expect them to start blowing up in a devastating chain reaction. However, none of them did. Despite the strange nature of their engines and fuel, the ancient vehicles were not at all as prone to exploding as he had expected. Parking his newly acquired PTV in front of the church, Sunny climbed out and walked in. Effie arrived first, it seemed. Both of them had long escaped the surveillance team sent to spy on them, but Sunny ran a few errands before returning to their temporary lair. Hey, partner. Effie met him with a wave. Her usually bright and boisterous smile seemed faint and subdued today, and there was a hint of wistful melancholy in her eyes. Sunny frowned slightly and stopped near her. Are you all right? Effie chuckled. Me? Oh, well, yes, sure I am. When have I ever not been all right? He studied her for a few moments, knowing that she was not telling the truth. But he also knew that she did not want to talk about what was bothering her, at least not with him, who was still mostly a stranger. So Sunny simply respected her wishes, even if it hurt. He smiled derisively. You're just bummed out because you'll never get the chance to gobble up an entire box of those donut thingies, right? Effie's smile widened, turning at least a little bit sincere. Damn, you know me so well, I haven't even thought about that. He scoffed, then walked past her. The other Mordred was napping on one of the benches. Morgan was keeping an eye on him from behind the altar. Saint was sitting apart from everyone, staring into the distance. Sunny contemplated for a few moments, then walked over to Morgan first. She briefly informed him about what they had learned from the other Mordred while he explained to her who was behind the attempts on their lives. The knowledge of what Mordred's flaw actually was rendered Sunny speechless for a while, but eventually he gave Morgan a slow nod. Strangely enough, it made sense for Mordred to be a broken mirror of himself, each shard reflecting the visage of the original person from a different angle. As nice as he seems, is he actually a sane person? She looked in the direction where the other Mordred slept and remained silent for a long while. Her usually cold expression seemed troubled somehow. Eventually, Morgan shook her head slightly and sighed. He is indeed just what he seems: nice, decent, compassionate, but a sane person? No, he is not sane. In fact, I'm not even sure that he can be called a person. If anything, I'd say that he is even more damaged than the one we know. Sonny raised an eyebrow. More crazy than that psychopath? How so? Morgan smiled faintly. The Mordred from the real world cannot feel regret, which twisted him into the monster we know today. But this one cannot feel other things. Anger, resentment, hatred, contempt, and much more, oddly enough. Or perhaps quite predictably, that makes him much less of a complete person than the other one is. He is a cripple. She paused for a moment. He has no negative feelings toward the one who imprisoned him in this illusion whatsoever, despite all the suffering he endured here. He might feel sad about the death of his driver, who had served his family for decades, but he is incapable of resenting the person who killed him. And if we tell him that the one who wants to kill him is his own uncle, he would not be able to feel hurt by that betrayal, not really. It is as if his soul was neutered. Morgan shook her head with a wistful expression. So, yes, he is nice, he is smart, affectionate, and pleasant, but he is not mentally sound. Not at all, I guess. He is what remains of a person when their very being gets shattered into pieces. She looked at Sonny and smiled darkly. And if you ask me, crazy as it may sound, I would have preferred to be the murderous one instead of a harmless one. Sonny stared back at her silently. What a surprise. So would I. A person would probably become a monster if they were not capable of feeling regret. But what would they become if they were incapable of feeling anger? That wasn't something he ever wanted to experience or could allow himself to lose. Sonny had gotten this far due to various reasons, but for a long stretch of it all, he had only survived out of spite. If his ability to feel the darker shades of human emotions was taken away from him, he would not have lived for long. He would not have been able to truly experience the brighter, stunning feelings humans felt. Either, it is a bit sad. No matter how sad it was, though, there was a different aspect of Mordred's flaw to consider. He looked quietly at the sleeping CEO of the Valor Group. According to Morgan, when one fragment of Mordred killed another, the destroyed fragment was absorbed. That was what the Mordred they knew had done to 5 of his mirror versions. And the other Mordred, despite all of it, was indeed harmless. That presented a potential way to remove the danger Mordred posed without robbing humanity of one of its most fearsome scions. The Prince of Nothing could not kill his other self because that last piece of him he had not absorbed yet contained his death. But what would happen if the other Mordred killed the Prince of Nothing? Then they would become an actual person. A complete individual capable of feeling everything that a human being was supposed to feel, and therefore not at all as unhinged as the Prince of Nothing was. And that would give Sonny and Nephis a chance to recruit an ally who was both immensely powerful and potentially reliable, which was an incredible boon, especially considering the looming threat of Asterion. It is worth considering, is it not? Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. Whether it was or wasn't worth it did not matter, because it was hardly possible, precisely because of what the other Mordred was. He was indeed overly nice, kind, and compassionate, which meant that he would never kill his other self, no matter what the Prince of Nothing had done in the past. One could not kill the other without destroying himself, while the other could not kill anyone, really, let alone his last mirror sibling. Therefore, Mordred was destined to remain fragmented forever. A flaw is a flaw. How gruesomely apt, Sonny sighed. Then looked at Morgan and said in a neutral tone, In any case, go wake him up. We should start preparing to depart, so get ready. Everything will be decided today. When Morgan walked past him, Sonny inhaled deeply and looked at Saint. Now, for the hardest part. He had to convince Dr. Saint to lend them a hand in the fight against the Castellans somehow. Dr. Saint, Sunny had to repeat her name twice before she turned and regarded him with a distant, aloof gaze. He hesitated for a few seconds, then sat down next to her. "I guess I have some good news and some bad news for you." Saint simply watched him without saying anything. He could not read anything from her expression either. So despite the fact that she looked quite like a human at the moment, he suddenly felt like he was talking to his familiar shadow. That comforted him a little. "The good news is that I found out who is trying to kill us. The bad news is that arresting him, let alone prosecuting him, will pose a problem. Half of the city is in his pocket after all, and we don't have time to do it by the book either." She raised her eyebrows slightly, prompting Sunny to smile. "You're right. I do not have the authority to arrest anyone anymore anyway. But you know what my counterpart, the devil detective, would say? We have to try regardless. That person has committed too many crimes to walk free. The victims of the nihilist and all the other people he hurt or ruined demand justice. Me personally, though, I do not care about justice too much." He inhaled deeply. "However, I have my own reasons to want to deal with the mastermind behind all these deaths. Doing so will be my ticket home, and yours too, among other things. So, I want to ask a favor from you. That guy will not go down without a fight. Please, help me bring him down." "I need you," Sunny chuckled. "Like always, it strikes me that I would not be alive if not for your silent presence over all these years. In fact, I would have died 10 times over. Hell, you even taught me how to properly wield a sword, and as a sign of gratitude, I dragged you on a series of increasingly macabre adventures through the depths of increasingly dreadful hells. Sorry, Saint, you got a very troublesome, very needy liege." He remained silent for a while, looking down, then added, "In any case, I doubt that we will have a conversation like this after escaping the palace of imagination. So, using this chance, I just wanted to say, thank you, Saint, for everything. Even if I somehow managed to find a way to survive without you, it would not have been half as fun." She studied him for a long while without saying anything, then looked away. After a long stretch of silence, Saint let out a quiet sigh and asked, "So, in that supposedly real world, did you mention that I serve you?" "I am a servant." Sunny coughed. "Well, no, not exactly. I am the Lord of Shadows, and you are one of my shadows. The very first shadow I created, actually. It is the nature of a shadow to be cast by someone, and in your case, I guess you are cast by me. You are not a servant, though, more of a champion, a companion, and the general of my legion." He looked at the beautiful windows of the church and smiled. "We met on the streets of the Dark City, where you killed a couple of abominations of a higher rank and class than you, all alone. Then, we traveled across the deadly reaches of the Forgotten Shore together, besieged the Crimson Spire, explored the Chained Isles, and endured the crushing side by side, survived the madness of the Kingdom of Hope, fought a losing war in Antarctica, and defended Falcon Scott until the bitter end, ventured into the harrowing darkness of the tomb of Ariel, and sailed the great river of time, crossed the hollow mountains, and reached the end of the world, fought a bloody war against the sovereigns on the corpse of a dead god." Sunny chuckled. "Goodness gracious, now that I list all these things aloud, it sounds like quite an intense decade." Saint shifted slightly, then raised her hand. A torrent of inky darkness escaped from beneath her skin, swirling around her wrist before forming into a black blade for a moment. "I don't recall," Sunny sighed. He still did not know why Saint seemed to be incapable of remembering who she was. It was funny, but despite being the Lord of Shadows, he did not know a lot about the nature of his shadows. He did not really know how they thought, how they felt, what motivated them, what their goals and desires were, or if they even had any. He had only ever caught small glimpses of how they existed while augmenting them. Sunny knew, for example, that Saint vaguely remembered her original self. However, those memories were distant and obscure, like a half-forgotten dream. Perhaps that was a mercy? After all, what would become of Saint if she could remember her previous life? That life contained thousands of years of corruption, after all. Remembering it would not only be a torment, but could very well drive her insane, or worse still, infect her with the seeds of nightmare all over again. Maybe that was why she could not remember herself here in Mirage City. Or maybe it was because Saint was quite like Mordred, a semblance of a person, but not really a complete being. Even her name was not really a name, but simply what her people had been called, nameless and cast by a fateless master. How could she remember her true self? Yuri's had once told Sunny that his shadows could be completed, somehow, but if there was a way, Sunny had not found it yet. He rubbed his face. Still, even if you don't remember, I'll do it. He froze, then looked at Saint with wide eyes. Excuse me? She turned to him with the usual impassive expression. I'll help you bring down the mastermind, whoever he is. You can count on me, like always. Sunny studied her for a bit. Just like that. Before he knew it, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. Good. That's good. This is great news, actually. Thank you. He paused for a few moments and then asked, But may I ask why? Saint remained silent for a long while, contemplating. It seemed like she was carefully choosing the right words. But in the end, she simply smiled. I don't know, I must have gone mad. Sunny stared at her, dumbstruck. Seeing Saint smile was truly a breathtaking sight. Finally, they gathered around the altar. Sunny, Effie, Morgan, Saint, and the other Mordred, who had woken up from his peaceful nap. The four of them glanced somber and apprehensive, while the CEO of the Valor Group looked carefree and full of curiosity. Good morning, Detective Sunless. How was your night? Sunny stared at him for a few seconds, then sighed. Eventful. He looked at each of his companions in turn, and then spoke calmly. As I already mentioned, the culprit behind the nihilist killings and the attempts on our lives is none other than the chairman of the Valor Group Board, Maddock. He perpetrated these crimes in an attempt to cover up his poor handling of the Northern Dam renovation project. Saying this, Sunny looked at the other Mordred. Just as Morgan had said, he did not look particularly hurt by the fact that his own uncle was trying to kill him. Mordred's expression remained relaxed and unblemished, and the slight smile playing on his lips did not falter. He did look a little concerned, though. Northern Dam renovation. That is just bad business. Terrible optics as well. I simply do not understand what Uncle was thinking. Of all the things, Morgan had mentioned that the guy was harmless, but she had not mentioned that he was hopeless. At least he's honest. Shaking his head, Sunny continued, I struck a deal with Mordred, the mean Mordred, to pose as the Valor CEO and draw Maddock out. They agreed to meet face-to-face and talk. Maddock chose the location. It is the castle. So that is where we need to go. Morgan raised an eyebrow. It is bound to be a trap, a death trap. You know that the other playing the role of our uncle will bring an army of henchmen to make sure that Mordred does not walk out of their meeting alive. Sunny smiled, naturally. It's going to be a real mess. I'm counting on it. Turning away, he headed to the doors. Follow me. They exited the abandoned church and approached the PTV he had arrived on. While Sunny was trying to remember how to open a trunk, Effie blinked a couple of times. Wait, where did you get a car? And this one is much better than yours was too, Sunny scowled, offended on behalf of his destroyed PTV. First of all, it's not better. It just looks nicer. And second of all, I paid a visit to our friends from the Black Snake Gang after finishing up with Mordred and had a good talk with them. He smiled. Let's just say that those gangsters felt inclined to give me some protection money, and that money came in the form of this vehicle, as well as what's in its trunk. The trunk finally opened, and Sunny pointed inside with a proud look. Effie whistled. Wow. Inside were all the tools one would need to storm the lair of a criminal mastermind. Tactical gear, bulletproof vests, boxes of bullets, guns. Effie looked at them with a confused expression. Where did they even get all this stuff? Handing her a bulletproof vest, Sunny pointed to the letters on its front. Where else? They bought it from the cops. It was a funny situation, really. The criminals had purchased illegal equipment from dirty cops, and then he extorted them for said equipment, receiving it as a bribe to leave them alone. It was like a cycle of corruption. In any case, the castle will most likely be heavily defended. We will sneak inside if that doesn't work. We will storm it, take out Maddock's henchmen, and then deal with Maddock himself. Once he is rendered useless, the Castellan will be forced to reveal its hand. That is when we will help Effie reach it, destroy it, and reclaim her authority as the master of the castle. Morgan frowned. Hold your horses. How are we supposed to take out a small army of private security specialists? They will be armed as well, and we are currently mundane. One bullet will be all it takes to kill us. Sonny smiled. Maddock might have an army of henchmen, but we have Saint. He pointed to his taciturn psychiatrist, who was looking at the firearms with an uninterested expression. As far as we know, she is the only being in Mirage City capable of wielding awakened powers. She is far away from reclaiming her transcendent might, but even then, one of her should be enough to balance the scales. Saint gave him a sideways look and did not say anything. Morgan, meanwhile, looked at the other Mordret. What about him? Where are we going to stash him? Sonny shook his head. Nowhere in Mirage City is safe, not only because the Castellan is now hunting him down in an attempt to make your fratricide fantasy come true, but also because the northern dam is compromised. There is no telling when it will collapse, and what the result will be. He offered the other Mordred a dark smile. So, we'll be taking him with us. Naturally, Mr. Mordred here is not exactly a seasoned fighter. Sonny turned to Morgan. So, it is going to be your job to keep him safe. She blinked a couple of times. Mine? Why me? Have you forgotten why she did not say the rest? But he understood. Morgan had come to the Palace of Imagination to kill the other Mordred, so she was understandably surprised that Sonny was entrusting her brother's safety to her. But it was the very fact that she seemed reluctant to admit her goal in front of the other Mordred that affirmed his decision. He shrugged. Because his survival is paramount, and after Saint, you are the strongest among us due to your flaw. Plus, you're his sister. He'll be more comfortable with you, and less likely to do something foolish. Morgan looked at him in displeasure for a while, then scoffed and looked away. Don't regret your decision later, Lord Shadow. Sonny looked at her and grinned. Hey, don't pout, isn't it fun? The last time you were defending the castle from Mordred. Now you'll be the one besieging it with him. It's like the full experience. Morgan pierced him with a scathing gaze. I do not pout. Her voice sounded cold enough to freeze the falling rain. Sonny cleared his throat. Well, in any case, arm yourselves and get into the PTV. He looked up and inhaled the alien air of Mirage City with a full chest. What would the devil detective say? Sonny smiled darkly. It is time to dish out some justice. The PTV stopped near a private dock, hidden from view by a small park. Sonny turned off the engine and glanced at his companions, feeling an odd mixture of excitement and fatigue. Truth be told, he was quite tired. Sonny did not quite remember when he slept the last time, and while this would not have been a problem in usual circumstances, he was a mundane person at the moment. His eyelids were heavy, and his head felt like it was cast from lead, but at the same time, he was full of restless, frenetic energy. Ah, I miss being a demigod. Let's go. They exited the vehicle and descended to a wooden pier that extended a small distance into the restless waters of the Mirror Lake. There, a beautiful wooden sailboat waited for them, ready to set sail, well, figuratively speaking. The weather was not conducive to raising sails, but the boat was outfitted with an electric motor, as well. It was the other Mordred's luxury yacht, or rather, one of his luxurious yachts, of course. A tall figure was waiting for them at the edge of the pier, hidden by the curtain of rain. With his long tattered coat, pale face, and emotionless expression, Mordred looked like Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. The lake stretched behind him, and far in the distance, the magnificent silhouette of the great castle rose from the surging waves like a mirage. Mordred looked at them silently. His eerie mirror-like eyes lingered for a few moments on his other incarnation, and then the empty, cold void of his true self disappeared behind a pleasant smile. Well, this certainly brings back memories, Morgan, dear sister. We really should stop meeting like this. Still smiling, he looked back at the distant walls of the castle. Granted, slowly crushing your spirit in those ruins was quite an amusing pastime. Splendid to see you as well, Saint Athena. You are a sight for sore eyes. As always, it takes a really special person to stay alive after being maimed, mangled, and killed by me so many times. Allow me to extend my admiration. Effie looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. Oh, how about I extend my foot all the way? Looking at Mordred darkly, he said, Are you sure you want to make us angry at this point? Or do you think that I don't have another cursed abomination stashed somewhere to drop on your deranged head? Sonny scoffed. In fact, I have 5, 2 beasts, 2 devils, and a tyrant. So, mind your manners, of course. He was talking about the cursed ones imprisoned in the death game and the terrifying dollhouse. Unleashing them upon the world was not something he would do, of course, but the bastard did not have to know that. Mordred's smile turned a little forced. Apologies. Please, come aboard. There is no time to waste. They followed him onto the yacht. Sonny noticed that Morgan's hands twitched a little when she was walking past Mordred. Luckily, she did not pull her black leather gloves off, so it seemed that they would be able to maintain peace at least for now. The other Mordred could not pull his eyes away from his mirror copy. There was a faint, foolish smile on his face, as if he had met someone precious after a long separation. Mordred himself, however, did not even look his way, acting like his other part did not even exist. Standing side by side, they were utterly the same. The clothes were different, and one was much more ragged than the other. But the similarity between them was so complete that it seemed odd. They looked more alike than identical twins. They were simply flawless copies of each other. Nevertheless, it was impossible to confuse them. Or so Sonny thought until the 2 shards of Mordred disappeared into the cabin and returned wearing each other's clothes. The other Mordred, the pampered CEO of the Valor Group, was now wearing rags under a tattered raincoat. Mordred himself, meanwhile, was wearing a chic Viridian suit with tasteful golden accents. He had styled his hair and changed his posture, appearing less imposing and more subdued. Then, Mordred took a deep breath and plastered a faint, foolish smile on his face. Everything about him suddenly changed, as if he was reborn, his poise, his presence, his gaze. A few moments later, Sonny was not at all confident in his ability to differentiate between the 2 Mordreds. Thais might be a problem. Mordred looked at him innocently and coughed. So, Detective Sunless, should we cast off? Sonny stared at him for a while, then nodded slowly. Sure, let's do that. The boat was tied to the pier by a rope. Effie was the one who untied it, and then jumped aboard, almost slipping on the wet deck. Sonny helped her regain balance and looked at the hazy silhouette of Mirage City, which was slowly drifting away. After remaining silent for a few moments, he sighed. I feel like we won't be coming ashore after arriving at the castle. This place was fun in its own way. I never thought I'd ever witness how people lived before the dark times, before the resource starvation, the wars, the natural disasters, and the nightmare spell, in a world of peace, prosperity, and promise. He hesitated, and they still managed to make a mess out of it. Well, I guess that's just human nature. What do you think? Effie looked back, too. She contemplated her answer for a while, and then smiled. This place has chocolate milk and donuts. I'm going to miss it. Sonny sighed. And cultivation dramas. Those are great as well. Effie chuckled, then unholstered her revolver and opened the drum, sliding the rounds into it one after another. You know, she loaded the last round and snapped the revolver shut. If we defeat the Castellan and regain control of this component of Bastion, we might be able to fashion the Palace of Imagination into whatever we want. Effie looked at Sonny and grinned. We can even make that cultivation stuff you mentioned come true. Just imagine, you, me, Nephis, Cassie, Kai, and Jet taking a vacation here, building the most awesome of cultivation sects. Sonny rolled his eyes. I'm pretty sure that we'll find a more useful way of controlling the Palace of Imagination. He remained silent for a while, feeling the boat accelerating beneath them, and then added, but if we do build an awesome cultivation sect, it has to be located on a mountain. An awesome mountain covered in cherry blossoms, with caves and deep pools of natural chi. The sailboat cut across the lake, coming closer and closer to the towering castle, the beautiful, ruined heart of Mirage City. Chapter 2532, Mirage Castle Museum. Just like in True Bastion, the great castle of Mirage City stood atop a mountain that rose from the lake. It was both similar and different, immense, but not nearly as immense as the real one, seemingly built with human hands. The ancient fortress was in a state of disrepair, but there were signs of restoration works here and there, as well as scaffolds and heavy machinery. There were banners placed along the winding path leading to the great gates as well. Mirage Castle Museum. Grand opening soon. The level of water in the lake had risen, though, so the lower docks were entirely submerged. So was a long portion of the stone steps, as well as several construction machines that had not been moved higher up the slope of the mountain in time. There was still quite a way to go from the higher pier, though, and the gates were firmly shut. Sonny, Effie, and Saint hid behind the cabin of the yacht, while Morgan and the other Mordred retreated inside. Only the real Mordred remained on the deck, guiding the boat to a pontoon pier. There was movement on the walls of the castle as it approached, and Sonny noticed human figures keeping watch on the lake. Those were Maddox's henchmen, no doubt each armed with firearms that were supposed to be illegal in Mirage City. Jumping to the pier and tying the yacht to it. Mordred whistled a carefree melody. He did, however, say quietly, while his back was turned to the castle, "What exactly am I supposed to accomplish here?" Sonny responded a few moments later, his voice barely audible through the rustling of rain. "Get Maddox to come meet you personally. If that does not work, at least make them open the gates. We'll take it from there." Mordred smiled. "What will stop them from shooting me dead as soon as I show my face?" Sonny shrugged. "I don't know. Figure something out. If you do get shot in the face, though, they'll have to open the gate to retrieve your body. So that works too." Mordred sighed. "You know, Sunless, you are not a very nice person, are you?" Sonny smiled nicely. "Hey, at least I'm a person." Finishing up with the knot, Mordred opened an expensive umbrella and walked up the stone steps. In less than a minute, powerful spotlights turned to illuminate his tall figure, and he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the light. Sonny shifted slightly and said evenly, addressing Effie and Saint, "Get ready," out there in front of them. A small distance up the slope, Mordred lowered the umbrella to reveal his face. He had donned the mask of his nicer twin again, so his expression was calm and good-natured. "Uncle? Are you there?" The people on the wall were all looking at him, holding guns in their hands. Then there was more movement, and a new figure revealed itself above the gates. How peculiar. Sonny had not seen Maddox since his death in the Battle of the Black Skull. Everything had happened so suddenly back then, and even Whispering Blade, one of the greatest champions of the sword domain, fell victim to the great horrors escaping the towering nightmare gates in the mayhem. The sword domain itself was gone now, so it was peculiar to see Maddox alive and well, even knowing that he was merely a reflection of the real Whispering Blade. Standing above the gates of the castle, wearing a fashionable business suit and a black coat, Maddox looked down at Mordred chillingly. His tie was held in place by a silver pin, and there was a black umbrella protecting him from the rain. He was not holding it himself, though. Instead, a servile minion was doing it for him. With his harsh features and a heavy gaze, Maddox looked the part. He was undeniably the villain of this story. Poor Whispering Blade. The real man had never betrayed his brother or his niece, but his reflection was as corrupt and treacherous as they came. "Dear nephew, you are as gullible as ever. I've warned you numerous times to fix that naive personality of yours, haven't I? Although I guess it is too late now." He had to raise his voice to be heard, but even then, Sonny only caught bits and pieces of what Maddox said in his commanding, authoritative voice. He did hear what Mordred said in response, though. "Oh, I am terribly sorry, Uncle. I can't quite make out what you're saying. Why don't you come down so that we can discuss the issues having to do with valor construction properly?" Maddox sighed. "The fact that you think that talking can resolve anything at this point just proves what I knew all along, that you are not fit to head the valor group. Don't blame me, nephew. You brought this on yourself." Turning his head, he said something quietly to his people, and one of them raised his gun. Mordred flinched. Wait. When Maddox looked back, he smiled. "Are you sure you want to shoot me, Uncle? A bullet wound is not simple to cover up. Surely drowning me in the lake would make things much easier for you. When they fish my body out of the water, the coroner will just conclude that I had an unfortunate boating accident." His logic was hard to deny, and it meant that Maddox's people would have to come down the wall and open the gate to capture him. Good. However, Maddox simply smiled darkly. "Who says that there will be a body to find? What a fool you are. Goodbye, nephew. Kill him." Mordred's eyes widened. In the next moment, There was a deafening sound of a gunshot, and the henchman aiming at Mordred plummeted from the wall, leaving a trail of blood behind. God damn it, Sonny found himself pressing his hands against his ringing ears. Beside him, Effie lowered her revolver with a satisfied expression. Wow, I was aiming for Maddock, but this works too. It was indeed a good shot, but it had been so damn loud. What are you waiting for? Move! Up on the wall. Maddock had already disappeared from view. Mordred dove into the bushes beside the stone path. The henchmen were already opening fire on the yacht. Sonny gritted his teeth and began moving. Chapter 2533. Firefight. Splinters of wood exploded into the air as bullets hit the yacht. Sonny bent low and peeked from behind the cabin, raising his arm to take aim. The figures of Maddock's henchmen on the tall wall of the castle were barely visible behind the curtain of rain. The distance was substantial as well, and they were in an elevated position to boot. Still, he was the Lord of Shadows, someone who could hit a target with a javelin made of pure darkness from dozens of kilometers away, surely a trifling revolver. Bang! Oh, oh! His bullet did hit someone, however. Sonny failed to make the next shot and dove back behind cover, cursing under his breath. The mechanism of the archaic firearm was exceedingly simple, and the double-action trigger was easy to pull without making the barrel wobble. However, the strange thing kicked like a mule. Sonny had never fired a gun before, let alone one from a distant past, so he did not expect the recoil to be so severe. Bang, bang, bang! Effie held her own gun firmly with both hands, crouching low. She seemed to have hit someone as well, then hurriedly reeled to the side. A moment later, the roof of the cabin near her head exploded into splinters, making her wince. Damn, there's really an army of them out there? Sonny smiled crookedly as he wiped the drops of rain from his face. We have a secret weapon, though. We just need to get a little closer to deploy it. He glanced at Saint, who was pressing herself into the wall of the cabin near him with a deceptively indifferent expression on her exquisitely beautiful face. She was plugging her ears, though seemingly unhappy due to the deafening noise of the firefight. At that moment, there was a bright flash and a deafening thunderclap tore apart the sky. A blinding bolt of lightning connected the tallest tower of the castle to the dark veil of storm clouds ahead, and arcs of electricity danced on its spire for a few seconds. Cover me! Sonny leaned sideways and raised his revolver again. This time he had learned his lesson and compensated for the recoil, firing the gun 4 times in rapid succession. The first 2 bullets hit the parapet of the battlements, but the third and the fourth found their mark, hitting a vague figure of a henchman in the chest and the shoulder. Sonny wanted to capitalize on his success by dashing to the bow of the yacht, but in the next moment, a deluge of bullets descended upon his position, forcing him to dive back into the cover. Hey, I told you to cover me! Effie wiped a bit of blood from a cut left on her cheek by a stray splitter and shrugged. What could I do? They started shooting, the moment a tip of my ear showed from behind the cabin. And they know how to shoot, too. Sonny gritted his teeth. Damnation. Showered both by the torrential rain and by the splinters flying off the yacht, he crouched, pulled on a special lever, and opened the drum of his revolver. Sonny shook it a little, expecting the spent cartridges to fall out, but only one did. It rolled directly onto his thigh. Ah, damn, hot, hot! Sending the scalding cartridge flying with a hurried swipe, he huffed in annoyance and pushed on the ejection rod. The remaining shells, as well as one unused round, scattered on the deck, and Sonny pulled 6 more out of his pocket. Sliding them into the drum one after another, he grimaced. Seems like we are pinned down here pretty badly. Effie was reloading her gun as well. Yeah, Sonny flinched when a bullet ricocheted from a mast and zipped past his head. And the gate is still closed. Effie glanced at him. True. Sonny frowned. And this boat is going to sink from all the holes those bastards are making in it before we make it to the shore? Effie made a face. Sounds about right, he sighed. I don't know about you, but I hate being thrown into water. It happens to me way too often. No, really? I've been thrown into water a weird amount of times, and I hated every single one. Effie smiled. So, partner, what are we going to do about it? Sonny grinned. Easy! Don't shoot the henchmen! Shoot the spotlights! He prepared to follow his own advice. I'll take the ones on the right. You take the ones on the left. Ready? 1, 2, light them up! They dove out of cover at the same time, aiming their guns rapidly. Their shots rang almost simultaneously, and 2 of the spotlights installed on the wall of the castle exploded into a rain of glass shards and sparks. A moment later, 2 more were destroyed, plunging the approach to the castle into a dim darkness. This should be enough. Looking at the bottom of the wall, Sonny smiled darkly. I guess he is still alive, after all. Out there, under the guise of darkness, a figure in a stylish suit dashed from behind an abandoned construction machine toward the wall. As Sonny and Effie fired a few more shots in the direction of the henchman, Mordred reached the ancient stones of the castle wall unseen and grabbed onto them, climbing with surprising agility. It looked both eerie and almost impossible for a human to scale a wet vertical wall with such ease. Nevertheless, in less than a minute, completely unnoticed, Mordred reached the battlements and slid over the parapet without making a sound. Get ready to move. A few seconds later, there was a lull in the rain of bullets pelting the yacht. Sonny dashed forward, followed by Effie and Saint. They could not see what was happening on the battlements above the gate from the stone steps, but could hear screams and sporadic gunshots. A body fell down, splattering on the stone plates and growing motionless. The henchmen further down the length of the wall were still aiming at them, though, just a few seconds after Sonny, Effie, and Saint jumped ashore, the first bullet whistled past them. Faster. They made a mad dash up the steps, eventually finding cover behind a colossal construction machine, just a few dozen meters away from the gate. By then, the henchmen had concentrated fire on them once again, making it almost impossible to move, but it did not matter anymore. Catching his breath, Sonny calmly reloaded his gun and glanced at Saint. A dark smile appeared on his face. Dr. Saint, if you will. It's time for your entrance. Chapter 2534. Enter Saint. With the spotlights gone, Mordred had been able to scale the wall and attack the mercenaries hired by Maddock on the battlements. That, in turn, allowed Sonny, Effie, and Saint to advance up the slope and get close to the towering wooden gates of the castle. Sonny believed that Saint was the most powerful being in Mirage City at the moment. However, that did not make her immortal. According to his observations, she was currently at the level of power that Awakened possessed, and Awakened were still vulnerable to conventional weapons like guns. It was harder to kill them with bullets than mundane people, but not impossible. So, he could not in good conscience command Saint to storm the gates from the pier. Now, however, all that separated them from the gates was a few dozen meters of open ground. Deadly expanse for him and Effie, but not for Saint. Hearing his words, she took a deep breath and then nodded slowly. The bullets were hitting the construction machine they were hiding behind with loud metallic ringing. Making sure not to expose himself to a lucky shot, Sonny moved slightly, letting Saint get to the edge of the massive tracks. Effie glanced at her nervously, but did not say anything. Saint crouched low, supporting herself with one hand, and then looked in the direction of the gates. Sonny was suddenly nervous, too. Forcing out a smile, he asked, in a tense tone, "Any last words?" Of course, Saint did not answer. Instead, she pushed herself off the ground, leaving the cover and shooting toward the gates of the castle with stunning speed. The bullets trailed behind her, sending small fountains of water shooting into the air from the puddles on the ground. The henchmen scurried, trying to hit the swift target. But their reaction was not swift enough. Saint breached the distance between the construction machine and the gates in a split second. Sonny expected her to scale the wall in a few swift leaps and descend upon the mercenaries in a cold, silent fury. But his wayward shadow had her own plans instead of trying to climb onto the battlefields. She simply lowered her shoulder and crashed into the great gates of the ancient castle like a siege ram. The ground shook and the walls of the castle shuddered. A cloud of splinters shot in all directions like shrapnel, and the enormous wooden gate collapsed, shattered by the force of the impact. Saint disappeared into the haze, and Sonny just stared at the devastation caused by his quiet, elegant psychiatrist in shock. Well, that's one way to do it. A moment later, there was a thunderous roar of countless guns firing coming from the courtyard of the castle. The mercenaries had no time to worry about the stone steps anymore. Morgan, it's clear. Morgan and the other Mordred appeared from the curtain of rain just a few seconds later. Letting go of the sleeve of his tattered cloak, she evaluated the situation for a moment, then looked down and calmly pulled off her gloves. "Are we going in?" Sonny checked to see how many bullets he had left, and nodded. "Of course." The other Mordret looked between them for a moment, then coughed. "Lamb, sorry, Detective Sunless, but is it wise? There seems to be a lot of guns firing inside." Sonny glanced at him, then shrugged. "Well, no one has ever accused me of being wise." With that, he grinned. "Plus, we can't miss all the fun, can't we?" Standing by his side, Effie nodded. "You might be out of the loop, Mr. Mordred. But we three are not just some random people out there in the real world. Shadow Boy, Morgan, and me. That's like half of the scariest people in the world, and two stunning beauties." Sonny gave her a sideways glance. "Do I not count as a stunning radiance?" Effie scoffed. He remained silent for a moment, preparing himself for the dash into the courtyard, and smiled. "Strange, I distinctly remember you describing Master Sunless as, what was it?" "Let's go!" Diving from behind the construction machine. Effie lunged forward. Sonny suppressed a laugh and followed, feeling the rain pelting him in the face, and hearing the guns thundering ahead. They reached the gateway in a few seconds, and hid in its shadow, studying what was happening inside. If Sonny had to describe it in one word, it would be carnage. Just then another lightning bolt struck, illuminating the world. In that stark light, he saw Saint advancing in an unpredictable pattern across the vast courtyard, moving with such speed that her figure seemed like a blur. She was pursuing the retreating mercenaries, cutting them down one after another with her swirling black blade. The battlements to their right were a chaotic mess of screams and gunshots. Sonny could not see what was happening there, only the streams of blood flowing down the wall. The battlements to their left, however, were a source of danger. The henchmen manning them were alive and well, unleashing a storm of bullets in Saint's direction. It was hard to imagine that they could track her movements so precisely despite her speed and the heavy rain, if not for one crucial detail. As Saint moved, killing one mercenary after another, wisps of white fog followed her like a ghostly mantle. By now, a furious whirlwind of mist was surrounding her, and missing it was all but impossible. Saint seemed to be growing faster, stronger, and more steadfast with each second. But just as Sonny evaluated the situation, a stray bullet hit her in the chest, throwing her petite body back. The bulletproof vest did its job, but her rhythm was broken, and she became exposed for a few crucial seconds. "Left wall!" Raising his revolver, Sonny opened fire. Effie did the same, while Morgan chillingly discharged her weapon into the back of a straggler mercenary who had gotten too close to them, and then turned around to move. Covering Saint, they rushed left, toward the stairs leading to the battlements, and scaled them. Morgan held the other Mordret back at the top of the stairs, while Effie and Sonny prepared to dive onto the wall and clash with the mercenaries defending it. Looking at Effie, Sonny grinned. "Hey!" She gripped her revolver tighter. "What?" Sonny inhaled deeply, and then said in an even tone, "Don't get shot!" They moved in unison, throwing open the door of the guard tower and gaining a clear shot of the battlements. The mercenaries were caught by surprise, so Sonny and Effie brought half a dozen down before the rest could react. The muzzle flashes and the thunderclaps of their shots were both blinding and deafening, making the sight of people being shot dead a little less gruesome. Their advantage did not last long, though, and when it disappeared... me and my goddamn tongue. Sonny immediately got shot. Chapter 2535, Gotta Knock a Little Harder. After wielding a gun for the first time in his life, Sonny was highly amused. Wow, what a refined and lofty experience. He had already shot half a dozen enemies dead, and he wasn't even out of breath. All he needed to do in order to kill someone was point the gun in their general direction and pull the trigger. Sure, there was a lot of noise, some recoil, and he had to run around and crouch from time to time. But overall, Sonny had not broken a sweat yet. It was in such stark contrast with how he usually fought battles. Out there in the real world, Awakened almost always engaged their enemies in melee. It was an intense, demanding process that put a dire strain on the entire body. Every blow reverberated in their very bones, and every clash left them feeling bruised and battered even if they had not sustained any injuries. It was utterly exhausting. Even ranged weapons such as bows, slings, and javelins required one to exert themselves until their muscles were on the verge of tearing. Compared to that, using a gun was like a leisurely walk in the park. So, Sonny was slowly developing a very positive opinion of this quaint weapon. That was until he got shot in the chest, of course. Oh, oof! Before Sonny knew it, he was thrown back. The air had been pushed out of his lungs, and his entire body went numb for a few seconds. The pain of the impact had not arrived yet, but he could already tell how much it was going to hurt all too soon. The bulletproof vest seemed to have caught the bullet, and yet Sonny felt like he was back in Antarctica, being kicked by Goliath all over again. Damn it. He staggered back into the guard tower and almost rolled down the stairs. He would have, if not for the fact that Morgan caught him calmly by the collar. Her fingers sliced through the fabric of his jacket and left shallow cuts on his skin, but it was better than breaking his neck on the stone steps. The other Mordret hurriedly pulled Sonny back to the landing. "Detective Sunless, are you all right?" Sonny gave him a pained look and finally managed to push some air into his lungs. His entire chest felt like one big bruise, and his ribs were pulsing with pain. He missed bone weave. All right is a strong word. I'm some right late guns. Looking at his own revolver in utter disgust, Sonny suppressed a pained groan. What a barbaric, vulgar weapon it was. Truly something that only shameless people would use, talentless hacks who lacked taste and discernment, let alone the training and dedication needed to wield more deserving weapons. Cursing under his breath, Sonny leaned into the doorframe of the guard tower, hurriedly discharged his remaining rounds into one of the mercenaries, and ducked back. Effie retreated into the protection of the tower at the same time, breathing heavily as she pressed herself into the cold stones. A rain of bullets hit the opposite wall, a split second later showering them in stone dust. "There's really a lot of them there," Sonny cursed again while reloading his gun. They tried to open fire once more but had to retreat behind cover almost instantly. The narrow entrance to the battlements was a natural bottleneck that made for a deadly firing range. With how many henchmen there were on the castle wall, advancing further seemed like an impossible task. There was a silver lining to their difficult situation, though. As long as the mercenaries were concentrating their fire on Sonny and Effie, they were not shooting Saint. I think we need a plan. Effie glanced at him, then at the doorframe of the guard tower. Then she holstered her revolver and grinned. One plan coming right up. Sonny raised his eyebrows. "What are you?" Before he could finish the sentence, Effie left her cover and stepped into the open. A bullet grazed her forearm, but she ignored it and grabbed the handle of the door they had thrown open a little earlier, then slammed it shut, then, still holding the handle, Effie took half a step back and slammed her shoulder into the heavy wooden door, taking it clean off its hinges. As Sonny's eyes widened, both Effie and the door continued moving, flying into the open before the door fell. However, Effie grabbed its side with her other hand and held its massive weight in front of her. It was as if she was holding an oversized tower shield, using it to repel the barrage of bullets, doing, "You lunatic?" Using the momentum to propel herself, Effie dashed forward. He could see her muscles straining to bear the weight of the heavy wooden door, but even though it was being pummeled by a barrage of bullets, Effie did not drop it. Neither did she slow down. A few moments later, Effie crashed into the mercenaries like a bowling ball, sending several of them flying off the tall wall into the courtyard. A few more were either thrown to the ground or incapacitated, with too many broken bones between them all to count. Finally, losing balance, Effie dropped the door and fell down, as well devoid of her improvised tower shield, and sprawled on top of it. She was a perfect target for the remaining mercenaries. However, none of Maddox's henchmen received a chance to shoot her while she was down, because Sonny had not been just watching Effie's mad dash with an open mouth. Almost immediately after she dashed out of the guard tower, he followed. Now, jumping over her, he found himself standing between the remaining mercenaries. They were in the process of raising their guns to aim at him, but to Sonny it seemed like they were moving in slow motion. He grinned. "Let me impart some culture to you, savages." Pulling his knife out of a hidden sheath on the small of his back, he held it in his left hand while the revolver was in his right. Then Sonny raised his gun and shot the first of the mercenaries in the face. Let me teach you the real meaning of savagery as well. Chapter 2536, Savage Future. Dodging a bullet was impossible. Well, for a mundane human at least. However, dodging a gunshot was not that hard. After all, the shooter had to raise their arm, take aim, and squeeze the trigger. The hammer had to strike, and the gunpowder had to explode, propelling the bullet forward. All of that took time. Long distance, there was still little one could do to avoid being shot despite having ample time to react. Things were different in close quarters, though, especially if a fighter was well trained, and there was hardly a more trained fighter than Sunny in all of Mirage City. Even lacking the ability to sense shadows and use shadow dance, he still possessed a profound knowledge of countless battle styles and a keen understanding of the fundamental laws of combat, not to mention a morbidly rich battle experience. So, now that Sunny was among the mercenaries, they were already doomed. He shot the first one in the face, then moved to escape the line of fire of the second one. A deafening gunshot rang out, but the bullet whistled past him. A moment later, Sunny kicked a henchman in the chest, sending him plummeting off the battlement. Taking a swift step forward, he used the mercenary whose bullet he had dodged to shield himself from the guns of two more. They lingered for a split second, hesitant to shoot their own comrade, and he used that split second to plunge his knife into his neck. By then, someone else was already aiming at him, pushing the body of the mercenary at his two friends to slow them down a little. Sunny leaned back to avoid another bullet, then leaped forward. His knife hissed, slicing the shooter's wrist and forcing the henchman to drop his gun. At the same time, Sunny's revolver barked twice, and the backs of the heads of the two mercenaries who were staggering because of the thrown body exploded into a bloody haze. "Let's dance." Sunny grinned wickedly. Wielding a gun and a knife, he tore through the remaining mercenaries like a somber reaper. The battlements were relatively narrow, and their numbers were of little use when the enemy was that close. On the contrary, they were a hindrance, since those closer to him prevented those further behind from firing. The mercenaries were better equipped and far better trained than the members of the Black Snake Gang, but they were just as powerless to stop his swift and cold-blooded advance. Blood spilled on the cold stones, mixing with rainwater. Effie joined him halfway into the slaughter, while Morgan covered them both with several well-placed shots from the safety of the guard tower. By the time Sunny discharged his sixth and last round, there was a pile of bleeding bodies on the battlements, as well as under the wall in the courtyard below. The remaining henchmen fled, retreating into the main keep. Making sure that nobody was moving, Sunny exhaled slowly and leaned on the parapet to try to catch his breath. This one skirmish seemed to drain him considerably. I have mundane stamina now. Ah, what a pitiful existence. All he had done in the past few days was avoid sleep altogether. Throw an assassin out of a window, fight Mordred, kill a few thugs targeting Saint, survive a car crash, fight some more thugs, do a bit of investigating, storm an ancient castle under a deluge of bullets, get shot and dispatch a dozen mercenaries in hand-to-hand combat. And just because of these few measly things, he was already tired. How embarrassing. Sunny was suddenly glad that he had only started dating Nephis after becoming a saint. Morgan and the other Mordred caught up with them while he was trying to recover. The latter glanced around the scene of mayhem with wide eyes and then turned to him with a bright smile. "Goodness, detective, you—" Just then something boomed thunderously down in the courtyard and the entire castle shook. A pillar of fire rose above the walls for a moment and then collapsed, suffocated by the rain. Ignoring the dull pain in his chest, Sunny took a few steps to the edge of the battlements and peered down. Mordred seemed to have dealt with Maddox's henchmen on the other side of the wall, and was nowhere to be seen. All that remained in his wake was a trail of bodies. The mercenaries in the courtyard itself had retreated into the main keep, but not before detonating some kind of explosives, it seemed. Or perhaps it was just one of the construction machines that had exploded when a stray bullet hit its fuel tank. Out there below them, Saint slowly rose from the fire, just as aloof as always. Black smoke and white mist spun around her like a fierce whirlwind, making her onyx-black hair flutter wildly in the wind. Her eyes seemed to glow red as they reflected the dancing flames. "She's all right, Sunny," let out a relieved sigh. Saint turned and glanced up, staring directly at him as she absorbed the white mist. Raising a hand, Sunny pointed to the magnificent keep of the castle and shouted, "Keep! Let's rendezvous in the main keep!" She glanced at him for a few seconds, then nodded silently and headed toward the heart of the ancient castle with steady steps. Sunny turned to his companions and pointed to where an aerial bridge connected the battlements to the towering keep. "We should hurry too!" Sheathing his knife, he searched his pocket and pulled out a bullet. His last bullet, it seemed. Sunny sighed. "I'm out." He glanced at Effie, who shrugged. "Me too. Oh, and I dropped my gun when I was hauling that door." "It's somewhere in the courtyard," Morgan simply shrugged. "I'm on my last drum." "Couldn't you have shaken off those gangsters for more ammunition?" Sunny coughed, then winced when that caused a flash of pain to radiate from his bruised ribs. "Hey, it's not an armory, okay? I took everything they had, loading the last round into his revolver." He gripped it and looked ahead at the great keep of Mirage Castle. Maddock was somewhere in there, and something was telling him that the Castellan was there as well. Sunny holstered the revolver and unsheathed his knife. "Let's go! We have a criminal mastermind to catch." Chapter 2537, Bullet Time. Despite the losses Maddock's private security forces had suffered, there was still a small army of mercenaries left in the castle. It did not matter much that the outer wall had been breached. The main keep itself was designed with defense in mind, so carving a path to Maddock was not going to be easy, especially with how low Sunny and his companions were running on bullets. See? One more reason why a sword is a superior weapon. The only thing you can run out of when using a sword is enemies to kill. If one was awakened, naturally, sadly, Sunny wasn't awakened at the moment. Even if someone presented him with a sword right now, he would not be too happy. After all, even he was not mad enough to bring a sword to a gunfight, so he was a little troubled. They made a move to rush toward the main keep, but at that moment a polite cough interrupted them. The other Mordret seemed to linger behind, failing to follow them. Sunny glanced at him with a frown. "What are you doing? There's no time to waste." Mordret looked between him, Effie, and Morgan with an awkward expression, then opened his mouth hesitantly. "I am terribly sorry, and I don't mean to presume, but I could not help but wonder." He pointed down. "Why don't you just take their guns?" Sunny blinked a few times. "What is he?" Then he blinked a few more times and looked down with an unreadable expression. The battlements were covered in bloody puddles and dead mercenaries. Each of those mercenaries had wielded a gun. Those guns were now littering the scene of carnage, soaking in the rain. Why had they not thought of picking them up? Indeed, Sunny suppressed the desire to palm his face. "It's the lack of sleep," Morgan answered for him. "It's because we're awakened." Sunny looked at her with surprise. Noticing his expression, she shrugged. "Everyone has subconscious biases. For awakened, weapons are synonymous with memories, and memories disappear when their master dies. So, no one would think to pick up a slain enemy's weapon. This behavioral pattern is so ingrained in us that we don't usually entertain such thoughts. The situation might have changed, but our biases remain the same." Sunny studied her with a dubious expression for a few seconds. "You're just saying a lot of big words to hide the fact that you are embarrassed too, aren't you?" Not expecting a response, he turned to the other Mordred. "To answer your question, it's because this one is in the habit of using wooden doors as weapons. This one is still coming off an entire cocktail of powerful tranquilizers, and I hate guns." He looked down. "Ah, but even though I detest them, I guess I'll make an exception just this once." With that, he leaned down and picked up a pistol, then stared at it in confusion. "Huh?" Sunny looked at Effie and Morgan sheepishly. This one doesn't have a drum? Or a hammer? How do I load it? And how does it fire?" Morgan closed her eyes for a moment, then leaned down to pick up a gun of her own. She also searched the nearest few bodies and retrieved a few thin, rectangular pieces of metal from them. "These are semi-automatic pistols. Not revolvers, the mechanism is a bit different, but the end result is the same. And these are magazines you load them into the handle, like this." Sunny stared. "How do you know all this?" Morgan looked at him with a peculiar expression. "Because traditional firearms are still widely used in the modern day. These are still standard issue for most mundane soldiers and law enforcement officers, even elite units equipped with magnetic mass drivers like the Gauss rifle. still keep a semi-automatic pistol as sidearms due to how reliable they are. The design is almost entirely the same. Gunpowder still rules mundane battlefields. Sonny glanced at the pistol in his hand silently. Wait, so these primitive archaic weapons weren't archaic at all? They were still being used in the real world. Suddenly he felt like a complete fool. No, how was I supposed to know? It wasn't like I was assigned to a regular unit in the evacuation army, and the thugs in the outskirts. Never used this type of gun either. Let's get some magazines then. They were already lagging behind, Mordred and Saint, so they needed to hurry. They rushed across the outer wall and entered the aerial bridge connecting it to the main keep. The bridge had been raised by the workers renovating the castle and was quite treacherous, especially in the pouring rain. Nevertheless, they reached the door leading into the keep safely. Any pretense of safety went out of the window the second they entered it, however. Knowing that a squall of bullets would meet them inside, Sonny broke into a run and dove into the open door at full speed. He opened fire while still flying through the air. Time seemed to slow down as he saw half a dozen henchmen hiding overturned tables, aimed his gun as best he could, and pulled the trigger. Bullets tore through the air, missing him by mere centimeters. At the same time, display cases behind the mercenaries exploded into glass shards as his own bullets hit the wall. Sonny landed in a roll and dashed toward a pile of construction materials, sliding behind it while shooting several more times. This time his aim was much better. One of the mercenaries let out a pained scream and fell to the floor, clutching his shoulder. More importantly, Sonny's explosive entrance gave Effie and Morgan an opportunity to open fire at the distracted enemies from the doorframe. The ambush at the entrance hall was annihilated in a matter of moments, but there were numerous halls in the great castle and numerous narrow corridors. If they had to fight their way, though each one someone was going to be hit by a stray bullet sooner or later. There was a muffled roar from somewhere down below, and the entire fortress shook. Saint was still pursuing the retreating mercenaries, it seemed. Sliding a new magazine into her scavenged pistol, Effie gave Sonny a questioning look. Where to now? He looked at the next door darkly. To the throne room. The path to the throne room was guarded by a swarm of mercenaries who had hastily prepared for the assault. The corridors and halls of the great castle were full of construction materials and furnishings, stored there in preparation for the grand exhibition. All of it was used to build makeshift barricades and gun nests. The halls had become miniature arenas. This is a bit exhilarating, hiding behind a large crate while bullets whistled past him. Sonny felt a dark sense of thrill. Their assault was a singularly deadly affair, since one stray bullet could be the end of them. Death soared on invisible wings, too quick to be seen and too numerous to be evaded. Every second could be their last, and all they could do was try their best and hope that luck would be on their side. Mundane humans were just that vulnerable and powerless in the face of firearms, but that was nothing new. Sonny had spent all of his adult life as an awakened, and while awakened were countless times stronger and more resilient than mundane people, they lived every day of their violent lives with this exact feeling. In the world of the nightmare spell, it rarely mattered how powerful you were always beings who could erase you from existence with the mere fact of their presence. So in that sense, being vulnerable and helpless in the face of conventional guns was simply more of the same. At least he had a bulletproof vest this time. Move. There was a lull in the barrage of bullets peppering his cover, which meant that the mercenaries targeting him were reloading. Using this chance, Sonny dove out of his cover and sprinted forward. He shot his pistol a few times as he ran, forcing his enemies to duck down, and then jumped over their makeshift barricade. A dozen seconds later, they were dead. Effie had cleared the second barricade by then, and Morgan calmly shot a lone henchman who had hidden himself on a tall scaffold and tried to pick them off from under the ceiling. As his body fell down, the other Mordred tentatively raised his head and emerged from behind a tall vertical crate. Looking around, he let out a wistful sigh. What a travesty. The statues, the crates the mercenaries had shot at, contained priceless statues that were supposed to become the centerpiece of the exhibition in this hall. Now the statues were destroyed. Even if they had not been shattered completely, they were at least damaged too severely to be displayed. Sonny gave the other Mordred a quiet look. He wanted to say that there was no point in worrying about the statues, but remained silent. Of course, there wasn't the grand opening of the Mirage Museum the Valor Group had been preparing. Would never happen. Worrying about the destruction of the statues was meaningless, as well soon enough the entire Mirage City would follow. This illusory reality was coming undone one way or another. But even though Sonny knew that the other Mordred was acting foolish by regretting the damage done to the statues, he did not express his feelings aloud. The man knew how misguided his regret was better than anyone. His entire world was ending, and his entire life was being erased. Sonny was in a unique position to appreciate how terrible such a fate was. The fact that the other Mordred still seemed composed and even somewhat calm despite that, instead of breaking down or flying into uncontrollable rage, was another proof of how broken and incomplete he was, despite how different the two sides of the Prince of Nothing were. Neither of them could be called whole. Hurry up. They rushed out of the statue hall and faced another firefight in the corridor beyond. The darkness was torn apart by the muzzle flashes, bloomed in the embrace of true darkness, only to be suffocated. The next moment, a graceful figure moved under the cover of the dark flood, wading through the gunfire to silence the voices of the terrified mercenaries one after another. Sonny shook off his trance and raised his gun. "What are you waiting for? Shoot them." He opened fire first, aiming at the henchmen that were the furthest away from the raging flood of true darkness. A heartbeat later, Effie and Morgan joined him, using their elevated position to pick off the mercenaries with deadly precision. Mordred stood just a step away, watching the terrifying spectacle of Saint conquering the throne room of Mirage Castle, with wide eyes. "Detective that." He stammered for a moment and then finished his sentence in a hesitant tone. "Is the wrong genre." I think Sonny barely heard his question through the cannonade. "What the hell are you talking about? Snap out of it and take cover, damn it." The other Mordred flinched and belatedly ducked down. Apologies. Ejecting a spent magazine, Sonny reached for a new one and discovered that he had run out of ammunition. Cursing quietly, he threw the gun away and unholstered his revolver, which still had a single bullet left. He did not get the opportunity to use it, though, because by then the slaughter was over. The throne room grew quiet once again. The screams stopped, and the sounds of gunfire stopped as well. The river of darkness swirled and retreated, being absorbed into Saint's body. Standing among the corpses, she glanced up and cast her indifferent gaze at the throne of Mirage. Her face was covered in soot and blood, seeming too gorgeous to belong to a human. In fact, at that moment, her inhuman gorgeousness was eerie and haunting. Just then, the silence was suddenly broken by the sound of applause. Looking over to the gallery on the opposite side of the throne room, Sonny saw Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was leaning against an arch, clapping his hands as he looked down with an amused expression. "Wonderfully done, Dr. Saint, truly." Remarkable, in awe. Then he looked in Sonny's direction and smiled. "Oh, by the way, has anyone seen my uncle soon enough?" Sonny and his companions descended to the floor of the throne room. Mordred walked down the stone steps leading to the gallery as well, wiping blood off his hands. They met under the throne of Mirage. There were staggered rows of barricades and countless armed henchmen hiding behind them, ready to open fire at the moment someone tried to open it. Worse still, there was too much space between the gate and the barricades. The throne room was just that vast. It was a killing field. Sonny scowled, unsure what to do. Even if they flanked the enemies by opening fire from the gallery, the sheer number of mercenaries would make it hard for anyone to survive. The squall of bullets worse than that. Some of them seemed to be armed with automatic rifles and submachine guns, instead of the semi-automatic pistols. The previous ones had wielded at this point. Sonny would not be surprised to learn that the enemy even had a crate of grenades or two stashed somewhere in the throne room, or a rocket launcher. Rocket launchers were a thing, right? He vaguely remembered something like that from the Devil Detective's memories. Sonny was a bit stunned. How come these private security goons are armed so much better than the police? Then again, legacies were always better equipped than the government, awakened too. More importantly, how was he going to deal with this thoroughly entrenched, heavily armed force? There were sporadic sounds of gunfire, screams and muffled booms reaching the throne room through the closed gate, coming closer and closer. The castle quaked from time to time, and dust poured from the ceiling. As his body fell down, the other Mordred tentatively raised his head and emerged from behind a tall vertical crate. Looking around, he let out a wistful sigh. What a travesty, the statues. The crates the mercenaries had shot at contained priceless statues that were supposed to become the centerpiece of the exhibition in this hall. Now the statues were destroyed, even if they had not been shattered completely. They were at least damaged too severely to be displayed. Sonny gave the other Mordred a quiet look. He wanted to say that there was no point in worrying about the statues, but remained silent. Of course, there wasn't the grand opening of the Mirage Museum the Valor Group had been preparing. Would never happen. Worrying about the destruction of the statues was meaningless as well. Soon enough, the entire Mirage City would follow. This illusory reality was coming undone one way or another, but even though Sonny knew that the other Mordred was acting foolish by regretting the damage done to the statues, he did not express his feelings aloud. The man knew how misguided his regret was better than anyone. His entire world was ending, and his entire life was being erased. Sonny was in a unique position to appreciate how terrible such a fate was. The fact that the other Mordred still seemed composed and even somewhat calm despite that, instead of breaking down or flying into uncontrollable rage, was another proof of how broken and incomplete he was. Despite how different the two sides of the Prince of Nothing were, neither of them could be called whole. Hurry up. They rushed out of the statue hall and faced another firefight in the corridor beyond. The darkness was torn apart by the muzzle flashes and the deafening sound of gunshots reflected from the stone walls, growing almost unbearable. After the corridor there was another hall, and after the hall there was a deadly clash in a narrow stairwell. Sonny and his companions used the scavenged guns to push the enemy back. Other times they had to resort to hand-to-hand combat and deal with the mercenaries in a more visceral manner. But no matter what kind of obstacle they met around the corner, nothing could stop them. They tore through the defense of Maddox's private security forces without ever losing momentum, leaving a trail of slaughter and dead bodies in their wake. It was no surprise that it was The other Mordred seemed a little confused by the question. "Well, it's a landing area for a helicopter." Sonny gave him a deadpan look. "What the hell is a helicopter?" The other Mordred seemed both confused and a little embarrassed now. "Oh, a helicopter is a kind of flying vehicle. People use it sometimes to reach distant areas, or simply to save time. It's handy to have one or two on standby." He glanced up and contemplated something for a few seconds. "The weather is not at all fit for flying, but it would not be impossible either." Sonny frowned. A flying vehicle? There were not a lot of those in the real world, for various reasons, not the least of which was the fact that winged nightmare creatures were a death sentence for anyone foolish enough to entrust their life to a fragile alloy construct. Even land and water vehicles were difficult to protect in the world of the nightmare spell, and those could be weighed down by an almost limitless amount of armor. Plus, the passengers would not plummet to their deaths if such vehicles sustained a little damage. There was also the fact that terrible things happened to people who got too close to space. Sonny had learned that fact from Jet a long time ago, and back then, neither of them had known the reason. Now, he knew that it was because of the nightmare gate hidden on the dark side of the moon, and the creature guarding it. In any case, the idea of a flying vehicle was somewhat alien to Sonny. He was accustomed to seeing saints, dragons, and all kinds of horrors fly, but not machines. He was currently in a world different from his own, though. "Wait, so you're saying that Maddock can just fly away if he reaches that helipad?" The other Mordred offered him a smile. "It is just a guess. Personally, I would avoid climbing into a helicopter during a rainstorm." Sonny did not respond, because he was already running toward the small door the other Mordred had pointed out. "Hurry, damn it!" Climbing to the top of the great tower of Mirage Castle was a torturous affair, but they did make it in time. Diving into the rain with the dark sky above him, Sonny saw the world turn white from a flash of lightning, and in that white light, he finally laid his eyes on Maddock. Chapter 2541. The harder they fall. The roof of the great tower was flat, with a low parapet running around its perimeter. The stones were slick and wet, covered in water. The sky above was dark with storm clouds, and torrential rain pelted everything with a primal fury. The winds here were strong, as well, howling as they strained to push anyone foolish enough to ascend the tower down into a fatal fall. It really seemed like the heavens had burst open, unleashing a world-ending flood. The flying vehicle, a helicopter, stood in the middle of the roof, and Maddock was standing in front of it. Sonny was not sure what a helicopter was supposed to look like, really, but he was pretty sure that it was not supposed to be on fire, tilted to one side, and spouting billowing pillars of acrid black smoke. Huh? Just as Sonny leaped over the last few steps of the long staircase, feeling his leg muscles burning, there was a bright flash. A second later, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the burning machine, sending a swarm of sparks flying in all directions. Maddock staggered back, covering his face with an arm. Sonny froze for a split second. Well, well, well. He remembered the previous bolts of lightning that had landed somewhere above them during the battle for the courtyard. Back then, he did not waste any time thinking where they had hit. But really, it made sense. This was the highest point of the castle, and there was nothing around them but the vast expanse of the lake. Naturally, lightning would be attracted to a huge machine made of metal standing on an elevated point. It seemed that whoever the other Mordred had paid to design this helipad was terrible at their job. Sonny was not going to complain, though. It was high time for him to get a little lucky. Now, at least, the enemy was not going to escape at the last moment. Raising his revolver, Sonny aimed it at the chairman of the Valor group. Freeze! Maddox spun around, piercing him with an infuriated gaze. You vermin, anger, indignation, humiliation. There were a lot of hues to his voice, but remorse was not one of them. Even now that he had nowhere else to run, he was not sorry for what he had done. He was only sorry about getting caught outraged by it, really. Hearing his companions catching up, Sonny smiled darkly and said in a cold, even tone, "Mr. Maddock, you are under arrest." The wind howled louder as he said those words. Ah, it feels good. Sonny was not the devil detective. Still, he had walked a mile in the troubled detective's shoes and had experienced his obsessive determination to bring the nihilist to justice. even if it meant going against the omnipotent Valor group. The nihilist did not really exist, but his victims had not become less real because of that. 7 people had been brutally murdered, and now the man responsible for their deaths was standing in front of him. Even if both the victims and the killer were not real people, and the details of the case had simply been concocted by the Castellan, it still felt good to solve it. Looking at Maddock, Sonny felt a strange sense of accomplishment. Maddock, meanwhile, snarled. "Unday arrest me?" He laughed. "Sure, go ahead, arrest me. Let us see if there's an attorney in this city who dares to prosecute me, or a judge who dares to convict me." Sonny's smile turned darker still. "You know, Mr. Maddock, it's not very wise to boast about something like that to a man aiming a gun at you." At that moment, Effie and the rest finally arrived. Saint appeared on the roof last, looking even more haggard than she had in the throne room. Maddock's eyes widened a little when he saw Morgan. Then he froze and scowled when 2 versions of Mordred came into view. "What is this?" Taking a step back, Maddock rubbed his eyes and stared at the 2 identical men once more. For a moment, he glanced unsure of himself, but then his expression returned to normal. He seemed to have come up with some kind of explanation to resolve the maddening contradiction of the world. A stand-in? Ha! I should have known. The other Mordred sighed. Uncle, his expression was troubled. Just as Sonny was satisfied with finally catching the true culprit behind the nihilist killings, the other Mordred must have felt the opposite. The Castellan had changed the background of Mirage City to cater to its new guests. But by doing so, the truth familiar to its sole permanent inhabitant had also been changed. Perhaps the other Mordred wanted to tell his uncle that it was not his fault. After all, Maddock had not been a murderous conspirator just a few days ago. He had been made into the mastermind of the nihilist murders by the Castellan. But what was the point? Saying something like that meant admitting that Maddock was not a real person. And if he was not a real person, telling him anything had no point. The other Mordred seemed to be caught in this bitter contradiction, not knowing what to say. His counterpart, however, had no such problem. As Maddock backed away, Mordred took a step forward and smiled. "Ah, as much as it pains me to admit, I am starting to see the allure of living in this sweet illusion. I was denied the pleasure of killing Whispering Blade with my own 2 hands, but now, the Great Mirror is offering me another chance. Of course, it is not exactly the real deal, but beggars can't be choosers. Can we?" Maddock's back met the parapet, and he looked back with a wary expression. "Well played, nephew. Well played. You drove me into a corner. I hope you don't think that I'm out of cards, though, police, really? Do you really think that you can bring me down with just that?" Mordred's smile just widened slightly. Effie stared at his back for a moment, then turned to Sonny with a confused expression. "All right, we got him. But what do we do with him now? How are we going to lure out the Castellan?" Sonny frowned. That was a good question indeed. I think. But before he could answer, Mordred finally reached the reflection of his uncle. Without saying anything else, or changing his expression, he calmly raised a hand and pushed Maddock over the parapet. Everything happened so swift that none of them managed to react in time. By the time the other Mordred flinched and Morgan took an involuntary step forward, Maddock was already gone from view. Panicked scream resounded from the darkness, muffled by the howling of the wind and the roaring thunder. Half a dozen seconds later, the scream was cut abruptly somewhere far below. Mordred dusted off his hands and turned to them with a pleasant smile. "Well, that's taken care of." For some reason, Sonny did not like the look of his smile. "Am I missing something?" He scowled, trying to understand why he was suddenly feeling uneasy. Surely it was not because of Maddock's death. The only surprising thing about it was that it had come abruptly and without warning. He had not really expected Maddock to survive to begin with, however. Before Sonny could finish the thought, he was interrupted once again. This time it was because of a low rumbling sound that suddenly washed over them, shaking the very foundations of the world. Chapter 242, Flowing Water. A distant, rumbling roar washed over the world, making it seem as if everything had gone still for a moment. It sounded like an enormous beast was stirring awake somewhere far away. rising from its slumber as forests and mountains rolled off its broad shoulders. There was a flash of lightning. Half blinded by the rain, Sunny unconsciously took a step toward the parapet. The others did the same, all looking in a single direction with tense, confused expressions toward the source of the rumbling sound. They were facing north. "What?" Effie's voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Sunny inhaled sharply. Somehow he knew what had happened, and what was going to happen as well. The world was dark, obscured by the heavy storm clouds. Still, some light penetrated their thick barrier, and Mirage City was enveloped in a dim twilight. The restless surface of the Mirror Lake was stirring in front of them, and beyond it, the great mass of the drowning city sprawled on the distant shore. Beyond the city were the mountains, and the ancient barrier of the northern dam. That dam was breaking apart now, unable to endure the crushing weight of the artificial lake hidden behind it. It had held proud for thousands of years, withstanding the ruthless tyranny of time and the fierce assaults of natural forces. But it had not been able to withstand human corruption. The subpar renovation works perpetrated by the Valor Group on Maddox's orders had compromised its integrity, and the disastrously persistent rains had caused the great reservoir contained by the dam to swell uncontrollably, pushing it to and over the limit, and now it could not hold any longer. Sunny's eyes widened as he watched the calamity unfold. At first, it was a single crack that appeared on the great dam. The floodgates had already been opened to relieve the pressure, with foaming torrents of water pouring down from a vast height. However, that was not enough. The crack split the dam from top to bottom, spreading across its surface with the speed of lightning. It was narrow and barely noticeable, almost impossible to see. However, a second later, that small crack became a devastating breach. The still water of the reservoir had become an unstoppable monster, wielding power so awful that millions of tons of stone and concrete were flung outward as if shot from a cannon. The entire middle section of the dam exploded, with giant chunks of stone flying into the outskirts of the city below and crushing residential buildings as if they were paper boxes. What followed the annihilating debris was much worse, though. Sunny froze, enthralled by the distressing visage, and unable to move. His companions were motionless, as well, witnessing the scene of utter destruction in a deafening silence. The water roared as it escaped its prison. It rushed through the wide breach in the damaged dam, like a living being, hungering for human souls. The titanic torrent was too vast for its scale to be fathomed, or for its force to be measured. Looking at it, Sunny felt something that he had not felt in a long time. The utter, frightening awe that mortals felt in the face of the insurmountable power that dwarfed their very existence, the terrifying power of hostile, untamed nature. The torrent of water hit the outskirts of Mirage City and swallowed them whole, flowing far and wide to consume everything in sight. The buildings, the streets, the rushing PTVs, the tiny figures of the terrified people, all of it was washed away in an instant, crushed and broken ground into nothingness, and drowned in the foaming expanse of raging water. Of course, the flood did not stop there. The powerful current rushing through the breach in the dam did not weaken. On the contrary, as more of the dam collapsed, it became more potent. The great tidal wave that had swallowed the outskirts continued south, devastating the northern areas of Mirage City. The rivers running toward the Mirror Lake swelled and overflowed, escaping their beds. Their flooding caused by that was merely a promise of the imminent disaster. Though, all across the city, the heavy iron covers of the drainage pipes were sent flying into the air. Towering plumes of foaming water shot upward like geysers. It was only then that the thunderous roar of the collapsing dam reached the distant parts of Mirage City, and people on the streets froze in place, looking north with confused expressions. The flood utterly crushed and destroyed the northernmost parts of Mirage City. However, the rest of it was not spared either. Even if the obliterating force of the tidal wave had been exhausted as it moved further away from the broken dam, the water still continued flowing. In the districts north of Mirror Lake, the water flowed freely across the streets, rising higher and higher. It swallowed the PTVs and the pedestrians, collecting an unimaginable death toll. Some of the buildings were partially flooded, some even submerged in the water completely. The citizens trapped in them had not survived either. Standing by Sunny's side, Effie let out a strange cry and grabbed the parapet, her fingers turning white. Finally, the flood reached the Mirror Lake. It stopped the torrent for a while. However, the level of water in the lake rapidly rose soon enough. The slopes of the mountain and the stone steps leading to the castle disappeared beneath the surging waves, leaving only the platform directly in front of the great gates above the tide. By then, the Mirror Lake had overflowed as well. A secondary wave poured from the confines of its shores, joining the flood as it rushed south. The narrow streets there funneled the water, giving the torrents more strength. Nothing could withstand the terrible force of the flowing water, and everyone who had been looking north minutes earlier drowned with terrified expressions on their faces, unable to escape. Everything in sight had drowned in the vast, unstoppable current. Sunny had seen this scene before. He had seen it innumerable times. Every time the night came to the forgotten shore, the dark sea would flood the crimson labyrinth and destroy anything and anyone who had not found shelter from its fury. Only this time, it was not abominations that were being destroyed by the rushing water. It was people. The streets of Mirage City become their watery grave. Something like that must have happened in the true Bastion as well, thousands of years ago. Soon enough, the Mirror Lake seemed to have expanded greatly, growing to cover the entire area where Mirage City had once stood. Here and there, the edifices of skyscrapers rose from the water like orphaned towers, but most of the city was hidden under the mass of water. At the heart of the great lake, the castle stood lonesomely among the waves. The other Mordret swayed as he took a step back. His expression at the moment was hard to describe, even if someone was in a state to pay attention to such details. Everyone seemed stunned and petrified by what they had just witnessed. Except for Sunny. Sunny, on the contrary, was restless. I missed it. I missed it. Damn it! How could I have been so foolish? How could I have been fooled again? While everyone stood still, he suddenly spun around and raised his revolver, aiming it at Mordret's head. Sunny then gritted his teeth and pressed the trigger. Chapter 2543, Double Cross. It was impossible to dodge a bullet, for a mundane human, at least. And yet that was exactly what Mordred did. He had been looking at the harrowing sight of the drowning city with the rest of them a split second ago. But when Sunny's revolver thundered, aimed at his head point blank, he leaned sideways with superhuman speed, allowing the bullet to fly past. Damn it! Mordred took a step back, coming to stand near his other fragment. The first to react was Saint, even if she only turned to look in his direction. Morgan and Effie spun around, wary and trying to understand what had happened. The other Mordred was the last to realize what had happened, reeling back in shock. Mordred reached a hand and grabbed his arm, preventing him from losing his balance. Goodness gracious, Sunless, what was that for? His smile was as pleasant as ever, but it did not reach his eerie, mirror-like eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth. That was to slow you down. He knew, of course, that simply shooting Mordred was not going to kill him, but it was bound to destroy his body and force him to search for a new one. In fact, I should have aimed for the other one. Sunny belatedly realized that he had made a mistake. But there was no time to feel regret. He finally realized the source of the feeling that he was missing something that had been plaguing him ever since the throne room. Sadly, it was already too late. His hands are clean. When Mordred descended from the gallery, his hands were bloodied, but now they were clean. It was a small detail that would not have mattered in most circumstances, but held a frightening meaning here in Mirage City. Sunny had failed to register the fact completely. But just now, as they were watching the city drown, he saw something in the periphery of his vision. It was so subtle that he paid it no attention at first, yet his subconscious kept pushing the thought of it to the forefront of his mind. That something was a thin tendril of white mist, almost impossible to see in the heavy rain. It flowed from below the parapet and slowly reached Mordred, and was absorbed into his body. That white mist was the essence of the other who had played the role of Madoc before being killed by the Prince of Nothing. The body had fallen all the way down to the courtyard, shattering as it crashed into the roofs of the main keep first. It had taken the mist quite some time to reach all the way to the highest point of the great tower. That was probably the very reason why Mordred had chosen to kill Maddock by pushing him down. The body was gone now, just like the bodies of the rest slain by Saint disappeared without a trace. That was why the blood was gone from Mordred's hands. The corpses of the mercenaries he had killed dissolved into mist, and their blood followed. I should have realized sooner. Sonny cursed himself bitterly. It made so much sense in hindsight. There were too many strange things about the Palace of Imagination. So, overwhelmed by them, he had not thought about the reason why Saint was able to absorb the ghostly essence of reflections in detail. The answer was obvious, though. It was because she had an affinity to nothing. And who had the same affinity as well? It was Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, and the other Mordred, too. The latter had spent most of his life in Mirage City, but unlike his ruthless alter ego, he was not a murderous fiend. There had been no reason for him to kill anyone, and even if there had been, he wouldn't have. That was simply out of character for him. So, even after spending decades in the Palace of Imagination, he had never absorbed nothing, and had never regained his awakened power. But Mordred was different. He slaughtered the mercenaries and killed Maddock. Gods only knew how many the rest he had slain before meeting Sonny, which meant that he had at least some of his power back, and had been hiding it. And that did not bode well. It did not bode well at all. Mordred laughed. Ah, it seems that I've been caught. Effie studied him tensely, then asked without looking away, Sonny, what is going on? Sonny lingered for a few seconds, feverishly trying to understand what Mordred was planning. Had he already reclaimed some of his power when they fought several days ago? Had he been pretending to be weak in order to lower Sonny's guard? Had every word spoken by Mordred been chosen carefully in order to manipulate him into doing what Mordred wanted him to do? What was he trying to achieve? Kill Morgan absorb the essence of the Castellan, or something else? We are being double-crossed, that is what. Glaring at Mordred, he lowered his empty revolver and asked in a cold, murderous tone, Let me guess. That whole conversation about wanting to hide your other self on the Ivory Island to protect him from the dream spawn was a lie. Mordred shrugged with a smile. Of course. Did you really think I would entrust you with something so vital, to be honest? I never believed that either you or the changing star would be able to protect him from that fiend. You know what they say, Sunless? You want something done well? Do it yourself, so thank you kindly for the offer. But I won't be needing your services. We will go our own way. He and I, Sonny smirked. What? You think that you'll do a better job of protecting him than two sovereigns? Mordred's smile dimmed faintly. As a matter of fact, yes, I do believe that. You two have too much to lose. You see the whole world, really. And that is exactly what the dream spawn will use to destroy you. But me? He grinned. I have nothing. And therefore I have nothing to lose. With that, he strengthened his grip on the other Mordred's arm. The other Mordred glanced at Morgan wanting to say something, but he never did, because in the next moment he was gone. He vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 2544, Mirror Abyss. Where did he go? Effie's tone changed halfway through the sentence, as she realized the pointlessness of her question. The answer was obvious. Into the bastard's personal mirror realm. Sonny gritted his teeth, of course. He had known about Mordred's ascended ability for a long time. It allowed the Prince of Nothing to establish a physical space in the realm of reflections and store objects in it, as well as his morbid collection of vessels. But that was not all he could place into his minor domain. He could pull people into the mirror realm too. Sonny had been drawn into it once himself in Twilight. He remembered it vividly. The vast and somber expanse, a gray sky covered by stormy clouds, white mist swirling around his feet, and a radiant sphere shining like a pale sun above, its rays falling like silver pillars through the veil of clouds. Mordred's mirror realm was a reflection of his soul sea. At least it had been when he was a master. Now that he was a saint, his personal mirror realm would have evolved into a minor domain and come to resemble that of Soul Stealer most likely. He glanced at Mordred with a hint of dark resentment in his eyes. Mordred chuckled. Yes, indeed. Back when I needed to hide him all those years back, I was merely awakened. I did not have such a convenient power yet, but I do now. Is there a better place to hide my flaw than my own soul sea? Where would he ever be safer? Nowhere. As long as I keep him imprisoned in my soul, I will always be able to keep an eye on him. So I had to retrieve him from the palace of imagination before the dream spawn did it for me. He sighed. Of course, various obstacles got in the way. I did not expect Morgan to be here and poison the pathetic worm's illusion with her bloodlust. I did not expect such an elaborate illusion to exist, either. This place had been quite different when I visited last, you see. Most of all, I did not expect to be stripped of my aspect and be hunted down by the castellan like a rat. That was quite a troublesome development, to say the least. A pale smile appeared on Mordred's lips. Ah, but I endured and persevered. You suspected me of being the nihilist Sunless? But of course, I did not kill those people, which is not to say that I didn't kill other people. He laughed. It's just, I would never be so careless as to leave bodies lying around. I planned to dispose of them using the drainage collectors at first. But what would you know? There was no need. My victims, unlike those of the nihilist, simply disappeared like mist. Mordred inhaled deeply and glanced at the harrowing vista of the drowned city with regret. Such a waste, but no matter. I managed to survive the pursuit of the Castellan and even recover some of my power. Not enough to unlock my ascended ability, sadly, and not nearly enough to take the axis of this entire world and get out alive. With all my spare attires destroyed. I needed someone who possessed a role in this bizarre world to do it for me, to get me close to my flaw at the right moment. You have my gratitude for that, Sunless, he shrugged. Oh, and for bringing me all these mercenaries on a silver platter. With their lives and that of Madoc, I finally managed to regain access to my mirror realm. So, this is where we say goodbye, I guess. Sunny smiled crookedly. What a polite farewell. Something tells me that this is not how you were planning to part with us. Though you were probably planning to kill us first before leaving to turn the tables and hunt down the Castellan like a rat instead. However, you failed to anticipate one thing, didn't you? He glanced at Mordred with a chilling darkness nestling in his eyes. You failed to anticipate, Saint. Saint moved slightly at that moment, looking at Mordred with cold, frightening indifference. His smile faltered for a split second. Why, yes, I loathe to admit it, but I really did not anticipate that your gorgeous companion would turn out to be one of Nether's children. What an ill-fated coincidence, or possibly a fortuitous one, who's to say? But you are wrong, Sunless. Ranobes. He raised a hand and rubbed his temple, a strange grimace appearing on his face for a brief moment. I never intended to kill you, Morgan, sure. Raced by wolves as well. To eliminate the risk of her regaining a measure of control over the Palace of Imagination before I escaped it. But even though I would love nothing more than to see you pay for the death of my father, pay terribly, I need you alive. A pale smile bloomed on his lips. After all, I need you and Changing Star to last as long as possible against the dream spawn, the guiding light in the shadow of humanity. You are meant to be my meat shield, you know? What an honor. Laughing, he took a step back. So, live long, Sunless, live long and struggle desperately. Oh, and by the way, Mordred made a dramatic pause, looking at him with a smile. That damn miscreant. In the short moment Sunny spent feverishly considering what to do next, Morgan suddenly stepped forward. Her gloves were long gone and her delicate pale fingers were spread slightly, glistening with the drops of rain like 10 razor-sharp knives. What? Can't come up with something else to say to stall more. Casting a brief look at Sunny, she said in an even tone, Take Athena and go find the Castellan, Lord of Shadows. Dr. Saint and I will hold him back. Sunny gave her a long look. Morgan was mundane, and Mordred seemed to have regained the power of an ascended. Challenging him would be absolutely deadly for her, even with Saint fighting by her side. But that wasn't even the main problem. How are you going to hold him back? His dormant ability allows him to jump between reflections. He can slip away any time he wants. Morgan smiled darkly. He might have regained some power, but he did not regain all of his power. Actually, although he is hiding it, he is barely holding it together because of the rain. Sunny's eyes widened a little. The rain, Mordred could sense reflections and travel between them. And currently, there were millions of tiny mirrors around them. Every drop of rain reflected the world as it fell from the sky. And all those reflections multiplied as they contained each other, creating an endless labyrinth of mirrors. Mordred's mind was constantly assaulted by that boundless abyss of reflections, and even if he attempted to hide it, it must have put an immense stain on him. More importantly, Morgan spoke again. He can indeed escape into reflections, but first, he needs to find the right one. That is why he wasted time giving us a winded speech, and that is why he has not escaped yet, so go! Hurry! Sunny glanced at her, then at Mordred. Mordred smiled. Ah, my dear sister makes some sense, but you see... However, he could not finish the sentence, because at that moment Sunny spun around and grabbed Effie, shouting, "Saint!" And a split second later, Saint vanished from where she stood and slammed into Mordred, sending them both crashing into the parapet. Morgan rushed forward as well. Sunny did not see it, though, because he was already running toward the stairs. Chapter 245, Reflections upon Reflections. Sunny and Effie rushed down the long spiral staircase, jumping over several stone steps with each stride. The great tower shook around them as Mordred, Morgan, and Saint clashed on its roof. Sunny did not know who would win in that fight, or for how long the two women would be able to hold the Prince of Nothing back, so there was no time to waste. Effie seemed to understand that as well. "I just have one question." She failed to make a tight enough turn and slammed into a wall, using it to direct her momentum. "How the hell are we supposed to find the Castellan?" Sunny was cursing the height of the great tower and the length of the stairs when he heard the question. His muscles had already been burning because of the climb-up, and now he had to descend the same way in a rush. Where to find the Castellan, indeed? At the moment, he was going over everything that Mordred had told him and trying to understand which of his words were true and which were a lie. Mordred was a frighteningly skilled manipulator, and he knew how to masterfully mix truth and deceit to control his targets. In hindsight, he had to be humans naturally rejected anyone who was not like them, and so he would have had to read their thoughts and emotions flawlessly if he wanted to fit in. Even before that, he would have become adept at reading emotions while growing up next to Anvil and Asterion. That said, Sunny did not think that Mordred had lied about countless things here in Mirage City, just about the most important things. That was because he had needed Sunny and Effie to know the true state and function of the Palace of Imagination in order to use them as proxy agents against the Castellan. He had definitely exaggerated how dangerous the Castellan was to anyone who wasn't him. Somewhat, while at the same time understating how rough a form the Castellan was in. The flood that destroyed Mirage City was most likely a manifestation of that ancient reflection, failing to endure the pressure of having to incorporate conflicting desires into its grand illusion without the guidance of the castle master. The Castellan was breaking down, just like the Northern Dam had, and the illusion of Mirage City was breaking down with it. So, where would Sunny find the Castellan? Most of Mirage City was gone. Now only the tallest buildings remained above the water, and the castle, of course. There was a slim chance that the Castellan was in one of the remaining buildings, but Sunny doubted that. No, the ancient reflection would be somewhere here, in the stronghold of its former master. But where? It was not the throne room or the roof of the great tower. It was not the courtyard either. The castle was vast, and there were plenty of halls in it. Sunny glanced at Effie. "You know the layout of Bastion pretty well, right?" This replica of the castle seems smaller, but there should be some similarity. How similar are they? By then, they had almost reached the throne room. Pretty similar? Sunny nodded. So how would one get to the Great Mirror? Effie almost stumbled. The Great Mirror? There was the true Great Mirror standing in the middle of the Hall of Imagination in True Bastion. But there was also the false Great Mirror, hidden deep inside the mountain under the illusory bastion, that one. The rulers of Clan Valor and later Effie had used to control the component of the Great Citadel that allowed it to travel between reality and illusions. The false Great Mirror led to True Bastion, while the real Great Mirror led to the Palace of Imagination. But there was a castle in Mirage City as well. So wouldn't it be natural to assume that there would be a third version of the Great Mirror here, as well? Just how deep does this infinity mirror go? Effie remained motionless for a moment, looking around with a bewildered expression, then nodded resolutely. "Follow me." They rushed to an alcove behind the throne, where another door was hidden behind a tapestry. The castle itself was a labyrinth, but Effie was able to navigate it with at least some level of confidence. She had been ruling Bastion for more than a year, after all, so this was a replica of her seat of power. "Ranobas? Where is it? Where is it?" Soon, they stopped near an unassuming wall. Looking around, Effie pulled on a metal torch holder fastened to the wall, then turned it slightly. A section of the wall suddenly receded and then slid sideways, revealing a dark passage. Effie smiled faintly. "Still works." However, in the next moment, both of them froze. What? What is this? As soon as the secret passage opened, a peculiar sound reached their ears. It was quiet and subtle, as if coming from a great distance, but also impossible to ignore due to how out of place it seemed. Sunny was pretty sure that what they heard was music. It was a clear sound of strings being plucked to sing a haunting, melancholic melody. They glanced at each other, not knowing how to react. "Let's proceed." Effie nodded, just as bewildered and disturbed as Sunny. They entered the secret passage, traversed a maze of dusty stone corridors, and reached a deep well leading to the depths of the mountain. A narrow staircase was clinging to its wall. They descended it without wasting any time, knowing that somewhere far above, Morgan and Saint were fighting Mordred with their lives on the line. The deeper into the depths of the mountain they descended, the clearer and louder the forlorn melody became, until it filled their ears completely, making them both feel like they were lost in it. Soon enough, they reached the bottom of the well and found themselves standing in front of towering gates. Sunny held his breath for a moment, then took a step forward and pushed the gates open. Out there behind them stood a vast underground chamber, much too vast for the scale of the mountain, clearly greater than the space it was supposed to take up. An immense mirror was standing in its heart, towering at least 100 meters in height. It was covered by a sheet of thin black fabric, which moved slightly in a ghostly wind, and in front of the mirror, sitting on the stone floor with his back to them, Sunny and Effie finally beheld the Castellan. Chapter 246. Background character. Out there in front of the great mirror, a reflection of an illusion of the great mirror, to be precise, a man was sitting on the cold stone floor, strumming an old guitar. The slow, wistful melody echoed in the dim expanse of the vast chamber, reflecting from its distant walls. The dead silence that reigned in the depths of the mountain served as an opulent background for the melody, making each note feel full and rich. As Sunny and Effie entered the chamber of the great mirror, the man hummed in a low, pleasant voice. Sunny did not know what he had expected the Castellan to look like. However, he definitely did not expect him to be wearing cheap, torn jeans and a faded windbreaker jacket. The man was sitting with his back to the gates, facing the covered mirror, so they could not see his face. However, they did see that his hair was long and disheveled, in dire need of a brush and shampoo. Oh, all of us will dream. The nightmare of the Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. The Castellan, they were sure that it was him, looked perfectly mundane. He did not show any signs of aggression either, or any signs of having noticed them at all. Instead, he seemed completely focused on casually picking the strings of his guitar and humming a quiet song in the silence of the underground chamber. That song was quite eerie, though. Sunny could not make out all of the words, but they sounded cold and ominous, even if the man singing them did not put any emotion except slight melancholy into his voice. Something about him looked familiar. They moved forward cautiously, circling the Castellan from both sides. When Sunny finally caught a glimpse of his face, he halted for a moment. "I've seen him before." The man was not at all kempt, but his weathered face was handsome, subtly beautiful even— Wait, isn't he? Effie's voice sounded surprised. She had a reason to be bewildered, too. Wait a minute. As it turned out, the Castellan had been near them this whole time. Sunny could remember at least 2 instances of meeting him, or rather noticing him in the background. There were probably more that had gone unnoticed. The man was the street musician who had been playing his guitar near the Mirage City Center for Troubled Youths on the day they visited it. He had also been near the psychiatric hospital where Saint worked on the day they kidnapped the other Mordred. In hindsight, his presence in both places was strange. What kind of musician would busk outside on a rainy day? When everyone was huddled inside, it made little sense. But Sonny had not paid him any attention. The ragged street musician had been merely one of the many nameless extras populating Mirage City. He had been nothing more than a part of the background. So they had seen him, walked past him, and failed to recognize him for what he truly was. The Castellan, the custodian of the Palace of Imagination, and the ancient reflection who had usurped the authority over the great mirror. However, those were not the only two times Sonny had seen this man. Effie might have been surprised, because she recognized the Castellan as the unassuming street musician, but Sonny had a different reason. In truth, he had seen him even before coming to Mirage City. The street musician was older, and his face was much more weathered. The clothes were different, and his hair was much longer now. The lower part of his face was covered by a beard, which had not been there before, but there was no mistaking it. Sonny had seen him in one of the visions bestowed upon him in Ariel's game. "He's Omer of the Nine." His voice sounded even. Indeed, the Castellan was none other than one of the Nine, a blind poet famed for his songs, who joined Prince Eury's and the rest of them in the quest to slay the gods. By now, Sonny knew, or at least suspected, what mission some of the Nine had been meant to complete. Alethea had been tasked with finding the truth in the depths of Ariel's tomb. Aimden, the sculptor, had been tasked with building a trap for the gods by delivering that truth to the demon of destiny. Orphne, Slayer, had been given the gravest task of all, to kill Weaver, the demon of fate, in which she had succeeded twice. Eury's had become a slave, and while the details of Oro's mission were still unknown, it was apparently the most distressing of them all. Sonny did not know what task the blind poet Omer had received either. However, he knew that Omer's fate had been to become lost in illusions. Now he understood what that meant. Omer of the Nine had been sent to the realm of Mirage, the demon of imagination. His purpose was unknown, but it had probably been tied to convincing Mirage to answer Nether's call and fight side by side with his siblings in the Doom War. Daemons were not the most affectionate of siblings after all. Nether himself had ignored Hope's imprisonment for 1,000 years, so if one thought about it, it was actually strange that all of them, all except Weaver, had risen up against the gods together. Some of the Nine must have been sent to other daemons as well, like Omer. As Sonny walked past the Castellan and saw his face clearly, he also saw something far more morbid. In front of the seated man, 14 human eyes were placed in a half-circle, staring at him with glassy pupils. Effie cursed quietly. The victims of the nihilist were all missing their eyes, so that was where the missing eyes had gone. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, the Castellan fell silent and stopped playing his old guitar. He remained motionless for a few seconds, then raised his head and looked at Sonny. His own eyes were clear and blue like the sea. "I am not Omer of the Nine." The Castellan's voice was calm and emotionless. "I am merely the reflection of Omer of the Nine. I am the custodian of the Palace of Imagination." Sonny shivered. It was not every day that he had a conversation with another. Well, technically he had conversed with numerous of them here in Mirage City over the last few days, but he had never spoken to one who knew their nature. The reflection of Omer of the Nine? Why was the reflection of one of the Nine serving as a custodian of Mirage's palace? He lingered for a while, then said in a subdued tone, "Well, you haven't been doing your job well, have you? The place is a mess." The Castellan remained silent. Sonny and Effie exchanged glances. Now that they had found the ancient reflection, they were supposed to get the authority over the Palace of Imagination back to Effie. Somehow, the easiest way would be for her to destroy the Castellan, most likely. But Sonny was not sure how powerful the Castellan was, and therefore whether they would be able to shatter him. Could they convince him to surrender the authority voluntarily? That would be the best outcome, since Effie would be able to use the Castellan to draw much more potential from the Palace of Imagination. Then, however, Sonny did not know if the reflection of Omer of the Nine could be convinced either. In any case, they did not have much time to try. The Castellan finally spoke. "My mistress is away." This seemed to be his answer to the accusation of not maintaining the Palace of Imagination properly. This reflection had been designed to help the castle master control the great mirror after all, not to control it in their master's stead. Effie scoffed. "Who is away? I am the master of the castle, and therefore your master as well. Yet, not only did you fail to assist me, you even stole my authority and tried to kill me. No wonder this whole place has collapsed. Do you see the problem here?" The Castellan stared at her silently. "You're wrong? He doesn't seem to be blind anymore? At least not here, in the Palace of Imagination. Could Mirage have imagined a world where the blind could see?" While Sunny considered that small detail, Effie raised an eyebrow. "I'm wrong? What am I wrong about?" The Castellan lowered his gaze. "I only have one mistress, Mirage, the demon of imagination, and you are not her. The castle you rule is nothing but a shell. The illusory one is the moat, and the true one is the gate. Both merely lead to the Palace of Imagination. The Palace of the Demon of Imagination, the place where my mistress resided and ruled, has always been the Great Mirror." Sunny smiled. The Castellan was mistaken, of course. There had been a time before Mirage created mirrors, so Bastion was far more ancient than the Great Mirror. Did not matter which had come first. Anyway, now that the spell made the castle into a citadel, they were all inseparable. It was interesting that this ancient reflection suffered from such a delusion, though. Nevertheless, Sunny had sensed a note of stubbornness in the Castellan's voice when he denounced Effie's claim to authority over the Great Mirror and proclaimed that he would only ever serve Mirage. It did not feel like challenging his stance directly would be fruitful. But there was also a vulnerability there that could be exploited. Instead of pressing the reflection of Omer of the Nine on this issue, Sunny looked at the covered expanse of the replica of the Great Mirror. Why is the reflection of one of the Nine serving the demon of imagination, anyway? The Castellan remained silent for a while. Then he carefully plucked the strings of his guitar. "It was because my mistress has become lost in her own illusions. She abandoned the real world, preferring the company of reflections. A fantasy upon fantasy. She lived countless lives in the Palace of Imagination, not caring about what happened outside its walls. And she was happy. His quiet melody turned wistful. But what to do? The Nine needed the demon of imagination to join the other demons in their rebellion. And so Omer came to the shores of the Mirror Lake. Who better was there than a poet famous for his tales and songs? Mirage took an interest in him because of how vibrant and inexhaustible his imagination was. And so she invited him into her palace. The Castellan stopped playing and looked into the distance. She gave him control of the Great Mirror, so that he could bring his stories to life. Omer created a fantastical realm for her to explore, and a thrilling story for her to experience. Mirage enjoyed his fantasy greatly, but eventually she grew bored with it. She wanted to reward the blind poet and send him away, but he offered to imagine another fantasy, and with her permission he did. And then another, and then another. His gaze grew distant. 1,000 realms, 1,000 tales. No matter how much Mirage tested Omer, his imagination never exhausted itself. Just like her sense of wonder and hunger were inexhaustible. They experienced 1,000 fantasies together, and when the 1,000th fantasy came to an end, Omer made a request to Mirage. The reflection of Omer put his guitar on the floor. So, the demon of imagination gave him a final task. She told him to imagine something that she could not imagine herself. Even I do not know what Omer showed her in that final illusion. But when that illusion was eventually dispelled, Mirage left her palace and joined her siblings in the rebellions against the gods. Omer followed her into war, as well. The Castellan looked at Sunny with emotionless eyes. Only I remained. Sunny smiled faintly. What a gorgeous story it is. But despite the breathtaking story, his voice sounded cruel. Mirage died in that war, you know, and Omer must have died with her. He looked down at the Castellan and said evenly, "You say that your mistress is away, but you are the one who lured her out into a hopeless war. You claim to be loyal to Mirage, but you were the one who destroyed her happiness. You killed her. You are a hypocrite, Omer." Ah, I really hate hypocrites the most. Only then did the Castellan's gaze finally show hints of emotion. The Castellan's eyes quaked. He remained motionless for a few moments, then turned his glassy gaze to Sunny. There seemed to be a hint of an emotion hiding behind the cold stillness of his blue eyes, but Sunny was incapable of recognizing what it was. "I am not Omer of the Nine. I am the reflection of—" Sunny interrupted him. "Yes, yes, I know." Turning away, he glanced at the great mirror. Now was the time to press the attack and break the Castellan's conception, but he lingered, suddenly distracted by an odd feeling. The great mirror, it was calling to him. It seemed to be exerting a subtle pull on his soul, but apart from that, it was pulling him closer quite literally. Sunny felt as if the great mirror was a magnet, and his body was made of iron. Was as if his blood pressed against the walls of his veins, pushing him to come closer. Needless to say, that was a bizarre and distracting feeling. Enough so that he momentarily lost his train of thought. Ah, I see. It took him a few moments to understand what was happening. His blood had a peculiar quality. Thanks to blood weave, its parts always strived to fuse back with the whole. That was the reason why he hardly bled. And at the moment, his blood wanted to reunite with another lost part. There, behind the black fabric covering the great mirror, another piece of Weather's lineage was waiting for him. I found it. Sunny allowed himself to feel the thrill of having accomplished his goal. He stared at the great mirror for a few moments, motionless, then turned back to the Castellan. His heart was beating rapidly, but no sign of agitation showed on his face. "You are not Omer of the Nine, but you were him, once. So, is there a difference?" The Castellan fell silent. His gaze remained inexpressive, but Sunny knew that the ancient reflection was troubled. It had already been in a sorry state, after being abandoned for thousands of years, slowly coming undone, and now its condition grew even worse because of the clash of human desires it had been forced to endure. It was strange to assume that a reflection had a mental state, but if it did, the Castellan's mental state was weakened. If Sunny convinced the Castellan that he had betrayed the mistress he claimed to be eternally loyal to a long time ago, then perhaps, just maybe, the ancient reflection would accept a new master, not because the previous one was not worthy of being served, but because the Castellan was not worthy of serving her. Were reflections capable of feeling guilt? Beastie, the first reflection created by Mordred, had never stopped searching for its sealed master. So the others could feel some emotions after all, or were at least capable of learning to feel them. We shall see. Still conscious of the great mirror behind him, Sunny failed to suppress a question. Glancing at it briefly, he asked in a false tone of indifference, "Why did you cover that mirror anyway? What's behind that cloth?" The Castellan lingered for a while. Eventually he said in an oddly quiet voice, "Something I'm afraid of." Sunny raised an eyebrow. Effie seemed surprised as well. "Afraid of? What can the being in control of the palace of imagination fear within its walls?" The Castellan watched the black fabric move faintly in the ghostly wind. His answer was succinct. "Something beyond my control." Sunny frowned. At that moment, a subtle tremor shook the great underground chamber. Streams of dust fell from the ceiling, and with them, a few drops of cold water. The Castellan did not seem to react to it in any way, but Sunny and Effie felt differently. There's no time. Sunny had to break the Castellan's resolve rapidly, or, if that failed, help Effie destroy him. He opened his mouth, wanting to continue his mental assault, but at that moment, Effie suddenly walked over to the sitting reflection, knelt beside it, and put her hand on his shoulder, looking into the Castellan's eyes. She then said, "Hey, you know, I'm no stranger to seeking escape in fantasies. In fact, I spent most of my life endlessly imagining wondrous things, being healthy, being strong, being able to move, not being a burden. I spent numerous days dreaming about being free. I imagined it so vividly and so often that at times I was almost able to believe that it was real." Effie smiled, and then slowly, it did become real. "I was able to make all my fantasies come true. One after another, But imagination is indeed inexhaustible, and so I imagined new things. I imagined a world where my children would be able to thrive, one that they would not want to escape as desperately as I had wanted to escape mine. I am still working on making this particular fantasy come true. My imagination is my greatest source of inspiration. She glanced at the Castellan and shook her head. But what have you, the faithful servant of the demon of imagination, done with yours? Thousands of years have passed, but you haven't managed to imagine yourself as anything other than what you were. You imagine nothing. You haven't changed at all. You put your mistress to shame. Effie gripped the Castellan's shoulder and said quietly, Mirage is gone, and she is never coming back. Now, you have a choice. You can decide what you want to be without her. Will you imagine yourself as someone new, or will you betray her memory by remaining the same? The choice is yours, but I really hope that you will choose the former. I hope that you will help me make my fantasy come true. She looked at him with an earnest expression, and meeting her gaze, the Castellan seemed to hesitate. He remained silent for a while, looking into her eyes with a lost, weary expression. Sunny remained silent and entirely still, afraid to distract the ancient reflection from making a decision. And he could feel it. Sunny could easily imagine that the Castellan would make the right choice. But just before he did, something glinted in Effie's eyes and then reflected in his. A second later, the Castellan shuddered.